That's being kept on for this season. There is a competitor-voted round, and that includes, at least from my memory, race time as well as track as well. That is round number 4 on the 2nd of April. The 23rd of April, we go racing at Road Atlanta, a classic in American motorsport for 4 hours. No Circuit de la Sarthe to end this season. We are going to the beach of Daytona for a 10-hour race, which sounds great. It's a 1 o'clock start for us, but still, it's going to be fantastic.
Oh, it absolutely is. And to finish a Daytona is amazing. I mean, even in real life as well, Le Mans, Daytona, they're just combining their forces, and even in the sim racing world as well. Daytona getting a recent update on iRacing. So yeah, that's going to be a great way to end the season. And 10 hours is going to be a bit of a struggle for some of those teams and drivers as well. When you're used to the 4-hour races, it's certainly a bit longer.
Let's talk very briefly then about categories and how things have changed. There is no longer a GTE category around this in this series. We've got rid of GTEs. We do still have 2 GT3 categories, but one of them is a subcategory. It is all about GT3 racing and LMP2s right now. Obviously the LMP2, same category as last season, it's using the Dallara P217. In the GT3 category though, we've got the 2. So your primary GT3 category, and then there is the subcategory, the GT3 AM. Now, the way that works is kind of as you would expect. It's essentially one big championship for the GT3s, but then the GT3 AM, they play for their own little game. What it means is that, as they say on the website, in GT3 AM, the big boys, the pros, they can't steal your trophies, but you can steal theirs. And that's what this is all about. It's all about seeing those AM drivers getting up there and fighting with the big boys.
Yeah, well, that's what you want, and hopefully over the course of this season, maybe into a future season as well, you can see some of those AM teams progressing themselves towards the pro teams and really starting to get in the mix. We had a really great season of racing in the 2 GT categories last season, and I'm sure that's going to continue. So hopefully, yeah, we can see those teams making sure they can get themselves up the grid and just really seeing how they can compare and improve over time.
Well, last season we had the Social Butterfly Award, which was very clearly won by Summit Sim Sports by delivering us fantastic track guides all the way through the season. And guess what? We've got them back. So let's go over to Summit Sim Sports and take a look around this fantastic racetrack.
Hey everyone, welcome back to a brand new season of AHU Racing. We've got the Summit Sim Sports Dallara LMP2 car freshly painted by Flash Graphics, and we've got Liam Reston to take you for a lap of the circuit. Approaching turn 1, all the way down into first gear, heavy braking, turn the car in, over 90 degrees of lock. We can run the car nice and wide with the new off-track system, allowing us to get a great run down the hill towards Radion. We approach in 5th gear, hold it down in 5th, and we'll hit Radion at about 270 k's. Try and carry the speed as much as we can up the run up the hill. Watch the cars exiting the pits, especially if they are GT3 cars with the big speed differential that you can see here on the Kemmel Straight as we pull away. Now, approaching Lacombe, it's a heavy braking zone. Slam on the brakes, down into 2nd gear and try and carry the speed as much as you can. A nice little quick right-left chicane. Through here, another right-hander as you've got to watch the gravel on exit. GT car's been really nice to us. And then through the long sweeping right-hander, double apex, stay nice and tight in 1st gear, watch as you get on the gas. Through No Name, ride the inside curb and try not to run too far out on the right to avoid the off-track. On the run down to Puon, it's a very long sweeping left-hand corner. Shift down to 4th, run it as wide as you can without getting an off-track, and spot the 2nd apex, running wide to the curb. Through to another right to left chicane, although it is high speed as the car is grip limited, trying to hold on to the rear of the car as you're getting on the gas in 2nd gear, setting yourself up for the Stavelot corners. This complex is quite tricky, you've got to avoid that inside curve as there's quite a bump, run the car wide to the left and get a good run onto the straight as the car's trying to hold the rear of the grip as we get our run onto Blanchimont. This is a great spot to overtake GT3 cars before you get into Blanchimont because you don't want to be catching the rear of one as you approach here. 6th gear, 280 k's, no need to lift as you can see on the telemetry there, as we come into the braking zone of the last chicane. Slamming on the brakes down to 1st gear, whip the car right, turn it left, get on the gas as hard as you can without the rear going up, and away we go. There's a lucky Spa-Francorchamps. We look forward to 4 hours of racing.
Well, a massive thanks once again to Summit Sim Sports. We hope they keep those coming in all season long. Always very helpful to learn our way around the race circuit, not only from an actual person rather than a track map, but also someone that is racing in the series and someone who should know what they're doing. Because let's be honest, when we talk through a lap of this circuit, Cam, we don't know what we're talking about. We're just listing off corner names and going past and going, well, that looks pretty.
Yeah, not to the same degree as these drivers who have put in hours of practice, really learnt where the groove is around this circuit, and I'm sure it's going to be an exciting race coming up. It's a difficult track though. Obviously there's a lot of flat out sections, but there are some really tricky corners, and I'm sure we're going to get a couple of incidents here or there, but hopefully they can keep it nice and clean, because overall last season was actually pretty good racing wise.
Yeah, so let's take a look then at our categories and the slight different colours that we're getting this season, because it does need to be clarified here that courtesy of sponsorship, some of the colours have changed. You can see here in the prototype category, they are running with a green. Obviously, I know some people will be like, oh, but that's the GTE colour. We don't have GTEs, and also we can do what we want. It is green for the LMP2 category. That is signifying with their partnership with Grid Engineering. Each class is sponsored by a certain sponsor. So Grid Engineering is our LMP2 sponsor, hence the green. You can see there black in GT3 Pro, more of a black number board on the side, or a white number board, can't remember off the top of my head. And then in GT3 AM, that one's by the way sponsored by SimLab. In GT3 AM, it is Coach Dave Academy, and we all signify Coach Dave Academy with just complete eye-shattering red. And that is exactly what we have, complete eye-shattering red. And so there we go, we can see them there. Boom, ticked off.
Yeah, it's good to get some sponsors on board with the category names as well. Great to see the series expanding and progressing to further things, which is always good. And as you see there on board, you see the red number board there on the front, and also we got Chris's picture there down the bottom, so you can get a little look at what these drivers look like.
They were given a bit of a book thrown at them by Nick Foster, if I remember, a couple of days ago, about the driver info, about updating the photographs so that we don't open things that we really shouldn't, because we did have that a few times last season. I distinctly remember at Motegi opened up, and it was just random. Classic Nick Foster right there. He does. I don't know if he's got rid of his tash yet. Certainly had it when I met him in London not that long ago. Loves having the tash. Obviously, it is important. So the AHU cars that we had a few of in the prototype category, we now have those in there we go, for a bit of a spin for Fishy Motorsport. They're now racing in the GT3 category, with the exception of the number one, which championship winning car, which was the 69 last season. They are racing still in the prototype category. Yeah,
they want to come back. They want to get the double glory in the season 2, and it's also the same drivers in that car as well, with Rougier and Cornet, so they're going to be looking fast again this season. They weren't necessarily the fastest overall. They were sort of helped by a couple of the other cars having a few issues, but I'm sure they're really going to be fighting for the championship as well. And the GT3 champions of the Team FA Alonso Car Australia car, I believe, is not here this season, so that opens up the door to someone else in the GT3 category to get themselves a win.
Yeah, I believe that is indeed the case. Of course, we do still have Logitech GT Esports, we do still have AHU, so at least we've still got some about running down the hill. Do notice how it says that Nick Foster's in an LMP2, which is a bit of that's confusing my brain just a little bit there. But either way, running around the circuit, running down in the GT3 Pro category. Obviously, it is to be noted, qualifying has already been done. We are in the build of the race. We will show you the grid soon enough. And to be honest, I think we're in for a bit of a frantic race. I do think, though, we are getting a safety car. I do think we will see that out onto the racetrack. I'm not sure what car the safety car is. This one's been left as a surprise intentionally for me, because I don't know what the safety car is this season. I kind of don't want to look, even though I know if I go and check it out, it'll probably be quite easy to find out. But it was a Porsche GTE last season. This season I was trying to get him to be in an MX-5. Well, it didn't happen though. They weren't allowed.
probably a bit too slow compared to the cars we have. Obviously, the safety car goes reduced speed, but yeah, maybe MX-5 is a bit slow. These LMP2s are pretty down fast around this circuit. A lot of high-speed sections, and the drivers really needed to get up to speed to make sure they're not doing anything too silly. But yeah, you say about the safety cars, yeah, there's certain points in this track that are really sort of pinch points and almost one line section of corners that the GT3s are really on the limit, so the LMP2s do need to make sure that they're overtaking rather safely, otherwise they'll be doing spins and maybe getting themselves some penalties.
Yes, that's a really important thing to note, that it is always the requirement of the leading car to make the safe movement in traffic. It is critical for them to get that one sorted. So, well, we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out, because we've had a fair share of endurance racing commentary. It doesn't always work out that way, is it? They're always diving it down the inside from about 3.5k back down into La Source at turn 1.
Yeah, you just got to remember, even as only a 4-hour race, which is quite short in terms of endurance, it's still a 4-hour race. There's still plenty of time for you to be able to do something. There's no point in ruining yours or someone else's race for the sake of one overtake.
Well, we're about to get to the grid then. They are just going to get to the grid. I'm going to read it through. I'm not going to show it on screen, but I am just going to read through at least some of the positions out on the grid. Forgive us, we are getting up to speed. Brand new season and stuff, so I'm sure you can understand that things do change and stuff, and getting up to speed on it is a little bit tricky. On pole position then, the Sim 3D Sports Predator car, which jumped up into pole position in the latter moments. I was more expecting the Synergy car that was holding pole position and top practice. Alongside on the front row is our series champions, then the Synergy Sim Racing car, then the Alpha Aggressor Racing. Analytical Race on Z, we know about those. They were on last season. Same with Fishy Motorsport, which did just have a bit of an incident towards the end of practice. They're going to start from 6th position with the 2 Summit Sim Sports cars starting on the 4th row of the grid. Everest ahead of K2. Again, thank you for them for the track guides that we got. Simrakes.com DPR start from 9th position with 2 Drop Bear cars, SBM and HRS. We know about Drop Bear, race winners in GTE last season, Fishy Motorsport and such. Don't want to go through the entire grid just because we will be here all afternoon and they are starting to roll off. Lobs starting in the GT3 category. They are on pole position ahead of Logitech Gialtus Esports, your GTE champions. And I believe it's the Magan Turbo Motorsport car that is on pole position in the GT3 AM category. Cam, this is going to be frantic.
It certainly is, and with those GT3, 2 categories all mixed in as well, they're sort of going to be fighting for all sorts of different positions in their own class as well. And as you see there, we got the Porsche, the GT4, as we come to the final corner to start Season 2.
Wow, let's get this one sorted. It is Calvin Dent starting from pole position. Alongside him on that front row of the grid is series champion in the number 1 car, Ben Cornett. Synergy Sim Racing behind, Alpha Aggressor Racing directly behind that. You can see the prototype categories all ready to go as they will head round La Source and down the hill. Of course, we are running on the endurance pits, which does mean that turn 1, terrifyingly so, is Eau Rouge. And I'm sure that won't cause any problems whatsoever. Do love it when it gets a little bit feisty like this. I'm sure we'll see some straight lining, potentially getting some slow down penalties. Green flag then is out and ready. We are getting ready to go racing. They're still waiting. They get the call from race controllers to when to go. And that is exactly what's happened to the Sim 3D Sport Predator car, which is going to lead us all the way down the hill. A little bit of side-by-side as Synergy Sim Racing just try and hang on to 2nd position. At the moment, everyone seems fairly clean in the prototype category through Eau Rouge and La Source. I think they might well just hang on.
Now we're coming to the GT3 Pro category, and you see there, look at the massive field of GT3 cars we have here with the 2 classes. Bit of change in this category, but let's see how they go coming up to their turn 1, which is going to be very interesting indeed, side by side in the GT3 category as we get underway. And it looks like Logitech Gialtus just had to pull in there behind, but can they get a good run as we come through over Radial? Always a bit of contact, and there's car going wide. Are they going to out to the wall? Oh no, they're not. Huge crash behind. 2 or 3 cars there involved, and I think there's going to be a chain reaction. Plenty of cars involved here. We're probably going to see a safety car.
I think we're going to see a safety car straight away. That is chaotic to start this race. It's still going. Certainly not the way they would have wanted to have started the season. A lot of the cars get on the brakes, lads. No ARCA brakes in this category. Come on. We'll all come to a complete stop, allowing it. That is an enormous crash for the Trans-Tasman car. That was the one that was thrown up into the air massively. It was all started with the Vendaval Sim Racing yellow car, which was getting a little bit of side-by-side, I believe, with Nick Foster on the run down into... it was Ryan Wood on the run down into Eau Rouge. That really wasn't pretty. And they've already got the call, of course, to come straight on the safety car, which I can say we're not shocked with at all. That was probably the biggest crash that we've ever seen in the AHU Endurance Series, so that's a way to tick off the start of the season, isn't it?
Again, the first safety car out of the way early, but yeah, Eau Rouge Radion, when it's one of the first cars, and this was obviously the car in third place in that class, having a bit of contact there, going side by side up the hill. It's so difficult. There's just so many cars coming behind that when cars are flying all over the place, at some point more cars are going to collect. And initially, I think there was only maybe 3 or 4 cars that went off to the side, but then obviously cars just get involved as the chain reaction happens.
Yeah, we'll take a look once more at this. Now, what you'll see here, and I mean, you can see it there clear as day. I was going to throw Ryan Wood a bit under there, but to be perfectly honest, that is a massive hit. It was the 2 Vendaval cars as well, I think, that came together at the end of that. But either way, for Ryan Wood, yes, he was there. Yes, maybe you could classify it being as maybe a little bit too racy, but there was a stonking netcode in that. So, unfortunately, that is what it is. Lee Ellis straight across traffic. At this point, every single person in that grid is a passenger.
Yeah.
That's not a good way to start.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for those cars behind as well, because at that point, obviously, if you see a crash ahead, you are going to lift off and brake, etc. But when you're in that point of the race, you're not expecting anything like that to be happening. You come over the crest, absolutely flat out 5th, 6th gear. You don't expect someone to be spun around in front of you. Difficult to then just slam on the brakes and slow down, especially as brakes and everything would be cold at this point in the race. So very difficult situation for the drivers.
Now, this is always the point where you kind of ask, do you go in the pit lane? Do you go and just get a little bit of fuel? Ooh. For me, typically the answer is no, but if you're already towards the back of the GT3 category, you know that you're going to start back there. Yes, you might pick up a few that are coming in for damage. Do you come in?
I think, well, obviously, if you got damage, you might as well come in, because it's obviously a lot less time that you lose under safety car. But I think, especially if you're in a front position, you want to keep that track position right now. If you pit, you go back to the back of the pack. There's a lot of cars you've got to overtake, and right now you're only going to get maybe a lap extra fuel, maybe 2 laps extra fuel, so I don't think that's really going to be too much of an advantage. No,
me neither, but you've got to ask the question every now and then, so you might as well throw it out there. Brody Kostecki, the driver that is leading in the GT3 category, starting from the pole position and still sitting obviously there in the Lobs Falcon Racing. Lovely to see, by the way, a mixture of cars within the category. I was saying this before when we were doing the Daytona 24 earlier on in the year in iRacing. The same kind of thing that's happened there. GTE category's been hit with a big old explosion, and off it goes. And now we get to see the rest of the GT3 contingent. That's exactly what we've got. You can see here, looking at the Logitech VCO Esports, the GTE champions. They're at the moment in 2nd place in that GT3 category. They're in an Audi R8. P1, Lobs, nice Lamborghini Huracan in there. Seen plenty of Porsches. AHU directly behind Ryan Wood in a Porsche. More Porsches. BMW, Mach 1 Esports. They were in a BMW, I think, last season as well. Obviously, the Trans-Tasman car, that's in a BMW. And we do actually have confirmation then as to what the safety car is. The safety car by VCO is a Porsche. I think it's one of the OSR one, but it's a Porsche.
Yeah, the Porsche getting the run out just again, and fortunately for us, it's a nice green colour as well with the green rims, which looks good. So we can identify that, and actually there's a safety car on the front there as well. So just going around nice and slowly, making sure that everyone is going to be all bunched up and all ready to hopefully go back racing, because obviously this time eats into the 4 hours, and the team's already probably having to potentially change their strategies just a little bit.
For anyone who didn't join us at all last season, and I'm sure there are plenty of new people watching this for the very first time, there is reasons why we don't use the safety car in iRacing. It's because there's a bit of a lack of control over to how race control can sort things out, can assign penalties, then have to remove penalties and such. So we do this in a completely manual way. Now, whilst you can't just get up and drive an actual safety car, we make our own up, and that is why you are seeing a Porsche at the head of the field in that livery. It is because it is a manual safety car. Michael Korolev driving that one at the moment as we ride on board with Calvin Dent. So they will all get words in their ear about what is happening from race control as to when this car is going to come in, because obviously there's no lights, so we can't just switch lights and be like, oh, it's coming in this lap. So they'll get that call from race control as to what is going to happen here. And to be honest, as you all know from being a safety car driver elsewhere, I think it's much easier to try and do it that way and sort it out, rather than having two eyes on, rather than just having one eye on and then having the AI take control of the safety car and not really know what's going on.
Yeah, in a league that I organise as well, we also do this. It just gives you a lot of control, and yeah, just the ability to reorganise the grids and everything. Make sure that everything is in line how you want it, without having obviously a different power controlling you a little bit. So hopefully we'll be able to get ourselves underway as quick as possible for that. And also, obviously, all the cars being in the right order. So I'm sure at some points there might be a bit of swapping around of places and things like that, just so that race control are happy that everyone's in the correct order.
Yeah, Shane van Gisbergen playing a little bit of a role in race control. Of course, there are a few people within race control that are just trying to guide their way through and pick their pieces. Just getting the confirmation. So that is one of the things about this and why safety cars come out. Because the 177 has been still out on track because they have to get confirmation to tow, to return to pit lane from race control. They are not allowed to escape from the racetrack, to depart to pit lane if they can't move under their own power, unless race control give them the go-ahead. Kind of think it as marshals coming up to your car and helping you out. That has just gone to the 177, which was one of the cars that was completely stationary up at the top. That has now been given from Shane van Gisbergen to return to the pit lane under escape. Did see there Glasspool coming into the pit lane. That's one of our prototypes that is in the pit lane. Now that is a bold call, in my opinion. It's the Simrigs.com DPR car that is coming to pit lane. Now, typically, I'd say that's fine, but he's not going to the back of the prototype field. He's going to the back of the field. Yeah.
That's also his stop here. I assume is only going to be a few seconds just to splash up. Yep, he's moving away already. So, interesting options. He obviously thinks they've used enough fuel in the first 9 minutes of this race so far, but they've been going quite slowly, so they would have been able to save a lot of fuel here and not really use too much. So he would have only filled up a few litres. I'm guessing he's going to hope he can be allowed to the back of the prototype part of the Crocodile, but let's see how race control decide that.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure that that's how it's going to work. Presently out in the sea, I think he might actually be dropping down to the end of the line as. Oh, there we go, getting the call from race control, because they weren't letting the prototype come in, so getting the call from race control. I've got Shane van Gisbergen in my ear saying that they need to organise themselves a little bit better and sharpen up towards the back end. For anyone just jumping in and panicking a little bit as to what is going on, obviously we are under safety car here in the first round, and yes, the tout, we are trying to get this sorted, but the categories and stuff aren't 100% in the category it is trying to, so don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. Again, round number one, we are trying to get this up to speed. These kind of things, we expect issues to arise. The top load in the prototype category, though, obviously you can see there Dent, Cornet, Then you've got that's a Sim 3D Sport Predator car, Apex Hunters United Esports number 1. Then the Synergy Sim Racing car, the Alpha Aggressor Racing car. Then it's Summit Sim Sports Analytical, Fishy, Drop Bear Motorsport SBM, then Summit Sim Sports K2, then the other Drop Bear Motorsports, the HRS, then Rival, and then Frog Leap. The top 12 on that tower when they're there, the top 12 are the prototype category. There are a few prototypes dotted out. Simrigs.dpr, obviously they're a bit way down. Fishy Motorsports 8, they're also a bit way down in the GT3 category. Same with the Alpha Aggressors Racing number 42. Those ones are all sort of spread out a little bit in that class. And of course our race leaders in GT3, Lobs Falcon Racing and the Logitech G Altus Esports car.
Yeah, it's a really good field of cars, to be honest, and I'm sure once we get racing again, it's going to be fine, but that's obviously side-by-side action through that first sequence of corners, as we saw, can always cause a little bit of issues here and there, but I think on this restart, which will be a single file, probably have a little bit of a better time to get racing and to make sure these guys can get themselves into this first stint. Now, in terms of the times, the LMP2s, they normally do about 35 minutes-ish on a stint, but obviously because of the safety car, we're doing a lot more time, but they won't be using much fuel, so I think we're going to be seeing the LMP2s go a lot further, which could actually help them out with strategy when it comes to that final pit stop.
Will certainly assist the GT3s reaching the hour mark. They're typically in this, at least from memory, sub 1 hour, normally closer to the 50 odd minutes. As you see, Sims 3D Sport going to have to go and rejoin the back of the group. Safety car has returned to pit lane, which does mean then Calvin Dent is in control at the front as they come through Blanchimont, and you can see the train behind. Is there a bit of a separation? Yes, of course, good that there is between the prototype category and the GT3s. More so that if the prototypes slow down, the GT3s have space to attack into. You do not want to start in one big train. Somebody wants to start quite quickly, though, is Ben Cornett. You can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, almost getting a bit aggressive, making sure that he is in the mirrors of Calvin Dent, making sure that he is ready to go. Shane van Gisbergen will be in their ear. Says that they can go from the last corner, which would be classified as La Source in this one. So we've got that run up to Eau Rouge to deal with once more. Dent, Cornett, Bork, Lear, Blackburn as well. All a bit messy in that group. They need to get into one nice little single file. I don't think Shane van Gisbergen and the crew behind the scenes will be looking upon that too fondly. Green flag is out, and the Sim 3D Sport Predator car is going to lead comfortably down towards Eau Rouge. Back into single file nicely there. You got Fishy Motorsports just in the background under their amount of pressure from the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car. Hopefully, this time we get racing for more than 2 corners. The prototype category were good last time, and they are indeed this time as well.
Let's see how the GT3s, have got on as we come through. Hopefully a little bit better than we did last time, and it looks like we have done. Obviously the single file start helping that a little bit. I've got one of the LMP2s. They're trying to get back up through the I think that's the Fishy Motorsports car, and this is going to be really awkward for them because these GT3s are fighting for their position, and you're not really expecting LMP2s at this time because it normally takes 5-6 laps for them to come around. But so it's going to be a little bit awkward, but for now it looks like they're keeping it nice and clean there in the GT3s.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that is. I think it might be Jamie Dyke in the Fishy Motorsports number 8 car that's just trying to pick his way through right now. But like you say, this is easier said than done. It's why you don't want to pit as a prototype under the safety car, because you're dropped to the back of that field, and you're absolutely right. They're all fighting for their own positions. You can see here, there you go, picking off 1, picking off 2, starting to make some decent progress. Only really has a few more to tick off before getting up and past. It's only the next couple of cars. You've got the AHU car, you've got the Logitech GLC Sports car, and then that Falcon Lobs car, which is the race leader in that Lamborghini. The TechSense FitzD Motorsport car has got past all of that crew then, so that's all well and good for them. Fishy Motorsports will tick them all off fairly soon. A little bit of early traffic practice then for a few of them. Not what is being seen up at the front, as to be perfectly honest, we've got a nice little battle brewing. Ben Cornett is putting Calvin Dent under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, just showing why they were obviously champions last season, and this is the point really for the LMP2s is quite crucial. They don't have any of the traffic just yet, and I think it's going to be quite important for them to put in these laps while they have the clean air, and then just see what they can do when the traffic comes, as right now this is going to be the clearest track they're going to get all day unless we get any more restarts.
Yeah, here we go, looking for Fishy Motorsports down the inside, trying to get past the TechSense car of Cameron Dance. Now that car is fairly damaged, but I think we need to go up to our race leaders, because Sim 3D Sport are under a lot of pressure at the moment as Ben Cornett is getting to the outside. Synergy Sim Racing were quite close. Ben Cornett has thrown it in coming into Les Combes. He's got around the outside. He's got to do it at Malmedy though, in that bright green Apex Hunters United Esports car, but Calvin Dent is going to hang on. Wayne Burke wasn't 100% sure whether he was going to dive it down the inside of Ben Cornett, did not do so, and still the Sim 3D Sport Predator car is going to lead, but very, very nearly lost it there. Slipstream in the prototype category makes an awful lot of difference. They punch an enormous hole in the air, and on that run towards Les Combes, that is so much air to work into, and that's why the slipstream is critical.
And this battling is getting this into a bit of a five-way fight now at the front, and these LMP2 is going to be battling all the way through. As you say, that slipstream very powerful indeed, and once again here at Spa, before too long you come to another very long straight, and I'm sure these guys are going to keep on battling. But that is Cornett just showing he's not going to hang around behind. He wants to get to the front and try and make a gap.
Absolutely right. Just a reminder, this is the first round of the season, so we are we're picking up as we're going along. So are some of the teams and drivers, because they're having to learn the new categories they're racing in, particularly again this car here, the Logitech Giautas Esports car. Same with the Lobs, they were in very different cars last season. Logitech Giautas were in GTE, the Lobs car was in the prototype category, all trying to learn the new cars. Whilst in sim racing, you can do as much seat time as realistically you want, but they're still having to learn their machines in a racing environment. And at the moment, I think in the GT3 category, at least what we've seen, we're having a 3-car breakaway at the front. And I think past that point, it's just them that I think they might work together here to try and build a gap on the rest of the GT3 contingent.
Certainly, that is what you want to do. You don't have these big packs, because also when the LMP2s come around and start lapping them, it gets very awkward indeed when they've got to overtake multiple cars in one go. As you see just here, indeed, as the 42s trying to get down the inside of Logitech Giautas. That's actually going to give a really good run to the Porsche there on the inside. Apex Hunters United getting a good run, but Logitech actually managing to keep it in there, but weaving all over the place, trying to get a bit of space. And then this slipstream up through Eau Rouge and Radion can be very difficult before the long run all the way up to Les Combes. Is he going to be too close though to get a good run with the slipstream?
Yeah, well, let's see on that one. As we're jumping down the order, there it is once again, and there is Logitech Giautas Esports just defending at the moment. Wood to the outside of Carl, little bit deep there from the Audi R8, and that has allowed superb cutback there from the AHU car. Just picked that one apart beautifully, predicted it nicely, and says, "Listen, son, I know you might well be a champion of this paddock. I'm still going to show you how it's done." That was beautifully picked apart by Wood. Absolutely superb. At the front, by the way, it is now a bigger lead for Calvin Dent after a little bit of a battle between the Apex Hunters United Esports #1 and the Synergy Sim Racing car. It has allowed Calvin Dent to pull out to 1.3 seconds as we head to the battle between the number 55 Summit Sim Sports car and battling with the number 89 Synergy Sim Racing. Those two battling for what I actually believe is 3rd and 4th, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, well, that's what it's saying on my end, but definitely not what it is in game. That's bizarre. But either way, they're battling.
Yeah, it's a good one so far. Summit Sim Sports really sort of a house name of this series for the last season and coming to season 2 as well. Having a good run, they had some really good races last season as well, so hopefully they can battle up the front. They've got their sister car just behind them as well, but how is the 55 going to do with that slipstream all the way up to Les Combes? Are they going to be just a little bit too far back for a move this time round? And certainly not able for Rihanna to get that move for now, but they've been working their way a couple of positions, and now if they can do well, they're not too far off the battle for the podium.
See, my panic's over. I worked out why, because I thought they were ahead of where they were. It's because they've dropped back a few positions. They were battling a bit further up the road, but unfortunately have dropped back in this battle for 5th and 6th. I think they were 4th and 5th. So either way, some progress is being made, naturally. Nearly was the move between the Synergy Sim Racing car and Apex Hunters United once again into LACOM. I think in the prototype category, we're going to see that a lot. Typically in the longer endurance races, when we go to the Circuit de la Sarthe, when we go to Daytona, you'll see the prototype categories essentially not racing when they can, because they sit in the slipstream and they use it to save fuel rather than going on the attack. That is very clearly not what we are seeing here. They are going all out on the aggression, all out on the attack, and Summit Sim Sports trying to get past the analytical car. I think there might well be a bit of a dive into the bus stop, and whether it's the wisest place to go for one, because you're then wide open into LACOM. Either way, straight down the inside, and that is the position picked up for Jackson Rihanna.
Yeah, nice clean move there. Nice and easy as well. No battling on the exit. He's got that position, and now he can just chase down the car ahead of him. Already up into a pretty decent position and not too far ahead for now either. So the Alpha Aggressor racing car just ahead of him. Let's see how long it takes him to catch up, but certainly looking pretty fast at this moment in time. And yeah, they just pulled away as they come out La Source as well. So hopefully that should be enough for them to hold on all the way up to LACOM. But actually the run there is really good for the analytical car. Let's see if they can get the slipstream. They came from a long way back up over the top of the hill, and now coming up to LACOM. Who's going to be bigger on the brakes is going to be the important question, or can Rihanna defend there down into LACOM, which he can, and hold on to that position.
I think the run almost came at the wrong time, because you know when you're coming into the Kemmel curve, into that kink going on to the Kemmel straight, if you're getting the run there, you've really got anywhere to go. And I think that might have been what happened there to Blackburn, and just didn't pick that one apart right. Those things happen. Preston is in the pit lane, by the way, in the GT3 category, so not 100% sure as to what the reasoning is for that one. Either way, certainly not for required fuel and such. That one is the Evolution Racing Team car, the 162, that have gone the way of pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane at this time is a bit of an interesting one if that is by choice. But obviously if you have a bit of damage or a bit of a spin, you might not really have too much choice in that. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, because especially for these GT3s, as you say, that might, the longer they go, maybe they can save themselves a bit of a splash at the end, whereas if you're pitting now, you're effectively doing that splash a bit earlier on in the race. So I'm not sure how that one's really going to work out for them.
Yeah, well, I think it might have been a penalty of some description. I don't actually have a penalty list ahead of me at the moment. I did ask for, but I think obviously where we're updating things for this season, AHU have got a brand new website, the AHUendurance.com, that is being updated. It is being worked on bit by bit, but it does just take them a little bit of time to get fully up to speed as to how things are working. Obviously, brand new website. You know, this kind of stuff takes time. It's not as if it's a one-day click and it's done type category. So we will figure that one out as we go. So could well have been into that category. Either way, the Evolution Racing Team has been through pit lane, and if there's one place you don't want to get a drive-through penalty or anything like that from race control, it is here, especially in a 4-hour race. You know, we typically say with endurance racing, normally the car that spends less time in the pits is the one that wins, and that is more so the case here than in most circuits that we go racing, purely based on how long the pit lane is. Typically you lose not far off about a minute and a half, minute and 10 seconds, whatever it was, by your if you're just driving through, might actually be close to 90 seconds, which means when you come in for a full pit stop and such, you're losing a lap regardless.
Yeah, a lot of tracks around the 25-30 second marker, and yeah, it's double that at least here at this track. So it's really a big, well, because it effectively is 2 pit lanes as well. So that's why it's basically double. And then obviously you've got to get back up to speed out of Radion as well, when the cars are flying up in top gear pretty much over the top of the hill as well. So yeah, not the place you want to be getting a penalty for those reasons. So I think that's actually quite a good strategic sort of addition as well, because if you're only using the shorter pit lane, I mean, not that you necessarily risk more, but you certainly have a bit more caution knowing how long the pit lane is here, as we're getting a good battle with the number 58 getting the slipstream all the way up to Blanchimont, and they might be just that a little bit too close to get a good run, or actually it might just get the nose down the inside here into the bus stop chicane, and they're going to be making that position there up into, I think, is that 9th place now.
Yeah, nice little tidy move there for the rival Autosport car. Another car, by the way, has received a penalty. You can see that one. Dylan Burst behind the wheel of the Vendeval Sim Racing White, the 101 car. I think it was one of those ones that was kind of involved in all of that calamity at the top of Evolution Rally. I don't think that's why it was given the penalty, but it was with contact with the 255 car. That is the Summit Sim Sports Blanc car within the GT3 category. So they have received a drive-through penalty. And Dylan Burst, one of those drivers that we saw quite a lot last season and doing quite a good job in the GT3 category, has come through pit lane. There is a switch of positions, though, for second in the prototype category, picking that one up going into Les Combes, because Wayne Burke has got into second position in the prototype category, has got past Ben Cornett, and they are deep in GT3 traffic right now.
I wonder if the GT3 traffic was a bit of a factor in that, because that can really, slow you down, speed you up at a certain point, and the cars behind, especially in the prototype category, can really get a run on you. And it's very important that you're fast through the traffic, because it's not just about your lap speed. If you get stuck behind those GT3s that are obviously 10-15 seconds a lap slower, you really start to lose some time in a few corners. So that's the skill of that, and that has given Dent a bit of a more comfortable advantage in the lead of this race as well. So I think he's going to be pretty happy with that one as they start to get through all these GT3 cars.
Yeah, like I say, this is the point when you can get tripped over quite badly. That is what's happening to the Sim 3D Sport Predator car that is leading in the prototype category, because they're just getting tripped up. They're getting wrong-footed a little bit in traffic, and the gap that was close to 2 seconds is way down indeed. There is a car backwards at the bus stop chicane. That is the Summit Sim Sports Blanc car once again. They are backwards down at the bus stop chicane. Hopefully we can catch up with what's happening with our race leaders. This is in the GT3 category, which is just crazy indeed. Nick Foster dives down the inside, creates a bit of contact. There's contact behind as well. Oh my goodness.
Look at all these cars here. Probably about 15-20 cars there on the screen as we're getting this first run. You see there, the 29 car really had to slow down, and that is just how you lose about 4 or 5 seconds as you're getting one of the, I think that's one of the analytical cars going now on the grass to go around the outside of these GT3 cars. And are they going to be able to get a run here down towards Les Combes on the number 28 round the outside? That is going to be, and I think he's going to be able to just battle that at least into Les Combes. But these GT3 certainly getting used to this traffic now as we hit the... Oh, there's a slow Porsche on the inside.
I think that might have been the Vendeval car, Alexander Bird, the Vendeval Sim Racing yellow car, which Nick Foster hit at T1. The car that was backwards at the top of shot, I believe, was the Bluebell Racing car that was spun out from the Audi R8 of the Pursuit Sim Racing car. So there's a lot of them that need to be picked up by race control. So unfortunately they are going to be very busy over the next sort of 10-15 minutes. And to be honest, I think they're going to be very busy over the next 3.5 hours based on how things have been. This is just how this style of racing goes, particularly within the GT3 category. It must be reminded, the GT3s, the standard ones, fair enough, they're all supposed to be the very best, the best of the best. The GT3 AM, these are what we were supposed to do with GT3 last season. Unfortunately, it got a bit messed up, etc., through various reasons. The GT3 AM in this, though, it's pretty much a hard fact, is that most of these cars in the GT3 AM are inexperienced, are new drivers to the sim racing world. And this is what it's supposed to be. This is what the series is about. It's about getting these drivers onto the grid for their first real taste of endurance racing and getting them into it. Did note, by the way, that the 255, the Summit Sim Sports Blanc car, was backwards at the bus stop. Found out who was the culprit in that one. It was the Velocity Motorsports 250. Ben Collard behind the wheel of that Ferrari, which is now on pit road for a drive-through penalty for the contact down at the final corner.
Yeah, it's got a bit messy, but as you say, this series is trying to obviously get those drivers, newer drivers involved, as well as some of the more experienced ones. And it certainly was one of the better series in 2021, to be honest. So it's great to come back here in partnership with VCO this time, as we've seen there, Fishy Motorsports trying to get past some of the GT3s. And I think one. I mean, it's not the biggest difference in the world, but certainly with the GT3s being a couple of seconds slower than GTEs as well, I think the LMP2s having a bit more overspeed as well is certainly something to get used to with these new sort of IMSA style rules, as we're getting the AHU car there getting a bit of an overtake on one of the AM category cars, and then the 184 getting past as well, as we have a slow Lamborghini there coming up the back straight.
Yeah, I think a couple of cars are nursing at least some form of damage here through this race, which is typical and to be expected. Sean Lindsell in the 155 Apex Hunters car. There's a few of these, by the way, the Apex Hunters United. Obviously, we had a few in the prototype category. We've got even more in the GT3 category this season. Only the one, I believe, in the prototype category this season. So pick those apart with your eyes closed. It's a bit difficult. Either way, race leaders still once again quite close. It was a lot closer at the start-finish this lap that just finished. But either way, the Synergy Sim Racing car that I will remind you once again, I like to fall back on practice times to see what happened. This car did top the practice session on the build-up. And the practice session is not as if it's a 10-minute little build-up to this. It was 3 hours and 10 minutes. It started at 4 o'clock in the morning our time on the build-up to this race, getting all the drivers in, getting all the teams in, making sure they've got enough time to get ready and mess about amongst themselves, get a little bit used to the traffic management and such. As we've got a car there in pit lane, I believe, serving a drive-through penalty. That one was I believe it was the 197. Which was in pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. Oh no, it wasn't. The Apex Hunters United car, the 197, which is Nick Foster, which is damaged, by the way, going through Stavolo. They've got a drive-through penalty to go and serve as well, but I think they are going to request a tow because Nick Foster has become stationary on the back stretch. Hard to pick that one apart, but either way, that was the 197. Anyway, yeah, to my point, the Synergy Sim Racing car was topping in practice and looking incredibly fast. There is Nick Foster. And they're looking really fast in this race as well. Obviously, they found their speed that was maybe lacking qualifying when they didn't grab pole position. They lost out by 0.3 of a second to the Sim 3D Sport Predator car. Clearly, that pace is there for the race.
Oh,
is that Fishy?
One of the Fishy cars, yeah, is heavy into the wall there on the exit of Les Combes, dead straight, which is a bit of an interesting one as well. But there must have been a bit of contact for them to end up there.
Oh, safety car being called. Getting the safety car being called from Shane van Gisbergen. The call is from race control to make sure that Nick Foster can escape safely, as would be in the real life. He's not near any escape road. And same with Michael Whiting, who I believe is not only in the barrier there, but I believe is stuck on the front right and is asking for permission to return to pit lane. Is obviously getting told to hold as we've got the safety car coming out. That's why the safety car is coming out, to make sure that these drivers can escape when needed. But yeah, bit of a shame there for Fishy, that we're actually running quite well, to be honest. They were up inside the top 10.
Yeah, they were doing a pretty decent job, but that is how quickly these endurance races can turn on their head. And as we're now getting over half an hour into this race, I think we might see quite a few guys come into the pit lane, as we are. Burke and Rihanna also coming in for the LMP2 categories. I think a couple other guys as well coming in. So yeah, a lot of guys going to be taking that opportunity, especially in the LMP2s, because as I said, they run about 35 minutes or so on fuel. We're at that point, and they wouldn't have had too many laps remaining, even considering the safety car earlier. So certainly a smart option for them, and that is going to be obviously changing the strategies a bit for these guys in the GT3 category, because I think we're going to see a few of them take the opportunity with effectively a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the prototype category, this is the perfect time for the prototypes to be coming in. It's about bob on the right car. I made a little bit too early considering the safety car, the first one, which lasted a fair while, which allowed them to save fuel. Maybe they could have gone for an extra sort of 5-10 minutes. But either way, this is still a good time for the prototypes to come in to get their fuel. Most likely double stinting tyres. We know prototypes don't tend to use their tyres that much, and where their stints are so short, they can typically double stint tyres. Fingers crossed, by the way, the overlay. Thankfully, this is why we get Mike Yao in for this. No disrespect to Dan Handover, get him. But Mike Yao on the cameras this season has been juggling an awful lot behind the scenes, not only to pick apart what has been a chaotic start, the opening 35 minutes of this race, but also trying to sort out the overlay, which fingers crossed should be, if you do notice anything, please do let us know. But the overlay should be mostly picked apart and sorted. And so we've got our LMP2s at the top there. That was a mad opening 35 minutes. And you kind of got to ask the question, is the next 3.5 hours going to be the same? I kind of think not. I think Shane van Gisbergen will be losing his patience as race control if that was the case.
And he's racing, isn't he? In one of the
I'm not
E3 cars. So
not sure anymore.
He's going to be obviously getting the adrenaline going just before he jumps in one of the AHU GT3 cars. And as you see now, all the cars are in the Crocodile, moving their way around the track, and there's a sort of a lot more of the categories mixed up now. So will the I guess Race Control will be sorting this out to have some of the LMP2s at the front, or are they going to be restarting like this, Lewis? I
believe they will be. To be honest, I think they might be starting like this. Depends on how the prototypes come into the pit lane. 'Cause obviously, we've got our. So you've got the first car in that is the safety car. I know it's a bit confusing, obviously, with having the AHU car directly behind because the liveries are fairly similar. That's why we need. I asked for it to be a police car. To be perfectly honest, it wasn't. But either way, the car at the head of the pack, that's our safety car. Then it is the prototype, the prototype leader. That is Calvin Den, and then it is the rest of the cars, whatever was behind. Obviously, not allowed to overtake. Not sure what Race Control will do in that scenario, whether they'll allow them to be waved around or reorganise themselves. Obviously, we don't know if the prototypes want to pit and such. You were saying about Shane van Gisbergen, by the way, in this race. The reason why I said I'm not sure he is at the moment is because he is signed up for a car. He is supposed to be racing, but it is the 197 that Nick Foster is behind, which is the one that's parked stationary on the exit of Stavlo. So I'm less sure about their participation in the rest of this race. You'll actually see him just on the right-hand side of shot, potentially. There we go. On the left, just parked over on the grass. So not sure if we'll see Shane van Gisbergen taken to the racetrack.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do quite like this. Obviously, the cars have to wait there before going back, because that is one, I guess, benefit of sim racing is if you crash on track, you can just press escape and teleport back to the pit lane. But of course, that does ruin some of the the timings and the realism of that. So the fact that they can sit there and the drivers have to drive past you, etc., is a good addition in this series. And these safety car periods obviously add a bit of unpredictability in the race, because you never know when it's going to happen, and you can't plan your fuel strategies because of this, and maybe even your tyre strategies as well. So yeah, I think it's going to be another good season of racing, and let's see how they reorganise this. There is quite a few of the LMP2s actually towards the front, but let's see if anyone chooses to pit again this time round.
Yeah, fingers crossed it'll be a bit less chaotic. This one, by the way, we've got two safety cars. This one's the safety car by VCO. We've got safety car by OSR as well. So that was the GT3 car entering the pit lane, not the prototypes. I'm a bit baffled to not see the prototypes entering pit lane. Cool is that all the cars that need the tow can return to pit lane now. They can all escape, so that has been allowed to them. Say, waiting for that right call. I also do like that rule as well. It's that nice little bit of realism. It's like waiting for the marshals to come to your car to sort you out. They're obviously not going to come to you so much so running towards your aid on a live racetrack, because that would be very dangerous. They will wait for that one to sort out. They're just reorganising themselves now, so they are going to sort out their grid order just to make them a bit more organised, which does tell me then that the prototypes aren't going to come in. Did they pit without us noticing? That's the question. I don't think they did.
I did. So I think a couple of guys at the front on the LMP2s didn't pit, and a couple of behind it. I think it was most of the mid pack of the LMP2s. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. 40 minutes into the race, we have had probably about 10-15 minutes of that has been safety cars. They would have been able to save a few laps, but surely they can't have more than 3-4 laps of fuel left. So doing a green flag pit stop when everyone else is pretty much a full tank, that could be quite interesting for these strategic options.
But it's how most of them have made that decision to not pit. I mean, fair enough, power to them, but it is honestly a bit baffling. Whether it's because the pit lane was closed, I don't think that is the case, because we did see the GT3s come in pit lane. I'm pretty sure pit lane is open to do so whenever you wish. I'm not necessarily sure that is the right call. At the moment, pit exit is closed. They do close a pit exit when it comes to this. Obviously, waiting for the safety car and the field to pass. Then they reopen pit lane, because otherwise then you've got people rejoining and it's a bit messy. So that's why pit exit closes. But it's long enough pit lane, so they've got enough time. I'm not necessarily sure if it was the right call though for these guys.
We're
not in the car though. We're not in the car though.
We're not in the car. We don't have the fuel calculators in front of us, because I'm sure a lot of these teams will have obviously their fellow teammates, but maybe even an additional pair of hands or two behind the scenes trying to make sure that they're getting the strategy correct. A lot of these teams taking it obviously very seriously in that regard, and running out of fuel and having the bad fuel strategy is not what you want to do. But was it in the end we said so it was the top 3 teams that didn't pit, which means already in 4th place. That is looking pretty well, at least for now it looks like it's going to be a pretty good strategy, because they will just assume the lead once these 3 come in.
So we'll say to get that picked up a little bit to point out in GT3 AMP there is the correction does need to be made. Brady Myers not the leader in GT3 AMP. That is a pro car. The leader in GT AMP is the 2nd position car, O'Donnell. So that one is the one seen. That's the Alpha Venturi car. Then that's followed by Team Kraken. So switches around again. That is a bit of a learning process, picking them apart. As to who is who. Also, just got to say, really, really important that the 3rd car in line at the front is incredibly bright. Look at that! I don't think I've seen a car that bright.
I'm not noticing what you mean with the reflection.
No. Look at that. You can see it right there. The number 1 car, I don't think their livery might have unloaded. That might be why, because I wasn't seeing it on mine. It is Ben Cornett. I don't know if their livery's just gone a bit AWOL, but either way, that is a hideous livery. So I'm glad that's not their official one.
Yeah, so that was confused me, because that should be obviously the AHU livery, but their livery has gone off the screen for a second. I'm sure it'll load back in. Very interesting blue and purple design there. So a bit of a
unintended,
a bit more of a colourful affair. But that is obviously the green car that we were seeing earlier, battling for the lead, and on this screen it's come up. So that is obviously a cool way that the liveries can be changed in iRacing. But now back to the idea of what these guys are going to do, because even if they come in now, then they're just going to go back to the back of the pack. It's a bit of a weird one.
Did see someone join the server, one of our champions of last season, Jackson Suzlin Harlow, did just join the server to have a little bit of a check up on what is going on here in AHU. Not sure if he's particularly assigned to any of the cars. But either way, did see champ, of course, in the GT3 category last season for the Team FA Kart Alonso Australia, which is, just very confusing again. The double Alonso in there, but fair enough. Fantastic to see them in last season. Unfortunately, we don't have them in this season, at least as far as I am aware. But yeah, you can't do that in FSI. You can't just refresh the liveries as you go, can you? There you go.
Yeah, it's a good, I guess, benefit of this platform as well. And he's actually just going back. But I have just done a quick Control F on the old entry list, and I can't find Jackson's name, so I don't think he is driving at least, but he might be, as I mentioned earlier, a couple of these teams will have, people helping them behind the scenes and that sort of thing. So he might be helping out a team or two just to, maybe help out his friends a little bit. And obviously, we did interview him at some point last season, might have even been after the final race at the Circuit de la Sarthe. And he was very sort of keen for the next season, but obviously with real-life commitments, can be a bit difficult to sign up for a full season.
Oh yeah, you never know when it comes to the timing. Like it's all well and good to be like, I want to do this, I want to do that. Unfortunately, sometimes you just don't have the time to get to do the full season. Hopefully we can see them out a little bit. Do see the note there. Thank you to Scotland. And Jackson is driving the Venderville kart, but not today. So there we do. We should see Champ back out onto the track at some point in the season. That's just how life goes. Now, you're saying there of engineers anyway, because it is a good note. How important is it in a race like this to have some form of an engineer? How much of a difference does it really make when things are so chaotic?
Yeah, the chaotic races are also where you might get a bit of a different result, but also you might get a team that's a little bit smarter that can maybe, when everyone else is getting confused about what's going on, they're the ones to keep it calm and actually give the result and work out what they need to do to get the victory.
Yeah, like I say, when it gets chaotic like this, you do need. I've always said, it's not necessarily about having an ear, a voice in my ear. It's about having eyes that can see everything. Obviously, if you're a race engineer, you can kind of just go around and see what's actually going on, rather than being sat there being like, well, where is that car? And then having to flick through your relative, being like, right, I've got to get past 58 cars. It's not like it was when we started in the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series last year, when we had, I can't remember how many cars we had for Watkins Glen. I'm pretty sure it was under 40. I think it was about 35 cars at the very first time we went racing. Count to most series that go through a couple of rounds where it might tail off a little bit even after a couple of rounds and drop and drum. We increased and then increased and then increased and then increased again. I think there was 72 cars signed up for this season. There is a pre-qualifying to sort them out to make sure that we have the required number, which I believe is 58 cars on the racetrack once they've gone through pre-qualifying, which to me is just, honestly, it's fantastic to see so many cars and new drivers jumping in a growing brand new season.
Oh, absolutely. It's great to see how the series has progressed. I think when obviously it first started, the idea was obviously to make sure that it was a place for some, because most of pretty much all of the drivers are obviously Australia, New Zealand based drivers, and getting more people from that part of the world onto a broadcasted, commercialized race series that is obviously taken a little bit more seriously. And I think the drivers have really, and the teams as well, have really just got on board with that. And there's a really good atmosphere. If you obviously read on the Discord and things like that, everyone's just here to have a bit of fun, but take the racing seriously as well. And it's good to see that has just carried on progressing into season 2 with the partnership with VCO as well, taking it to even more heights. And hopefully we get a really good season of racing, because there was some cracking races last season with some immense finishes. I remember Hockenheimring off the top of my head as well. So yeah, I think they've got some brilliant racing to come.
Safety car's called to come into pit lane, so we'll dart off of the front of the grid to return its way to pit lane. Safety car driver is Nick Parker in the VCO car, so that'll be returning to the pit lane. Obviously, with the VCO, going to very quickly give them a little bit of a plug, because obviously jumping on for this season. Lovely to hear from Florian Harsper, of course, who is the man behind VCO. Was very excited for this season. Obviously, it's an untapped potential to some degrees. The Australasian market, same with North America, same with Europe. They're all untapped to their own degree, but where a lot of sim racing, particularly with bigger championships, is European focused. It's great to have one which isn't. One which goes all over the place on the Australian time schedule and works for them. It's not great for us because it wakes us up at 7 o'clock in the morning, but that's fine. We will accept that. And of course, with VCO, if you're watching here on the VCO channel, do remember to subscribe, because of course we have the second day in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup on rFactor 2 on a little bit later this evening, so keep your eyes open for that. Once again, it'll be down at La Source where this race will be back underway, so no panic too much. Calvin Dent leading once again. It is... Oh, we're getting people restarting. This is not... That's not great. I don't know quite what happened there. They were supposed to restart after the source, and there's already contact, and the number 1 car's been sent around. I don't know what happened there. I'm baffled, but we had loads of cars restarting, loads of cars not restarting. Ben Cornett has been spun around in all the confusion. It should have been in the control of the Sim 3D Sport Predator car of Calvin Dent, but half the prototype grid said, I don't really care about that, mate.
I'm a bit confused as to what's going on, but let's just try and work out obviously the order and what has gone on. But that is obviously quite big implications for how the race has gone as well, because we know these drivers, some of these LMP2 still need to make that first pit stop that the others have already made as well. So that is going to completely change their race, with Dent there going down into to 5th place. And the number 1 now trying to get past all these GT3s. They're going to be certainly confused as we get in the 58, spun around there on the exit of Malmedy. So this is a bit of a overly chaotic start or restart to the race.
Right, so the we're getting word. This is the thing, is it was a little bit confusing. Obviously, the race start was down the hill towards Eau Rouge. However, the restart zone is always... I did wonder this when we had the first restart. That's why I wasn't 100% sure. But I was pretty sure that the restart should be out of bus stop, and that is kind of where we were expecting it. The 58, by the way, requested a tow. Now, where we've had 2 safety cars very, very close at the start of the race, Shane Gisbergen has just been given the all clear to get the that tow just done. From the 58 rival Autosport, so they've been they've returned their way to pit lane. Second in the GT3 AM category, O'Donnell, who we're focused on. We'll take a look at the replay as to what's happened just a bit further down the hill towards Eau Rouge, towards Pouhon. A bit of a mistake there, unfortunately, for the Pulse Racing team of Nick Pringle. Did catch the issues there at turn 1 as well. A little bit more at the end of it for the number 1 car, the Apex Hunters United. That was chaotic. I don't necessarily think anything was particularly wrong, and they are getting through some of the black flags and such, but I'm not necessarily sure Angus Cook did anything wrong there, but they are battling for the race leader. Synergy Sim Racing are going to the inside. We've also got this between the analytical car, giving a little bit of a bump draft, a little bit of a push to the number 55, the other Sim Sports Racing Everest car. Synergy Sim Racing, the number 89, has taken the lead of this race, with Summit Sim Sports KT behind.
That is very big for this race, as we're getting the battling continue as we come now down the hill towards the so-called no-name corner and Pouhon. And I think these drivers obviously just need to work out where they are now, because this has completely changed the course of the race. But if that is true, that the restart is on the sort of main F1 Grand Prix start-finish straight, then that was a clean and fair overtake, and it was obviously the first restart that was done slightly wrong, but everyone seemed to follow it out of La Source on that occasion. But on this time, if that is the case, then that is absolutely good, and to be honest, you just got to really congratulate them on knowing the rules and knowing when they can go.
I do see, by the way, the Kostecki, that is Brody Kostecki behind the wheel of the race-leading GT3 car. Of course, Brody Kostecki from well-known in Australian motorsports, of course, in supercars. Fantastic driver, by the way. But it's Brody Kostecki behind the wheel, not his brother. So all good on that one. I will say, if there's one driver who is not waiting around in all of this, is Calvin Dent. He might have been a little bit miffed when he saw the entire LMP2 category just fly past him and just be like, oh, well, yeah, bye, see you, lads, cool. Clearly got that one wrong as to where the restart infringement was. Already up into third, already closing down to Summit Sim Sports and Synergy Sim Racing, say that 5 times quickly, leading 1 and 2 at the moment. So Calvin Dent might be a little bit irritated, but clearly using that in the best possible way.
And this is where the mentality of the drivers obviously comes down to it, because yes, they obviously had a bit of an issue there, but it's also how you come back from those issues. And he was only in, I think it was 5th or 6th place after everything sort of worked his way out. Already back up, as you say, into that 3rd place, and still in sight of the leader. So it's not all lost, and he can easily get back up to the race lead. So just got to get your head down now and try and get past these cars ahead of you. Angus Cook is up first in that number 56. Which is not going to be too easy. Cook knows what he's doing, but Dent really on a charge now, trying to get back to the front.
And again, it's that early race pace that we saw from Calvin Dent that would be terrifying this little group, this little contingent. And to be fair, the rest of the prototype category at the moment, with other teams falling by the wayside, like the number 1 car, you've now got essentially, in effect, a bit of a clearer road ahead. Synergy Sim Racing, though, the team that did top practice, they have the lead of the race at the moment, and Burke is pulling away right now, as would be expected from Angus Cook. We return back to the GT3 Pro category, which Job Stewart driving around. Quite a lot of these cars, by the way, just driving around effectively by themselves. How much space they've got. Now, Calvin Dent has got to the inside coming into Blanchimont, by the way, and has picked up the position for 2nd place. Summit Sim Sports, Angus Cook, rightfully so, doesn't really fight it too much, and it is then, of course, Calvin Dent up into 2nd position. 2 seconds, though, is that gap already?
Yeah, the gap is going to be not easy to catch down, but he seems like he is really fired up now. And to be honest, that is what you need sometimes. You need the drivers to get that adrenaline going and really sort of put the head down and focus, especially in the endurance races. You can sort of lose concentration just a little bit, and that's obviously not too helpful. So hopefully he can get himself back up to that race lead, and that 2 seconds, I mean, that can come down in the matter of a few laps, especially once they catch up to the GT3s again.
Yeah, got our team names on screen at the moment, so you can kind of pick apart who is who, which I know sometimes can be a little bit tricky in this, especially with it being a brand new season. The last lap times, though, from the top 2, by the way, in the prototype category. Calvin Dent, I don't think anyone will be particularly shocked, especially based on the move and how it happened in a nice and easy way. Job Stewart, by the way, is in the pit lane from GT3 Pro from 2nd position. I don't quite know what's happened to Stewart in all of that, but either way has jumped down onto pit lane. But yes, the last lap, Calvin Dent was faster by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, very fast driving at the moment, and needs to obviously keep that one going. But at some point, all these teams will be swapping drivers as well, so it also depends how fast their 2nd driver is in these battles. But for now, I think Dent is going to be able to close that one down towards Borg for the time being. But the traffic is really going to be where that gap can fluctuate hugely. I mean, we saw quite a lot of LMP2s having to get out of it at various stages, and that can always cause a few seconds lost here and there.
Well, there's the Team Kraken car that is leading in GT3 and didn't have too much of a lead over O'Donnell, and Mitchell's having a bit of an issue. Mitchell's dropping back in the 237 car. Just to clarify as to what happened to Job Stewart there, it was a drive-through penalty for a commentary. It's not a commentary. Look, it says a comms violation. I just always assume comms is commentary. Obviously, it is in a sense, but it's the in-game commentary between themselves and race control. A breach of that. It's a drive-through penalty for that. That has happened to a few other cars as well. The 169 Ryan Wood also has the same thing, comms violation. They want to keep the channel open and clear so race control can use it. It's not a conversation channel. You're not having a chat to your mates being like, oh yeah, can you banter. I don't know how to banter with people. I don't understand. I'm not a funny person. Also, the other penalty, I believe, was to the car number 1 for car contact as well.
Yeah, it's also about not, I guess, having a go at race control as well for various issues here and there. Got to accept things sometimes, as we're getting this nice battle now coming up towards Blanchimont. And as you'll notice on the tower, all of the AM cars, they have got a 200 number as well with the pro guys in the 100, as we're getting side by side into this final corner of the Grand Prix track, where we should have had the restart earlier, but the Kraken car there just getting a bit bit overtaken now, because he will then have the outside as we come down to the source, and yeah, lost that position for now. So that car, that Paul Mansell car, had the number 13, which updated as they went over the line. So he must have made 3 overtakes on that lap. So good job from Mansell.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad indeed. Obviously, that's how you become a pro driver. I don't know if there's, I doubt it, there's any relation between Paul Mansell and old Nige. Doubt it, but still, it's always a bit of fun to speak of. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, on the previous one from Calvin Dent. Obviously, closing that gap in, but to be fair, the two Summit Sim Sports cars that are battling out behind, the 56 and the 55, they're not far apart either in the prototype category. So we're getting plenty of battles, as well as one for the lead in GT3 AM. I think that is one of those things that we do like to focus on. We do like to talk about our AM category, and realistically the space between the Alpha Venturi car and Team Kraken is really not much. See Logitech GLC Esports just getting through there on them, just trying to pick up. That is 4th position. Obviously Logitech GLC Esports are GT3 Pro, getting past the 2 GT3 AMs, as much as they are 2 separate categories, but GT3 AM is a subcategory of the GT3, so they are playing for GT3 overall, but we're just treating these as an AM category at the moment. We will talk about the full standings within GT3 at another point, but either way, for the GT3 AM lead, Team Kraken and Alpha Venturi, very, very close indeed.
Yeah, imagine if a GT3 AM gets a podium or even an overall win at some point. That will really be quite interesting for both championships, really, because as you said, the pro guys obviously have the AMs mixed in as well, so they're going to have sort of effectively gaps in their points. It's all getting a bit close there into the bus stop chicane, with Kostecki there trying to make sure the LMP2 doesn't get past him too easily. But yeah, the AM guys, if say they finish second, then the gap in the pro points would effectively go from first place to third. That second points will be effectively taken out of the way for them. So yeah, that could be quite an interesting factor if some of these AM cars have a good race.
They are presently playing on the cusp of the top 10. It's 11th position that the Team Kraken car is in right now. Logitech GLC Esports just robbed them of that top 10 finish. Again, as we said earlier, the way it's worded on the website, which I think is a perfect way of wording it, it's so that the GT3 AM drivers, their trophies can't be stolen by the pro drivers, but if they have a good race, they can go and steal the pro drivers' trophies. They're still playing in the overall category. Much akin to how things are with a rookie category and things like British Touring Cars and stuff, is that it's a sub-category inside the race. Doesn't necessarily, they're not playing in completely different categories. There we've got some drivers into the pit lane. Calvin Dent is in the pit lane, so the prototype category. We were saying it might be 2 or 3 laps. They clearly saved a lot under safety car, because we've got past the hour mark for prototype, which is, to be honest, baffling. That a prototype's been able to get this far. But either way, prototype's starting to come in pit lane now.
Yeah, I guess the safety car was going quite slowly, about 60 k's an hour when we went on board with it. So yeah, definitely able to save a lot of fuel as we're getting now this battle for 6th place here with the number 73 trying to get the slipstream in the run round the outside of Cameron Dance, and I think he's going to be able to get past the Dance and TechSense Fitzy Motorsports, dropping down into that 7th place for now. So he's going to have to be trying to get that one back up, but certainly not too bad of position. Nice clean overtake, so not too much time lost.
Yeah, nice little move around there, and like I say, sometimes just what you need to do, just a nice clean one. I think we see this quite a lot with racing and stuff. It's so easy to trip over each other through the midpoint of some of these moves, especially around Spa, where you seem like you've got so much space, so much runoff, so much everything to go and do. Obviously less so in 2022 when getting some gravel traps back. But it seems like you've got so much space, but it's so easy to go around the outside of the corner, be left on the inside on a much tighter line, overdo it, create some contact. Those things can be where it gets a bit not pretty, by the way. I wasn't sure, by the way, with the TechSense Fitzy Motorsport car, that's why I was getting a bit confused. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be a drop bear Motorsports SBM car in the number 22. At least that's what it says within the sim. So anyone getting confused on that one, that could be why, as they run around in 7. That's why I was getting confused. You were talking about Battle for 7. I was like, oh, there isn't a Battle for 7. No, we're right now. We're all sorted.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of of discrepancy with some of the team names and such between the two, but I'm sure we'll figure that one out as we come to look at the two Summit Sim Sports cars. The 56 still driven by Angus Cook. He is leading the way from his teammate. Currently a double podium for Cook and Rihanna at the moment, but they are some 4 and a bit seconds off the lead now, with Synergy up there leading the way in the number 89 car. So obviously, safety cars can always happen, but you don't want to let someone get too far ahead. Don't want to let them have too much of a comfortable race. And as we start to hit this traffic now, I'm sure the Summit guys are going to try and get some of that time back, because you don't want Burke to have too much of an easy race at the front.
Yeah, we are getting word as well. They did actually pit, as much as it said 0 on there, they did actually apparently come into pit lane. So our live timing and graphics clearly not giving us the required information. But they did all come in the second pit lane sequence. So I did wonder if they'd come in before we'd caught eyes on them, and apparently that was the case. They'd all jumped in to get a little bit of fuel. Does mean they might be pitting. They've still probably got a little bit of space to go. We are on lap 24 of this race. They've still got plenty of time to jump into pit lane. Some of these teams and cars and such. It's whether they switch tyres though, because obviously they've not used them really that much, not as much. So double stints are normally okay. Spa's not a particularly high tyre wear circuit. I think quite a lot of these prototypes, if they're quick on their thoughts, quick on their thinking, quick on their feet, might well see a nice little triple stint to open the race.
Yeah, well, I guess it would more be like a 2.5, which allows them to do it, because I assume they wouldn't choose to do a triple stint if it was full racing lap stints. I mean, you know more about the car than me, but yeah, I would assume they wouldn't do that. So yeah, if you can then obviously save a bit of tyres, save a bit of fuel behind the safety car, extend that out, then that just helps you later on in the race, as we're seeing already the 56 come into the pit lane. Does the 55 follow? No, doesn't look like they do so. So Angus Cook there. I wonder if he's going to be jumping out of the car, as we're already an hour into this race, and at some point got to make a driver swap.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. This is it's not 4 hours solo. You are all in a team. As to who is your teammates, we will be getting to those in a moment. We don't have a specific entry list for this round, but we will be going through them. Obviously, we know the likes of Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen teamed up in the 197 car. I don't know if that car is fully out of the race. Actually, a good point to go and check on our Lord and Saviours. They are, I believe, out of this race, still in pit lane. So I think they done. And I don't think we'll see Shane van Gisbergen out on the race. Brody Kostecki's teammates, the race leaders in GT3 AMP, Jared Filsell. Of course, we did see Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell battling in the Lobs Esports car last season. Battling for victories in the prototype category. I remember it all kind of coming apart a little bit at Monza, but either way, like those two teaming up in the GT3 category, I'm sure that'll be great for them. They are dominating at the moment, 5.2 seconds clear.
Yeah, certainly a nice comfortable lead, and when you get to that sort of stage, you can't obviously become complacent. You just got to keep on pushing, trying to keep that gap out the front, because you never know when those few seconds are going to be needed at some point of maybe a pit stop or any sort of minor incident. When you've got cars right up behind you, it can really change the mentality and the stress going into a certain part of the race. But look at this train of cars as well. Really great battling for the front here of the AM category. And let's see if O'Donnell can get a bit of a run there on to the back of Hen, coming up to Blanchimont. Going to be a really good run to maybe get a dive down the inside of the bus stop chicane. Got the LMP2 trying to get past them as well. That can always add a bit of fun into the mix, as there's a whole train of LMP2s coming around the outside now, and that just stops that battle for the moment, but I'm sure they'll get back involved with each other.
Yeah, see, typically this is a little bit scary. When you're driving around by yourself, if you're an experienced driver, it can be a little bit much. When you're a rookie, again, the entire point of these categories, when you're a rookie, when you're new to this kind of stuff, this is honestly terrifying. And for the Alfa Venturi car, I don't feel for them. They're battling for the race lead, so in their respective category. So fair enough, good on them. But it is going to be a little bit scary for them inside that battle. The 155 as well behind. That is actually for position in the overall GT3 category, as Sean Lindsell makes that move, gets to the inside and picks up the position. So that is for a genuine position within GT3, but it doesn't lose them a position, the Alpha Venturi car in GT3 AM. What they are going to do, though, is potentially lose a position to Kyle George in that Ferrari directly behind. That is for position inside the GT3 AM category, as well as GT3 overall.
Yeah, that is obviously the fun part of it, but so he's lost a place now, but that also means there's another car in between him and the car of Hen that he's trying to get on as well. So can mix up the battles here and there, but actually say the overall GT3 standings, that is, that position is for the overall GT3 standing. So you really want to be fighting for that as well. You don't want to be losing these positions where possible. But at the same time, if they're not going to be fighting for the GT3 points in the championship, then really focusing on the cars around you is a good idea. But they do have another pro car just behind them as well. So certainly, a lot for these GT3 drivers to be thinking about, as well as LMP2s coming past them. But this battle is looking really good indeed. And the battles here haven't really spread out too much since that restart.
Yeah, once the next prototype cars come down into pit lane, we'll go through the top 5 or so from each category, just based on the fact that they have pitted, some of them have pitted, some of them haven't. I want to see them when they're really kind of close to being on sequence. Interesting to see already quite a large split in the strategy. That was a bit of a dive, to the inside from the Lamborghini, just trying to find its way through on the Magid Turbo Motorsport car, the 223. I think that might be Andre Yusuf directly behind in the 115 car, which is, of course, the Blue Flag Racing. Certainly no blue flags for them right now, as they are fully on the attack. Yeah, interesting to see that there's already quite a large disparity between when these cars have been in pit lane. So I don't know about you, but those that are leading in prototype right now, those are the ones that I would be a little bit more confident in with their positions right now.
Yeah, I mean, going further is always a good place. It just gets you that bit further into race. You have a shorter pit stop at the end if we go green to the end of the race as well. It just puts you in that bit more of a comfortable position. You're a bit more control of the race. You're never pitting early and then getting back into the traffic. You're always sitting a bit more proud at the front. So yeah, I would say they're in a good, a pretty good position for now. And Burke's obviously been very fast as well, always at the front of this race. So I think they're going to be in a really good position. They're already, you can see the gaps already spreading out so much. They're really in control of this race.
Now, do see that there has been a few off tracks and such appearing. I can see on the live time, we're getting it when it pops up with off track constantly from everyone. Now let's speak of this very, very quickly whilst we can. There is an incident penalty limit on in this race. It is 50 incident points, and then after that point it's a drive-through penalty, and then it's every 20 incident points you get a drive-through penalty. So 50 over the whole race. That's not many. That really is not many. Over this, they do also have a single fast repair. So if their car is damaged beyond repair and they get it back to pit lane, they can use the fast repair and then get back out on the racetrack. Yeah, someone used all my fast repairs when we were racing last, Cam. Someone used all of mine. It wasn't me. I was a good boy.
Was it me?
No, you used one.
It was Dan Kell, wasn't it?
No, it was Arjuna.
Oh yeah, of course it was. Don't get commentators driving. Anyway, I do actually like the fast repair because you do have to sit and get towed back anyway, which obviously takes minutes. So you're not really going to be in a fight anyway. But then if you were then to sit there for, I mean, sometimes repairs are 30 minutes or something. So if it's really that bad, or at least maybe 5-10 minutes. So at least fast repair gets you back out, but then you can only use it once. So you've got to be careful, especially if you don't have too much damage. You've got to be careful when you choose to do that, because otherwise, obviously, that could you maybe have an incident later on that would be more useful. So yeah, just make sure you use it wisely. And I think a couple of cars would have already used it now, so they've got to go best part of 3 hours without having any major incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, getting through a 4-hour race without any incidents sounds like, normally it shouldn't be easy. Anyone who's done like a 24-hour race will be like, well, I've got through a 24-hour race without any incidents, so surely it wouldn't be. Yeah, but in the 4-hour races, everyone's turned up to 11 and they're diving down the inside and trying to make the moves and really trying to force the issue. Speaking of forcing the issue, just slightly ahead of this, I believe it was the Mag and Turbo car. So we're looking a couple of positions back. This one's at the Trans-Tasman Ross Rizzo. Ahead of this, of course, we've got Andre Youssef, and then we've got that battle for second position in GT3M, which Kyle George was looking down the inside of Daniel O'Donnell in that Alpha Venturi car. So I think where I was thinking that the O'Donnell car that might start challenging the Team Kraken car that is leading in GT3M, suddenly they've had to start looking in their mirrors, keeping their eye on what's going on and focusing backwards.
Yeah, sometimes you can actually just lose yourself time from looking behind you all the time as well. You need to make sure you're always looking forward, because it just, I don't know, it's just obviously some psychology within the human brain. But if you're always looking in the mirror, always concerned about what's happening behind you, you'll just naturally drive slower and actually just snowball and make the issue worse. Whereas if you just focus forward and just carried on pushing, seeing where you got, you generally end up in a bit of a better position. Obviously, you need to look in your mirrors, see what's coming. But you generally do slow down, and pushing forward in these shorter races is always what you want to do, because there isn't loads of time to get back any issues that may happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like I say, trying to keep clean in all of this, which is easier said than done. Lobs Falcon still leading in GT3 Pro, and of course it is the Synergy Sim Racing car that is leading in LMP2, and then of course the Team Kraken car that is leading in GT3M. Our 3 race leaders still awaiting some of those prototype cars to return their way into the pit lane, because there's a few of them that pitted slightly more recently than others. Of course, Calvin Dent did make the one pit stop on lap 22. Those that are still out on track, they pitted on lap 13 under the safety car. So that's why they're still going much longer into this race. So in that sense, we should be expecting them in, I'm going to say, within the next sort of 3-4 laps. We'll see the rest of the prototype contingent into pit lane, but it's basically a 50-50 split on who's pitting on one 10-lap sequence and who's pitting on the other. It does seem to be like quite a large disparity in that sense.
And that's going to be crucial when we get towards the latter parts of the race if it stays like this, because that's really going to be a huge difference in pit stop times and things like that, and drivers getting stuck in traffic maybe at certain points depending on where the traffic accumulates around the circuit. So yeah, it's going to be quite a big one for some of these teams, but they've chosen their strategy. They chose when to pit. It was no one else's doing, and they are trying to make it work. But sometimes the fastest way is just to drive as fast as you can on the circuit, do the things that you can control as a driver, and then let the team sort out the strategy behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, 1 hour, 20 minutes down in the race. And when that ticks over, it does mean that we have completed 1/3 of the opening race of this season. And how mad it has been so far. There is the Alpha Venturi car defending just a little bit, but then diving straight down into pit lane as well. So already getting some calls then in the GT3 category. Typically they go for about an hour, but with the two safety cars that we've had in the opening running of this race, it has meant that the GT3s can extend their mileage by quite a bit indeed. The 256 also into the pit, and that one is our race leader, or previous race leader, obviously not anymore because they're in pit lane. Previous race leader of the GT3 AM category, Paul Blomqvist, on the race circuit at the moment, running around in 4th position in GT3 AM. Even that's not correct because they're in the 148. Anyone who wants to know about the GT3 Pros, GT3 AMs, any car with a 1 before their name, so before their number rather, a 194, a 111, a 128, that is a distinction for a GT3 Pro. Anyone with a 2, so 224, 255, 256. They are all the GT3 AMs, and anyone without a number before their name, so just 89, 55, 43, obviously their prototype. So when it comes to those on numbers, if you see anyone flying past thinking what category are they in, pretty simple in that sense to pick them out.
Yeah, and also the AM cars have the sort of red stripe on the windscreen, and all of these pro guys, as the pro sponsored by SimLab, you can see they're on the windscreen. They've all got SimLab as well. So hopefully, as the season progresses, you can learn to find out which teams are in which category. Obviously, we'll try and help you as much as we can, as we're getting already towards, I think, probably another pit stop for those LMP2 cars at some point in the next couple of laps, from the guys who pit on that first time round rather than the second.
I think it is approaching that pit lane sequence for them. Like I said, I mean, I don't know exactly how many laps because we don't really have a reference for it right now, because typically you just go, well, how long was the first in? And from the other guys, it's like, well, it was 22 laps, but there was a lot of safety car in there. So is it a 22 lap stint? No, not really. Considering they pitted last, the likes of Book, with the likes of Rihanna, Blackburn, Glasspool, all that are leading up there, they pitted on lap 13. Which then would mean, if you switch that back, if you were to add 22 laps, they're not going to be in for a little while. But where there were safety cars and stuff, there was a bit of an issue there. Was that Stanley that was round at the final corner, does manage to get into a bit of a flick spin to send that one in the correct way. Just going to try and look that one up just there. It was the Team JDR, Brady Stanley, that had been spun around and now is holding up in the pit lane the Magan Turbo Motorsport car as well. So clearly there's some very big damage on that Lamborghini in pit lane. Let's take a look as to what happened. We're on the Alpha Aggressor racing car. It's already been spun around there. I wonder if that might have been one of the Trans-Tasman racing cars that had spun the 221. Certainly looked like, actually, no, I'm not sure. I think that car had already gone through. That's not pretty, though.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a weird sort of place to have that. Was it fishy there diving up the inside of Malmedy? But yeah, interesting place to have a crash like that. Let's see, bit of a dive here down the inside. Oh, is he going to just come off the apex a little bit? Lamborghini's leaving him space, going towards the outside, and I think he just gets helped and nudged around there by the TTR car, as you were saying, and the Porsche, the 148, having to get right out of the way, and the BMW stopping on the racing line as well. Fortunately, not collected by anyone behind, but yeah, I think just that BMW going in just the tiniest bit too hot into the first apex of the chicane.
Yeah, it wasn't this Magan Turbo car, it was the other Magan Turbo car, the 224. So I think of me saying Magan Turbo out loud and then panicking a little bit that something's happened to Carl George. That is not the case. It's Matthew Scholes that was held back in the pit lane sequence, just trying to get into the pit lane whilst being blocked by a very, very broken Lamborghini. Still, a lot of these cars, again, a reminder, should have a fast repair, so should be able to tick them off. Although, if there is one thing that I would always tell drivers at the start of the race, is turn off the fast repair straight away. Because what you'll end up doing is you'll receive a little bit of a scuff on the side of the car, you'll come in and the fast repair will activate, and then that's gone. It's gone, it's in the bin. It doesn't matter anymore. And that is really not what you want when you get to the final hour of the race. You've been taken out, you're still in a good spot, and you just think, no, I'm going to use my fast repair. You come into the pit lane, you come to a stop, and it goes, it's 8 minutes of damage repair. And it's like, oh no, I've already used it.
That is probably one of the more important things to remember, actually, as you're saying, because things like that, you need to obviously try and select either, when you're driving, or have one of your teammates select it behind the scenes as well. But that's something you just got to remember to do so. Also with the tyres as well, if you want to double stint tyres, you've got to remember to turn the check boxes off for replacing them. So certainly a lot of things to think about behind the scenes, and if you do it by accident, it can cost you quite a bit of time, as you have quite a few of the GT cars coming into the pit lane now, and that is something they've got to think about as well. And this is an interesting one for them because they are obviously well into this hour of racing. So I think if we go green from here, their final pit stop is going to be sort of not much more than half a tank, really. So there's going to be some discrepancies there, and someone might be able to save themselves a huge chunk of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that's what this is all about, like saving time, especially in such a long pit lane. If you have to do a splash and dash, typically on a race track, I was speaking about this at Daytona. if you have to do a splash and dash at Daytona, the pit lane there is relatively short. So, if you have to do one, it's not that bad. If you have to do a splash and dash here, no.
Half a lap.
That's it. So you then, it's kind of, I would choose to lose a second, 2 seconds a lap trying to save the fuel rather than doing that splash and dash. Then, it depends on how much it is. Either way, Mach 1 going around the outside, trying to battle it out with Kraken. This one would be typically for the race leader move, because Kraken obviously were our race leaders in GT3M, whilst we wait for some of the others to come in pit lane. And Mach 1 are now battling it out with them to try and nab that one away. But as they've done so, they've lost the position to Huggan, who's come through in the middle of all of that. Oh, and there's a bit of contact with the prototype as well.
Getting very, very close between these cars here, coming up towards Eau Rouge, and I think there's going to be quite a big slipstream as well, all the way up. 2 Ferraris battling it out, going to be going side by side, I reckon, by the time we get up to the Les Combes chicane, already pulling out to be side by side. Who is going to be coming out on top of this? Who's going to be bigger on the brakes into Les Combes? Is it going to be on the inside? Is it going to be on the outside? Can Kraken hold on to that position? No, just going to lose out to that one as well. But now we've got BMW coming past them, so getting very close between these 2 cars as they're going side by side through Malmedy, and the Kraken car losing 2 places and maybe a third as we come down into the hairpin as well. That hasn't been a good couple of corners for the Kraken car. No,
I will say, by the way, I was thinking that it was their teammate that had come through, just because I saw a word that began with K and ended with N, but it was the Carbon Mungbeam car. It was coming through, and that was the Ferrari. It sort of got past the Mach 1 Esports car right at the end of it there. But yeah, not the greatest lap from Kraken. Unfortunately, losing out just a little bit. A driver change in that car. It's Hilton Booth behind the wheel now. Of the 256 Team Kraken car, of course, taking over from Christopher Henn. I mean, driver swaps are quite tricky, but obviously with the rookie, we've got used to this in sim racing, where we're watching the very, very best. They jump behind the wheel of the car and instantly are putting in the fastest laps of the race that you've ever seen. Obviously, that can't be expected of the rookie category, of the GTMs. They need a little bit of time to get up to speed. I mean, I certainly do. That's why I'd definitely be in the GT3M category if I was on this grid. You need time to get up to speed. It's not a plug and play.
It certainly is not, and I am the 42 they're getting. I don't think the 222 did anything too wrong there, but just certainly running out of room there. Hopefully not that rejoining too badly there, but yeah, I'm the same as you. Once I jump in the car, it takes me a good maybe even 5 laps or so to get up to speed and to try and make something happen. As we get the Lamborghini there, trying to dive down the inside of 222, the 127 there, making up a position there. So Lamborghini making those couple of positions over the last lap or so that we've been watching them. But for sure, it's so difficult to come in and just set your personal best on that very first lap time that you do. You need to get a feel for the track grip, because you don't know exactly what the track grip is going to be once you jump into the car. And also just feeling the condition of the car, if it's had a couple of dings here and there, and also importantly knowing what the traffic is like, because you sort of learn like the culture of the LMPs and how they are with their overtaking. So yeah, a lot to learn once you jump in the car, and wouldn't be surprised if some of these drivers sort of do their slower laps as soon as they jump in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember doing the Bathurst 12 hour. Now, whilst at pace-wise, I got up to some of the fast laps in my class. Yeah, just saying. That's not actually that good, because we were in split 9. But still, it took 5-6 laps to actually get up to speed. The first few, I was 2 seconds off, just trying to get into the rhythm of the car, because the second you get in, especially with the lack of experience, your heart's racing. You're trying to calm yourself down. You're trying to get yourself into the rhythm of the race before it's even begun, and that is honestly very, very difficult. Either way, we've got cars into the pit lane. The analytical car, the number 43, into the pit lane. Of course, Glasspool as well, and the number 73 Simrigs.com DPR car was in the pit lane a bit very, very early in the race. And the number 22 Drop Bear Motorsports, all in the pit lane, taking their service. Should relinquish the lead then to the Sim 3D car of Calvin Dent, who should return to the lead of the race after losing it on the latest restart. There we go, straight up to the top of the leaderboard. And to be fair, if I were the Sim 3D Sport Predator car, I would be leaving Calvin Dent in for as long as possible, because boy, is he quick around this track right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, they've got to do a change at some point, as we see in the 55 there. Some Sim Sports going down the inside of the number 42 car for 8th position there. And yeah, I'd be leaving Dent in as well. Very fast. He's obviously fired up as well. And looking like he's going to be pulling that car into a good position after having the few issues on the restart there, the bit of the confusion when the drivers could go. And it looks like the 42 car is going to be coming back, the Alpha Aggressor racing car. Is he going to be getting his nose down the inside of Summit Sim Sports as we come up to Lake Com? That's going to be a really nice move if he can get down the inside. But Summit Sim Sports, they're trying to hold it on the outside. There might be a bit of contact on the exit there, and there is. The 42 goes around, and hopefully those GTs can get out of the way. We saw that coming side by side through that sequence of corners is very difficult, and the Alpha Aggressor car is going to be dropping down just a little bit there as the number 58 is going to be getting past as well.
That was, I mean, it's nice livery. I'll give them that at least, as well. See what happens to the Carbon Esports car. This is the Carbon Mung Bean, which is a great name, by the way. Now, I'm going to assume that there might have been damage or a technical issue that's meant that they've just pulled straight off the racetrack, looking for a requesting of a tow into the pit lane. That's why they've pulled off the race. I'm not really sure what happened there with the Carbon Mung Bean car, because they were running in a good spot. Might have also Classic run out of fuel, because we do know that we're approaching the end of the GT3 pit window, so it might have been that. And to be fair, good company in the running out of fuel. I've done it twice. Not that I'm great. Mike Epps, though, British touring car driver, ran out of fuel in the Le Mans Virtual. So, you know, fair enough. As did Red Bull Racing Esports. And they're supposed to be very good at this stuff. So, you know, terrible.
It's, I would say, it's not, you know, obviously most people, they're going to be looking at fuel, etc. But I'd say it's easier to do than you would expect. Because when you're just driving, and of course, if your teammate in your ear, they might be like, oh yeah, no, pitting in 2 laps, pitting in 1 lap, etc. But as you're coming up to that bus stop chicane, especially if there's cars around you, you might not be thinking about the pit entry. You're thinking about, you know, just trying to avoid the cars around you, hitting the apexes, and then before you know it, you've driven past and then run out of fuel, which is, yeah, slightly embarrassing for some drivers. And what have you heard?
Safety car is being pulled out. Safety car is being pulled out right now. So we are going to have it return to the racetrack. We're going to neutralise the race circuit. Shane van Gisbergen with the call. If there's any GT3 drivers that have actually been able to save the fuel enough, this could be a decent game, although you're going to have to pit and then drop to the rear of the field anyway. So not sure which one that's for. It might be, I think it is for the Carbon Mung Bean car, the one that we saw come to a stop. There was an ask from Shane van Gisbergen to ask the 263, do you need a tow? Responded with yes please. So yeah, that's where that's gone, and so I think it is for that Mung Bean car, not necessarily for a crash, but either way for a stationary car in a dangerous position.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that because I say well, I can't speak, looked more like a choice rather than them having lack of choice, but hopefully they can get back to the pit lane. And also for them, because they're not far round the track, that's going to be quite a long tow by the time they get to it as well, so they're going to be losing quite a long time. Seeing quite a few cars coming into the pit lane, as you would imagine, but for those cars that just pit not too long ago, maybe they're going to stay out and get that track position back.
Yeah, but then is that track position back for the short term? That's the thing. It's never an easy decision to make, and like you say, you're dealing with your strategy from ages ago. Like, for example, yeah, these guys that pitted on lap 13, you know, likes of Calvin Dent, Freer, Lear, you know, these ones that are in the pit lane now, the call could be argued they had to pit, they had to come into the pit lane because they pitted on lap 13. We're already 20 laps in. This was 100% the right call for them to come in the pit lane. It just means that now they're almost reset on the pit lane at times. It's only 3 or 4 laps difference rather than it being 10 now.
Yeah, so that is obviously going to change the strategy, and that's why sometimes with the strategy you want to do the thing that keeps you at the front, because with all these safety cars, it doesn't matter if you put yourself in a good strategy half an hour ago, everything sort of resets again now. So that's why, you just got to make sure you're getting yourself to the front of the pack and keeping yourself in that good position. Obviously, there's a lot that you can't control with that, but it's certainly the best idea to do so. And at the moment, it's going to be Glasspool that's taking back the lead, according to the tower, the number 73 car. And then we will have to see how that is going to work out for now, because we're still obviously 2.5 hours left in this race. Plenty still to happen and plenty of time for the strategy to change once again.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, we're not halfway through this race. Well, I do feel bad for Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney, who are going to have to jump in and try and figure out what is going on throughout this race, because it has been mad for the opening 95 minutes, and I'm pretty sure it'll be mad for the final 2.5 hours of this race. We'll speak through our race news. Everyone, by the way, is coming to a bit of a stop over the top of Malmedy. You're going to see this from the Mach1 Esports point of view, as everyone's slowing down and just trying to get themselves into a line. Hopefully he's aware as to what is going on, because they are all very, very slow on the XF Malmedy. There we go, and very easy to check up and make a mistake in that one. At the moment, it is Glasspool leading in the number 73 car. And then it's Moorridge, Rihanna, Dance and Freya inside that category. Of course, the number 73, for those looking out, is the simrigs.com a DPR car. Then the number 43, that one's the analytical car. Then the 55 is one of our two Summit Simsports car. That's the Summit Simsports Everest car. Dance in the number 22 is the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM. And then the 89 is, of course, Freya behind the wheel. That one is the Synergy Sim Racing car. Watch out for them to actually make a decent amount of progress. But of course, I think the one that we need to focus on would be the Sim 3D Sports Predator car, which Calvin Dent is no longer behind, as there's been a driver swap there. Antel Rafael Sabo has jumped in behind the wheel. We'll have to wait and see whether that is going to be quite as fast as them. I'm not 100% sure myself as to who's going to be as fast as who. At the moment, though, in the GT3 Pro category, the number... Oh, that's not the number 25, it's the 111 that is leading in the WEH E-Racing car. That one is our race leaders at present. Of course, pit lane kind of open in that sense as to who needs to come in. I believe they pitted on lap 29, which for them was only 7 laps ago, so that's actually not too bad. The 108 Vendaval Sim Racing yellow car is the one that is in second position in that category. Then we've got the 128 Myers in the Trans Tasman racing car. Has been in the car since the start of the race. Jared Filsell in the 194. That was our previous race leader in the Lobs Falcon racing car. And then behind them is the 143 Logitech Gialtus Esports. In the GT Am category is Tanak leading, I believe, in that 223. That is the Magan Turbo car. I think it was the one that was held up in the... oh, no, that was the one that wasn't held up in the pit lane by the Lamborghini. So they're in lead by the Magan Turbo. Alpha Venturi directly behind them. Then it is the Apex Hunters United, that's 236 car. The 237 of the Team MRX. And then Green Tree in the Mach1 Esports car that we caught up with a little bit earlier on with their exploits around this racetrack.
And this, I think this restart is going to be quite good as well. But I assume they're going to sort out the grid as well to get the LMP2s back in line at the front, and hopefully everyone remembers to go at the correct time, because it was a while ago, actually. It's about an hour ago. We got about an hour of green flag racing just then, and now we're going to see what the drivers can do for another time. But everything resets once again, as you say, a couple of drive stops coming into play as well, so we need to see those drivers getting up to speed as quickly as possible, because some teams will have a driver who's maybe even half a second a lap slower, and that could really change the complexion of the race.
I mean, anything could change the complexion of the race at this point. I mean, we had a bit of a chaotic start. I distinctly remember in the very first race back in season 1, and it does seem as though we are getting in that same sort of vein in this one as well. The call is that the tow can be pulled out. So we should be back under racing not too long, to be perfectly honest. So I am looking forward to the restart of this race. There is quite a bit of damage, by the way, on the left-hand side of that Mag and Turbo car. Shouldn't cause too much of an issue, but I'm going to say this now. This is not a wild stab in the dark. I'm pretty sure that we could take this with a nice pinch of salt. Definitely not the only car that is nursing a little bit of damage around this track. There's quite a bit on the right rear as well. I think there's quite a few out there that have a few scuffs and scrapes.
Yeah, there's been quite a few sort of argy-bargy moments, and it does look like the GTs here will be allowed round to get the LMP2s all in a line on the left-hand side of the circuit there. But yeah, there's certainly been probably a few too many contacts in some way, but a lot of these drivers still getting up to speeds with the car, with the season, with the new classes that we have, as we had the GTEs last season as well. So I think as the season progresses, we will see the drivers being that little bit more clean, but it's good to see that they're leaving everything out on the racetrack, and sometimes a bit of bodywork as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to do, isn't it? Yeah, you're getting the old bump and scrape, and especially with how close some of the things have been. And also, remember, in the GT3 category, a lot of the GT3s will have already used their fast repair in that absolutely enormous crash going over Radion. Just getting the words from race control as to who's being unlapped, so they are listing them out one at a time just to get them going. So that's why we're seeing all of the GT3s unlapping themselves, so we can get that prototype category nice and close. I always like it when it does this. I remember watching the V8 Supercars race at Sandown about 5 years ago, if I remember correctly, and I can't remember. I think it was Jamie Whincup that was leading. I was like, oh, it's going to be a great end to the race. But they started it, race leader, lapped car, lapped car, lapped car, lapped car. Then I think it was Scott McLaughlin. And I was thought, was that been? Yeah, but I want to see the two leaders quite close. There was like 10 laps to go in this race. The way we do it is we do bunch them back up, so we do have them close on track, so we do get them to go racing. That is the way to do it in my book. Get me some racing.
And also more, I guess, relevant or similar word, because obviously then you get the cars next to each other that are actually battling to each other, and it is really a bit of a reset. When also doing a restart with LMP2s and GTs all mixed together is absolute chaos, with the different, obviously, speeds and everything, reaction times. So yeah, this is a bit more of a safe way to do it. And as you see in the background, there's also already the crocodile coming up, which means we might be going green towards the end of this lap if we're lucky.
Yeah, I've not heard the call from Van Gisbergen, race director, at the moment. To be fair, the calls haven't been on the lap. They do come a little bit late. Typically, it's going through Fania. What do you call it, by the way? Because obviously after Pooh, it's got three different names. I can't remember what one of the names is. The two great ones is Fania and Piff Paff.
Yeah, there is.
Campus is the other one, is it?
Yeah,
Campus is like three different corners, so you know. Well.
Yeah, but for some reason around this track, it's not just that corner. There's a lot of corners that have multiple names. For some reason, I guess it's probably because the track has changed a lot over the years. While obviously Spa itself has been here for 75 odd years. The actual track itself has changed, and I guess maybe the sponsors or the different people that got involved with the different names as well. But yeah, this one I call it the Fania chicane, but Piff Paff is quite
Piff Paff is amazing,
heavily used as well, and. I don't know. It's also coming out of these. They got Stavlo and Paul Frere, but there's a couple of other names that people give them as well.
Oh,
so, yeah.
I've always seen that it depends on which. If they call the Piff Paff, the chicane there, if they call that Campus, then this is Stavlo, and the next one is Curve Paul Frere. If you call that one Piff Paff, then that is Campus. This corner here is Stavlo, and then it's the slight kink afterwards, which is Curve Paul Frere. So basically, it depends on which way the wind's blowing as to what the corner names are, which is really annoying.
It's probably just years of, I guess, people calling different things. But yeah, that one is sort of Stavlo, because this bit sort of to the left of the drivers where we've got this big runoff, that is where the old track used to come up. And if you go back down that road, which I've actually had the pleasure of driving in real life, which is quite cool, but back down the end of that road, there's like a little, I guess, town or village called Stavlo, which is why that is there. So that sort of makes sense as well, with Malmedy at the top of the track as well. Then also there's the no-name corner that some people call Brussels, and it's now, is it the Rene Arnaud corner? Was that it? Or was it?
I thought Jackie X.
Jackie X, yeah, Jackie X, that was it. Jackie X corner. So yeah, these things change all the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, so Bruxelles, which is the corner before it, which I always call Rivage, because Rivage is
it's Rivage, yeah.
a way cooler name than Bruxelles. But still, that is Rivage. Some track names, the Spa on corner names is almost as much of a mess as Road America when it comes to its corner numbers. But we love it for it. It's fine. Turn 2. Yeah, I just did a track map for one Mr. Mike Yao, who is obviously our broadcast director. Did a track map for him, running around Road America. And I just glazed over the fact that I was like, and let's take it, and onto 3, onto 4. We're not going racing at Road America this season. We're going Road Atlanta, which is the one that you messed up the other night, wasn't it? That you're picking those two apart.
Yeah, well, just because they've both got road and start with A. But yeah, Road Atlanta, right? If you think this race has been a bit crazy with safety cars, Road Atlanta is going to be so intense. It is an unbelievable race. If you've never seen one around there, obviously Petit Le Mans is the big race around there. That obviously goes into the night because it's so long as well. That track is carnage, and it's honest, it's probably one of my favourite tracks, especially in the LMP2s. It's so fast, it's so difficult to get past the GT cars, and yeah, I really can't wait for that one. But obviously the calendar in general goes to a lot of the better tracks in the world. We had a few of the sort of more, I guess, the niche tracks that maybe aren't used so much last season, with the likes of Motegi and Hockenheimring, etc. But this year, obviously, going to the likes of Sebring and Suzuka as well, Road Atlanta and Daytona, all having sort of big heritage in endurance racing. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, last season we started at Silverstone, went to Watkins Glen, Monza, then Motegi, Hockenheim and Le Mans. This season, obviously, we start here at Spa in Endurance and Motorsport Classic, which you said, by the way, 75 years. In 3 years' time, this track will be 100 years old. It was 1925 first day, but of course, much bigger than it was today. But either way, Spa, where we're starting, we go to Sebring next in about 3 weeks' time, obviously, to the bump in Florida. One thing that I think a lot of people like, some people don't like so much. I think Ewan, we're going to throw him under the bus now. Ewan once said it should be resurfaced. Okay, that's him eliminated from this. Nice. Suzuka after that for a 6-hour race. That one will be pretty tricky as well. And then, of course, we have our competitor vote. That one will be decided. That's the 2nd of April. Road Atlanta, the 4-hour, is the penultimate round of the season on the 23rd of April before we head to Daytona, and the 10-hour race to end the season on the 7th of May. Getting word from Ewan, he says, I don't remember saying it should be resurfaced. He definitely did. I think it was in the Virtual Endurance Championship, actually, if I remember correctly. But
yeah, it's
really throwing him under the bus.
The thing, I mean, obviously we'll get to Sebring in 3 weeks' time when we get there, but that's like one of those. We said Spa's changed a million times. Sebring has not changed. Okay, I know that the layout's changed a couple of the bits here and there, but that sort of concrete part of the old runways is the exact same, which gives it so much character, and that's going to be a bit of a crazy race in a few weeks' time as well.
I do realise that we can't actually insult Ewan too much because he is actually listening to us right now, and obviously you, everyone watching, will hear from Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney in a short while when they jump onto the broadcast. We'll be departing in about 13 minutes' time, so you don't have to put up with our voices for too much longer, fortunately enough. And bearing in mind, I mean, Ewan's got a bit of a good luck charm when it comes to frantic race ends, because I do remember Hockenheim and the calls there. Some side-by-side over the final lap. Absolutely insane. I think today might be in that vein as well.
I mean, it might be the rate that we're getting these safety cars as well. I wouldn't be surprised, as it looks like, we're coming back to green flag very shortly. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be getting a late safety car as well. So these guys just going to be pushing to the absolute limit and they're going to be really getting themselves ready for the final couple of hours of the race, getting themselves in a good position. It's going to be a Glasspool there taking away the number 73 from the lead, and hopefully everyone is going to be going out of the final corner, but I think it's still anyone's game when we get to the restart.
I'm going to assume, because obviously when we started the race down to Eau Rouge, I'm pretty sure the timing beam is still, because every time that I've raced it before, the timing beam is still on the what would be classified as the standard start-finish, the Grand Prix start-finish, which is why the bus stop is still going to be the final corner, because of course it is. And there we go, the call already. James Glasspool, I never understand that, accelerated into a braking zone, but clearly it's worked, because it's caught the entire prototype category off guard. They thought no one would ever accelerate into a braking zone. That's madness. But clearly Glasspool's made that one stick, diving instantly down the inside with a little bit of contact as well. Might have been a slight misjudgment by Rihanna. Opened the door. Cameron Dance just sort of sent off a little bit wide there as the rest of the GT3 contingent will start their way through. Not the cleanest start, but certainly not as chaotic as the last one.
Yeah, the drivers weren't expecting that. The early start is always good because you just get those extra couple of meters, and really as we came out to the final chicane, he was gone. He was halfway down the pit straight already, and that is going to be a Glasspool in a fairly comfortable lead as it stands for the time being. So let's see how the GT3s do as we come up Eau Rouge and Radion. Always already a spin there in the background. That is going to be a hard hit into the wall actually no, he's not saved it. Is that one of the AHU cars actually going for a bit of a spin there towards the mid-pack of the GT3 category? Looks like he managed to save it, and was that Andrew Waits is that we're on board with there in the 148. Gone for a spin, got himself back, and hopefully it's just a few flat spots there, because that could have been a very big crash.
Yeah, that'll be not too pleasant for the tyres. Whilst we don't necessarily have flat spots themselves in iRacing, when you do lock up the tyres like that, the percentage, as it would be with a flat spot, the percentage of the tyre, the actual wear of the tyre just drops through the floor. So that's why you really, really don't want to do that. But yeah, that can be classified as not great, all things considered. Either way, we've got this battle continuing. You've got the number one, I believe, in the middle of all of that in that Apex Hunters United car. That isn't for position. That's why I got confused by them a little bit earlier. That number one car there is a lap down on this group and is just trying to clear them. Nearly completely cleared the analytical car off the road whilst going a little bit wide. Now opens the door, pushes off the 22 as well for Drop Bear Motorsport. This isn't going so well for the number one.
Yeah, number one, victorious last season, but having a tricky start this season, as the 55 is going to be coming around the outside. That is not going to be the best exit coming up to Eau Rouge and Radion once again. But yeah, that just shows you how easy that these races can go. They were fighting towards the front in those early stages, then getting spun around on the previous restart, and now a lap down. That just shows you what can happen as we're getting a little bit of a side-by-side battle up the way as well for, I think that's a third place. All the way looking, trying to get down the inside of the 169. That's going to be a three-wide hit there. The 169 getting pushed off, and where has the other car gone?
I think they were still able to keep it on the racetrack, but that was a little bit of a squeeze between the Synergy Sim Racing and the analytical car in the braking zone. Then, of course, with the 169 AHU car in all of it, it was Tom Fear in the Synergy car. It was Andrew Mogridge inside the analytical car. Let's take a look at what's just happening down into the chicane. Oh, complete misjudgment. Mag and turbo straight to the rear end of Summit, and then basically just everything else happening in that as well.
Yeah, that was a bit weird with the Summit car just not really moving off the final corner. There obviously a couple of cars in front of them, but yeah, fortunately there was not a huge crash there as we came into Les Combes. I really thought there was going to be a sort of three-way squeeze there. Just the cars there trying to find their space in the braking zone, just getting caught on each other, but fortunately not having too big of an accident for now. But let's see Cameron Dance here, now currently in third place, coming up behind the number 43 car as we come towards the bus stop. We've seen a few dives here down the inside. Can he get his car there on the inside, or is there going to actually be a bit of space there for the number 60 or number 89 car coming back up the inside for the Synergy car? And he's actually made the position. So instead, the 22 lost place and has now got the number one car a lap down all over the back of him.
Just going to say, by the way, one of the Pursuit sim racing cars, Job Stewart, does have a drive-through penalty. He's behind that in the 127 car, so there is a drive-through penalty dished out there whilst we continue on with this racing. And I mean, it's a bit of a shame to have a drive-through penalty when it is like this, but like I say, it is what it is. It was through car contact, so you can't really argue that one. Either way, Mogridge, up towards the front of this little group, is under a lot of pressure right now, as I believe he's going to be passed for second position from the Synergy SimSports car. Whether anyone else will try and find their way through, unknown, but the slipstream is, like I said earlier in the race, it's punching a very, very big hole, and that is what we're seeing now.
And it creates this really great racing effect around Spa, because you pretty much know that even if the car gets ahead of you, you can always have the opportunity to get back past them as well, and just see this train of LMP2s that is forming towards the front of the field. But Glasspool has actually absolutely gone up the front of this field with these guys battling, so he's going to be looking fairly good in that 73 car for now, as these guys behind them trying to work out their positions. That number one car getting in the mix as well, really opening up these battles. But yeah, the 89 starting to pull away in this middle sector as well. I don't think Mogridge is going to be able to fight back too quickly.
Yeah, Mogridge in that analytical car just doesn't seem to have the pace. And of course, you've got that number one. Again, a reminder, number one, Justin Rougier, the Apex Hunters United car. That is not for position. That is just trying to get themselves their lap back. They've got a good way, by the way, to get their lap back. 8 seconds down the road. Glasspool, James Glasspool, in that number 73, started this race from 9th position in the prototype category, leads it by 8 seconds or 6.5 seconds. That is absolutely insane. A fantastic lead, as we're seeing as well. One of the other cars that we really do need to keep our eye on as the Sim 3D Sport car, trying to make a bit of progress. Once again, there is it's Antel Rafael Sabo behind the wheel now, no longer Calvin Dent. So whether Sabo's is quite as fast as his teammate, we'll have to wait and see.
Certainly making a nice little move there on the 55 car. Verena still in that car, and so we're trying to work his way up. But as we mentioned, the number one car is sort of a bit up there to another car to get past as well. But certainly the number one car seems to be making some good moves. And here is another position unlapped from the number 43, the analytical Race on Oz Esports car as well. And just 2 more cars, and he will have his lap back, but quite a ways. One of the BMWs there, a bit slow on the exit. That's going to give the opportunity for number 22, Drop Bear, to dive down the inside of Analytical, get that position, and that's 2 positions lost in pretty much the same corners.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Just really caught out by, I think it was one of the Pulse Racing Team cars. That was... it was the Pulse Racing Team CM Security BMW that was just there on the exit. I mean, to be fair, just trying to keep out of the way as the prototypes come through at high speed. I mean, very easy to get that one wrong again. It's one of our GT3 AM cars was that BMW. So, to be honest, you'd be sat there thinking, oh, who was... And you go, fair enough. Yeah. It is what it is. Either way, battle for the race lead in the GT category as Vendeval Sim Racing are trying to hang on. It's the Vendeval Sim Racing yellow car. Alexander Bird, you've got the WEH E-Racing with Logitech Gialtas Esports as well, with the Lobs Falcon, the car that's done the most leading today in the GT3 Pro category. A nice quartet for the race lead. All 4 of them separated by a second. And the way I like to see it as well, we've got a few different marks in this. We've got the Porsches leading 1 and 2, got an Audi, and then got ourselves a Lamborghini as well. And if you do look a little bit further back as well, the Trans-Tasman Racing in a nice BMW M4. So great to see all the different marks battling out of the front. One thing we do need, I need to see a McLaren. I want to see the flamethrower on the grid and at the front.
Yeah, because last season there was a lot of Porsches, wasn't there? And it made it even more difficult because we had the GTE Porsche as well. So it was always difficult.
That wasn't very difficult, Cam.
It wasn't.
I was saying that was fine.
Yeah, you could see the difference, but it wasn't, I admit, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world, but there definitely are differences between the two with the different regulations. But this season, back to just the GT3 category, and good to see a lot of different manufacturers coming in the way in this category, or this battle as well. We've seen 3 of the manufacturers there, with the Ferrari getting involved in that one as well. So good to see all the different manufacturers being represented here. as we see this battle now for what is second place in the AM category, getting pretty close between the two.
Yeah, obviously the race leaders in the GT3 AM category is that Magan Turbo car, which is under pressure from Andrew Waite in that Apex Hunters United car. He's a little bit wide. Oh, this is going to be a little bit messy here. That was Magan Turbo taking a big slide through Blanchimont. It might open them up to not only lose the position in the overall GT3 category, but also in GT3 AM, diving it down the inside and making it 3 wide. Little bit of contact. Wow, Waite still make that one stick with a little bit of a brush, but Alpha Venturi are going to go around the outside and take the lead in GT3 AM. They're side by side with Magan Turbo, and it's going to remain that way. Diving it back to the inside now, trying to grab themselves a position. Connor Kingston behind the wheel of that Alpha Venturi car. That was so well judged and honestly completely terrifying.
And he made that work. 3 wide into the bus stop is not what you see, especially in the same category where obviously, you know, they've got fairly similar cars, but he managed to make it work. No contact between the 3. So well done to all of them, because we've seen a bit too much contact so far in the first couple of hours of this race, and taking the risk and making it work as we go side by side into Eau Rouge on the exit of Radion. Who is going to come out on top? He's off the track, but is he going to be keeping it all in a straight line? I think he is. But look at this 4-way battle now for the sort of mid-pack of the AM category, getting a little bit crazy with 2 side-by-side double action here as we come towards Les Combes.
A little bit crazy, a little bit crazy. My goodness me, this is absolute madness. In all this side-by-side at the front between the Evolution Racing team and the Trans-Tasman 184. Ross Rizzo, we've caught up with him a couple of times during this race. And of course, as we roll back the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car, that one, of course, they've got their prototype that's doing very well in this race as we go side-by-side to see what's happening back up in the prototype category. When you see 4 cars in a clump like that in an absolute cluster, it's so hard to pick apart, and that one was pretty mad.
Yeah, these guys taking all of the risks, even with half the race still to go. So the guys, they know how to push in this series, but still keep it pretty clean overall, as we've seen a dive there down into the old piff-paff corner, we'll call it this time, in the GT3 category. The 172 trying to get past, but the 250 holding on there for the time being at least. But now we're getting the Lamborghini dive down the inside of him, opportunistic, and this is what happens. You start battling, you start attacking, but then the cars attack you from behind as well. There's no holding up here in Spa.
Now we are halfway through this race, and straight after the pit lane, the safety car sequence, it has been frantic. Unfortunately though, Cam, our time is up with this race. Talk us through the opening 2 hours from your point of view and how crazy this has been.
Oh, it's been absolutely crazy, and these last few minutes have really just been the picture of that. It is absolutely crazy. The guys go for every single position, get the 89 there, coming through the traffic as well, and it's pretty much one of those things. If you don't overtake the car ahead of you, you will be overtaken yourself. And as these LMP2s come up to this GT3 category in the background, I think it's going to be even more crazy in the final couple of hours.
Well, we're going to hand it straight over then whilst they can continue on with the action. Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney, final 2 hours of this frantic opening race of the AHU Endurance by VCO. Good luck, lads. This has been mad, and I'm sure it's going to continue.
It certainly is. Thanks for dropping us into all this, by the way. It's completely crazy. But no, thanks very much to Lewis McGlade and Cam Roger, as always, for the first 2 hours of this race. We're going to take through the last 2, me being Ewan O'Leary, alongside Zach Sweeney for this one here today, starting off our AHU Endurance season here at Spa with a 4-hour race, and it hasn't disappointed so far, Zach. There's cars absolutely everywhere at the moment, and it's been like this the entire time.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Spa 4 hours, you know, yes, it's an endurance race, but it's still, you know, you haven't got that time in the 12-hour races for everything to span out over the course of the entire race. So it does stay really close, and of course that safety car did not help. But yeah, thanks to Lewis and Cameron for really letting us settle in with a nice, quiet race.
Well, yeah, it's their fault, really. As we look through Pouan at the moment, let's just give a very brief rundown of the top 5 in each category, because we don't really have time to do this, but I kind of want to set the scene here because it is changing all of the time. At the moment, James Glasspool is leading in the simrigs.com at 73, car ahead of Tom Freer. Cameron Dance is in 3rd position after a tricky restart in the last 20 minutes or so. He's found his feet now, though. He's inside the top 3. We've got Antel Rafael Sabo in 4th, ahead of Jackson Rihanna in the 5th position. That's all LMP2 and indeed overall. And this race has been so chaotic that the GT3 cars are actually only 1 lap down, even 2 hours into the race. That is just how it's been so far in this one. It's Alexander Bird leading in GT3 Pro as the safety car is coming out right now, so we'll probably continue at GT3 Am in a moment because they're pitting at the moment, but Alexander Bird is leading at the moment in GT3 Pro ahead of Andrew Carl, Jared Filso, Jared Sikrowicz and Ethan Warren in 5th position. That's all the GT3 Pro cars, but it's all about to change, so that was pretty useless because the pits are open here. Well, they're staying open because the safety car is out, I should say. 4th time today, an average of every half an hour, and yeah, it's just kind of fitting as to how this race has been here so far. People in the pit lane once again. I don't know quite what's going on here. A couple of GTs going past the safety car by the looks of things. Whether they should have done or not, it remains to be seen. But it looks like the safety car came out just after the first few cars went past the pit lane there, because Cam Dance was able to get in the pits, but it doesn't look like Glasspool and Freer were able to here. So it looks like the front of the race has been entirely split apart once again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Of course, it's all about timing. It's that awkward moment. You've just passed the pit entry, you then can't come in. But yeah, it means if they do come in, they obviously had this lap under the safety car, which could allow the likes of the people that did pit to then close a bit of a gap. But yeah, the safety car once again coming out. It's going to spice things up. We're going to have all the LMP guys and all the GT guys all back together, and it should really entice some good action once more. But that's it's a 4-hour race, of course. The strategy is going to come into effect, but how much do these safety cars knock the cars off sequence? It's you're thinking about your tires, thinking about your fuel, but then the safety car comes out and you're like, well, I'm going to be onto the back of my grid anyway. I might as well come into the pit, and I'm not going to lose as much time. But you've got to think ahead. You've got to think, well, can I manage this? Do I have to go for a splash and dash towards the end of the race? It's a really awkward sort of turn of events.
It really is here. So with 2 hours to go, the GT3 cars are going to be good to make this on one more stop, and it's probably going to be 2 more for the LMP2s, but the likelihood of us going green for those final 2 hours, I feel like they're very, very small. And by the way, you're talking about how much the safety cars have disrupted strategy in this race so far. Robert Gibbs in the Drop Bear Motorsport 22 car, 6th position at the moment, as you can see, just about 50 seconds down on these guys. Made 5 pit stops, or at least 5 trips down pit lane here this afternoon. So don't know what that's all about and why he's been in so many times, but he has, and he's still in a decent position because of it, making use of those safety cars. And by the way, I do want to clear something up. By the way, we're under safety car, and Lewis McGlade, throwing me under the bus once again a little bit earlier on, told me that told everyone that I thought Sebring should be resurfaced for some reason. I don't remember saying that. But I definitely don't mean that. I just want to clear that up. Either way, we're under safety car once more. Lap 47 here in this race, and hopefully when we go green again here, Zach, in a few moments' time, or in a few laps, we're going to get some green flag racing, because with all the excitement and whatever that has been going on, there hasn't actually been that much green flag racing so far, which is a bit of a shame. I hope these guys do get a little bit of green flag running towards the end of this race, but it's just not calming down at the moment.
That's the problem with it being so close, and of course it being Spa as well. It's such a tricky circuit. It's so, because it's so historic, it was built at a time where, we didn't have these fancy dancy, tarmac runoffs and things like that to slow the cars down. So you look at all the runoffs, it's either grass or gravel. So if you run a little bit wide, you're going to sort of ruin your momentum. And with every car being so close, with all these safety cars, you've got the LMPs, then you quickly got the GTs just behind. If you mess up, you're going to ruin the momentum of everyone else behind you, and then it just causes calamity. And of course, the more cars that are around you, you've got everyone just trying to funnel their way through. It's a 4-hour race in terms of endurance racing standards relative to the 12 hours and things like that. It is sort of in a sense a sprint endurance where you've got to make the most of every opportunity. So that's why you're going to get these aggressive cars, the ones that sort of just look for a move, get it done, and then try and sort of maintain the pace in front, and it will just breed more incidents. And as they say, safety cars breed safety cars.
Yeah, and they have done, unfortunately, so far in this race. not entirely sure why this particular one was called out. By the way, we didn't really see anybody stopped to be recovered, but or I'm forgetting something. But yeah, it's for whatever reason I don't remember that at all. We're not going green this time, by the way. There's still a lot of stuff to sort out. Not least the GT cars being in the wrong place. At the moment, we have. I think that's 31st in the GT3 category. It's a long way down in that Ferrari. They're clearly not the first of the GT3 cars. And that's what needs to happen, basically. So we're going to see that in a few moments' time, hopefully. And then maybe we'll be able to go green at the lap after that. But the safety car, the pit lane has been open this entire time. It is Australian racing after all, which is a little bit different, as we do see the leader in now. This is an interesting call from James Glasspool, because everybody's stacked up here. He's going to be last of the queue, and so he is going to be behind some GT3s. Here is the back of the queue, as they all stack up and nearly hit each other at the bus stop here. Taking the bus stop a little bit too literally there, you might say, really. But yeah, leader into the pit lane for whatever reason. Clearly needs some fuel and whatever. But yeah, this is going to set him back quite dramatically, or set them all back quite dramatically in this race, really. And I'm not sure I would have done that if I was leading in LMP2. No matter how many laps you've done on fuel, it's only been 10 or so laps since James Glasspool was in, so I wouldn't lose all that track position just to take on a bit of fuel at this stage. But clearly they've decided that it is the best call for now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's better to come under the safety car and have that fuel, full tank of fuel, just to, secure it, because it's the thing. He didn't pit now. He's then 10 laps or so, less on fuel than everyone else. He has to then come in under the green flags, which, he comes in under the safety car. He goes to the back of the grid. He can make that time up. But sorry if you can hear anything in the background. It's just chaotic. But if you come in under green flags, you're going to lose a lot more time than if you just go to the back of the queue.
Yeah, it's true, but as Scott Sislavsky gets into the car, so a driver change clearly needed as well for the 73, and yeah, we'll be seeing that Simrig's car out soon. Probably last of those on the lead lap. There's now 10 cars on the lead lap. The reigning champions, Apex United Esports, with Justin Rougier, is in 11th position. First car one lap down for the number one car. Not the dream start to the season for those guys, unfortunately. You'd expect a little bit better from the reigning champions, maybe. But clearly it's not been their day. And yeah, being a lap down, really not very helpful, as we do see the wave around now, by the way. A good thing to see that. But yeah, not good for the number one car. There's a long season ahead with 6 races for them to pick themselves up, of course. But you don't like to start a season off like they have here today.
No, it's always good to get the season rolling with that good momentum, and of course, being the reigning champions, they obviously come into this race with a good mentality. Of course, we've got a couple of new people on the grid and things like that, so you can never really tell how you're going to stack up. But coming in as the reigning champions, you sort of have that confidence, you have that morale, and then to start this season off on such a low, it really does tarnish the rest of your season. As much as endurance racing is, and racing in general is very skill orientated, you've got to be in the right mindset for it. You've got to have confidence in yourself, because as soon as you start doubting yourself and things like that, that's when the small mistakes start to creep in, and that's when the pressure sort of starts to get to you. So it is really important that they recompose themselves, and if they can, just limit the damage as much as possible for the rest of this race.
Yeah, they'll be trying to do that. At least finish first of those one lap down, and that you can pick up as many points as possible from there, I suppose. But yeah, still not great for them. As we're looking at Mike Wayne in the 88, hopefully we'll be going green at the end of this lap, but I'm not entirely convinced at the moment. It's still, and by the way, Jamie Welch apparently is, according to this, is leading at GT3 Pro. I'm pretty sure he's driving an LMP2 car since he's on the lead lap, and has a number not starting with a 1. In case you've not quite figured out yet, the car's starting with 1 for the most part. I think a GT3 Pro, and then starting with a 2 GT3 Am, and the double digit or the 2-digit numbers are LMP2 cars, just to make things a little bit easier for everybody, really, which we thank them for, of course. The guys at Apex United organising this series for us. or for everyone really. And there's a lot more teams involved as well, might I add. We saw pre-qualifying early this week here, Zach. There's a lot of teams looking to get into the 60 car grids, and unfortunately some won't make it week in, week out, which is very unfortunate to see. Some teams are going to miss out, but we can't have everybody. It's a very popular series.
Yeah, and that is, a tribute to the success we had last season. It was a really good debut season for AHU, and of course that attracted a lot of people to come in and sort of have a go. And it is a really welcoming series. We've now got the introduction of the GT3 Pro and the GT3 AM series, where we've got the GT3 AM. It sort of encourages and gives a nice platform for people that maybe are a little bit more intimidated to sim racing, and we're still under the safety car for at least another lap or so. So yeah, still a little bit while left to go. But it gives the people that are maybe a little bit more intimidated into endurance racing to have that platform to come in. So yeah, it's nice for AHU to sort of have this and things like that. But as you say, you can't accommodate everyone. You've got to have the best 60 that were there for pre-qualifying, and sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't. You've just got to be on it week in, week out.
Yeah, you really do. We see Tom Frere coming through the final couple of corners. He'll be deciding how he's going to be taking these in 1 lap's time, because we might be going green. He's going to be in control of the field either way when we do. So we look forward to that. But for now, still under the safety car. The GTs having to catch their way to the back of the field again. And yeah, we've still got indeed a few of them on the lead lap. Just 1 lap down in this race here. Actually, a great number of them, up down to 34th. Oh, we see even further than that actually. Now I say that, down to about 40th position, I think. All of those guys 1 lap down in this race, which is quite remarkable. But it's just a testament to how chaotic this race really has been so far, really, because normally by this stage there'd be a good few laps down. I would say more than 5 probably, but the safety cars allow them to catch back up to the field, some of them to wave around as well, and get back onto the lead lap in some occasions, or just 1 lap down. So yeah, it's really been it's really been a chaotic race, and it didn't start off in the best way either, I might add, with that crash up through Radion. It's kind of to be expected, I suppose, because it's such a dangerous corner. But you never really want to see it. Unfortunately, I reckon a few cars have been set back by that immediately. I know the fast repair does exist, but it can only do so much in terms of getting you back into race contention. And we do have a few cars out of this race already. It has been a chaotic one. Hopefully, it's going to be a little bit cleaner to the end from here. And we get some green flag running to the end, but for the moment, it's been a very, very disrupted race.
Yeah, it really has been. And it knocks the people out of the rhythm as well. And yeah, it's they've got to keep it clean. Of course, it's still what is it now, an hour and 44 minutes left of this race to go. They've still got a decent portion of time left to go. They don't want to throw it away. And at this stage, a couple of people have already used their fast repairs, as you said. So they're going to have to take the full brunt of that damage if they do get it. So it's how much do you push? Yes, you want that extra place. Yes, you want to get yourself up the field, but do you take a P6 as opposed to a P5 just to be safe, especially because it's so chaotic? If you just be patient and don't get yourself involved in the mix and get yourself in the middle of those packs, that you might be safer. And if something does happen, then you can be the lead you can be the lead capitalizer off it and then start that charge forward. So it's easy to say in hindsight when you look back on it, but in the moment I think patience is definitely going to be the better route for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think it will be from this point onwards. Just a word on Logitech Giartus Esports actually as well, because they are another one of our reigning champions in GTE. Obviously not able to defend their title because we don't have a GTE here this season. But they are in the GT3 Pro category and currently leading with Andrew Carl. So it's a good start to the season for them, while the number 1 car reigning champions not having the best of times. They are just behind Tom Frere here, as you can see in the background of some of these shots. So they might be able to get back onto the lead lap in the next couple of moments. But certainly not having as good a day as the other reigning champions in the field. I haven't seen the previous GT3 champions as an entry here this season, but I might just be a bit blind. We'll wait and see on that one. Either way, we can stop waffling now because the safety car is indeed into the pit lane. 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining on the clock here for the 4 hours of Spa. The first round of Apex Hunters United Season 2 by VCO here this season. And it's going to be Tom Freer for Synergy Sim Racing in control of the field. Last pitted around 12 or 13 laps ago, so he can't go on forever here, and he will need to pit at some point in the next 20 minutes, you'd imagine. But for now, he's going to be enjoying this lead, and he's got a bit of a margin over second place Sabo because of some lap cars in the way here. Some LMP2 lap cars that are kind of are separating these guys just for the moment. So we'll see how those guys play into the battle. We saw the leader accelerate into the braking zone of the bus stop last time around. It's not going to be that on this occasion. A bit of a late one, maybe. Is he just going to go for it out the final corner? The old classic from Tom Freer, and it looks like it's worked very well indeed because we see the number 1 car, Justin Rougier, not really sticking to the back of this car. He kind of needs to, really, because, of course, he wants to be back on the lead lap soon. So we'll kind of want to make a move here as we see Mike Wayne a little bit further down. There's Jamie Welch, who's scored as the leader in GT4, but that is not the case. We did see a spinner there coming out of the first turn. Didn't quite see who that actually was there, Zach, but clearly problems for somebody coming out of turn 1 immediately on this restart.
Yeah, it could just be down to cold tyres or anything of those sort, but that is the worst way you want to get going because you're sat under the safety car waiting to go, and then as soon as it comes in, you've spun, and it is just so unfortunate for them. But yeah, they've just got to recompose themselves and get going. And yeah, I think well, we're on board with Andrew Carl, who again managed to control the restart pretty well for G Altus. And of course, remember, look at last season, they tragically lost the first race of the season due to an unfortunate safety car time, and so hopefully they're going to hang on to it this time around. But for Tom Freer, an absolutely incredible restart, did what he needed to do, pretty much just textbook, just punched it off the apex of the final corner and managed to control it from there. So yeah, he's looking to control pretty well. But Sabo in the 29 is closing the gap and is going to be pushing really hard to close that gap, and as soon as he gets into the slipstream range, should be able to just coast onto the back of Tom Freer.
Goodness me, there's some people going wide through Pillon a little bit there, but keeping it on the road. Jamie Welch being one of them. Where is he overall at the minute? 9th position overall, the penultimate car on the lead lap just for the moment. So yeah, he's doing fairly well. But yeah, the gap at the front of these classes very close indeed. Andrew Carl versus Ethan Warren for the GT3 Pro honours at the moment, and I'm glad to see actually that the GT3 field is a lot more diverse in its car selection here this season. It was fairly same old for in terms of everyone using the Porsche in season 1, but that is a thing of the past. We've got Audi and BMW up towards the front at the moment, but there's Ferraris and all sorts in this category here this year, and indeed Lamborghinis. So we like to see that as we go through the bus stop with Logitech G Autos Esports and Trans-Tasman Racing as well, down towards turn 1 as they go over the line once more. So a good battle between these two, but certainly not over, and it's going to be a long time before this one really resolves itself. Lap 35 and 36 the last time these guys came down pit lane. It's kind of surprised they didn't come down pit lane here once again, as we see Frog Loop Juiced Racing out here at the moment, going through the bus stop chicane and into the pit lane. Did hear from Lewis that they might have been, or they might be out of the race now after having an incident. So yeah, we'll get confirmation on that. But either way, not having a good time of it as we go down towards Lecom. These two cars very evenly matched. These two teams very evenly matched by the looks of things, but going to have a bit of juggling around to do with strategy a little bit later on. They're not going to be able to do one stop to get to the end of the race, I don't think, like everybody else.
No, it's going to be that awkward time, but yeah, they're staying very close together, and I think the frog leap that we just saw was the one that we saw spinning off the exit of La Source on the safety car restart, so obviously involved in an incident or something there, and have had to come into the pit lane. Hopefully it's not going to be the end of the race and they can get out going, but yeah, Carl and Warren very closely matched. The BMW versus the Audi, two German manufacturers going at it for the lead of the GT3 Pro here at Spa, and they've still got a while to go. And yeah, it seems like the BMW is kind of just wanting to find a way through, let the prototype through, just to maybe sort of use the better timing and help, use the prototype to help him through on the Audi, but it doesn't look like that's going to be happening this time around. I mean, actually, the Audi was on a compromised line through Stavlo. That's going to give the BMW a nice drive in the toe down towards Blanchimont, and then, of course, the bus stop chicane. But how powerful is that slipstream? How much is going to help Warren to get through, and how much does Warren want to get through, especially because they're sort of awkwardly timed in terms of strategy? Does he want to just sit in the toe at a track like Spa, where a lot of it is taken at full throttle? Is it beneficial to just sit behind, sit in the toe and save some fuel?
It could well be, especially when you see guys like Jared Filson and Jake Burton currently out there having pit under the last safety car, or immediately before it, which has really helped them. They're definitely going to be able to get to this race at the end of this race on just one more stop, and even if these guys do manage that, well, I say that, Jake Burton's into the pit lane now, so don't know what that's all about. After only 7 laps on this stint, he's into the pit lane for the 108 car. So we'll see what that's all about. But yeah, goodness me, it's been a strange race so far, I have to say, but also entertaining at the same time as we go up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon once again. I think you're right here, though. Ethan Warren doesn't really want to go through at this stage with the bouncing they're going to have to do on fuel a little bit later on. It does make life a little bit more complicated for them. It's not just a case of having a battle. It is going to be a little bit different to that for these boys, which is what we like to see, of course. Going through Malbody at the moment. And yeah, still locked together for these two. Battling down the hill once again. Similar thing going on in LMP2, by the way, between Tom Freer and Antel Rafael Sabo in this race. Last lap, half a second gained for the 29 car, and actually passing the 89 there. Tom Freer looks like he's been displaced for the lead of this race overall here. Not sure where that happened. We'll try and get another view onto that, but here they are through Blanchimont. It looks like even before Blanchimont. Not sure where that would have happened, but yeah, Sabo into the lead here. We're going to see how it happened in a few moments' time, but yeah, here's Jake Burton. Looks like it was a drive-through for him. Just a better run out of the curve Paul Frere, and in the end, down the inside at Blanchimont, nobody really wants to hang it around the outside here, and so Tom Frere lets him have it, basically.
Yeah, it's better to just pull out of that one. Blanchimont, very difficult to go around the outside of. You're both flat out and very easy to run wide, get onto that dirty side of the track, and around you go. But Freer is going to be on the front foot now, trying to attack Sabo as best he can. But very opportunistic for him to just sneak away through. He was 7/10 back or so last time we checked, literally as you were speaking, and then 7/10 quickly turned into a 7/10 lead for him. So maybe a twitch or something along those lines happened for Freer, and that cost him the lead. But not over until it's over. And he's still in the toe, still definitely in contention. But yeah, just look at how close they are. The 89 trying to chase down the 29. But maybe, a similar case to GT3 where Freer can now just sort of sit behind. I think you said he didn't pit under the safety car and could use some fuel saving.
Yeah, it would be ideal, as we see that the leaders once more starting to stretch away from the rest of the field, really, as we get into the traffic again. This always seems to be the danger point. It always seems to be the stage of the race where people get into trouble, and I kind of feel like the fast repair does mean that the situation happens over and over again, because people can get basically a new car. Obviously, they lose a bit of time from having to make the pit stop itself, but the fast repair doesn't take time, hence the name. But it does mean that we continue to get a lot of cars out there. A lot of LMP2s trying to get through on an awful lot of GT3s. And I know you noted this earlier, Zach. There's an awful lot of GT3s, about 40 of them, to be quite honest, out of the 60-car grid. And it does mean a lot of work for these prototypes.
It does, and luckily Spa is a long circuit, so they do space themselves out a little bit. But that's not really how the race has gone. They are all very close together. So once you catch one, you 9 times out of 10 you've found yourself catching 2, 3, maybe even 4 cars at a time. And it's just about picking your moments and being patient. As the faster car in the prototype, it's your responsibility to lap safely and not cause contact. For the GT3s, it's just about sticking to your line, not getting intimidated by the LMPs, because obviously it's easy to do so. You see them in your mirror. They're absolutely charging at you at a rate of knots, and it's easy to sort of panic. But the best thing to do is just stay on your line and let them go around you. But definitely a headache for the prototypes. Is Free going to go for a move? Sabo going to the middle of the circuit just to try and cover him off and say, no, you're not coming through. But I think Free is just backing off a little bit. You saw him lift off and open the gap up as they approach the Porsche in towards Malmedy and taking a trip to the gravel. And Free couldn't find a way through either. So that's going to halt his advance a little bit more as well.
LMP2s do sometimes forget that they're not quite as on the limit as the GT3s are in almost all situations. That is, or that was nearly a big accident, I should say. There we are. But that was one of the GT3 AM cars, by the way, running a little bit further down the field in one of those Porsches. It was so popular last season. Not quite as popular this season, a bit more variety, as I was saying earlier. But either way, doesn't matter to these LMP2s. They'll be getting through on them either way, going through whatever you'd like to call this chicane, Piff Paff or Campus or whatever, going into Stavilo, and trying to get through at the curve pull end. Not ideal for that GT3, but or indeed Tom Freer. He's going to be halted all the way up towards Spa-Francorchamps, and I just wonder, we didn't see the replay quite from the very start of the pass for the lead, but I just wonder if a similar kind of thing happened when the lead did change and Sabo got through, because we saw there, you do lose quite a lot of momentum getting through on a GT3 at the wrong moment, as you might be able to imagine, even through into Blanchimont, because it's a flat out section basically. So I just wonder if that played a role in the change for the lead. Either way, it's still very close.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're absolutely right in what you say. And here we go. We've got the GT3 sorted now, so we can actually see where everyone is relative to each other. Thank you. Yeah, and so it's we can actually see where people are as opposed to just one lap down on the leader. But yeah, 5 tenths between the two leaders. Jared Filsell 5.8 seconds down, I should say, in third place, and then Van Den just 6.4 back. So it is pretty close considering we're 2.5 hours into this race. They are, they're not as spaced out as you would expect. But yeah, as you say, Ewan, into Stavilo, into Paul Frere, you've got to be on the right line to have that open, the very typical racing line, come out wide, cut in for the apex, to have that drive down towards Stavilo. And if you haven't got that, you've got a big in our ears, Ewan, Tom Freer with a drive-through.
Yes, I'll have a look. Well, that's 4 actually, because I have got the thing open. What was that? Late move resulting in contact is the description given. So drive-through given to them. Deary me, that is going to cost them quite dramatically in this race here. Where would it drop them down to? Probably below Scott Sislowski, so probably to 10th position for the 89. You've got to remember, this is the endurance pit lane. As you might be able to imagine, we've got 60 cars on the grid here today, and that's a lot. And so we're using both the GP and endurance pits here today, which means over 30 seconds lost in a drive-through easily. It's one of the most costly places in the world to get one. Unfortunately, Tom Freer has indeed got one. It was a late move, unfortunately, and I could actually say it was what was it on? The 222. So this was clearly a lapping incident, not pass for position, but a lapping incident causing or resulting, I should say, in contact. And Tom Freer is going to pay the price, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was, and as you say, we look at places like Silverstone and he goes in, I think, straight away to serve it, but we look at places like Silverstone for having awkward pit lanes because, it's long, it's slow, but you come to Spa for the endurance, you've got to do the whole of the Grand Prix pit lane, which is bad enough, and then you've got to go all the way down the endurance, and then you're spat out at the top of Eau Rouge and Raidillon, which, is a very sketchy place to be spat out when you're going, just out of pit limit of speed. Of course, these prototypes can get up to speed pretty quickly, but not that quickly when they're hurtling through Eau Rouge and up to the top of Raidillon. So it can be scary, and of course, as you say, going to lose a good, 30 seconds, but Sabo is not going to be complaining at all. Now has that pressure off his shoulders. He doesn't really have anyone in his mirrors because Lear's 4 and a bit seconds behind, so yeah, he's not going to be complaining at all. But for Freer, the mistake, whatever it was that cost them the lead, now it's a drive-through, it's just salt in the wound.
It is really, as we've got Andrew Cole and Ethan Warren still battling away here at the moment. Jared Filsell just about 6 seconds behind at this stage, but yeah, it's not good for Tom Freer. Where has he come out? He has indeed dropped down to 10th. And still in the pit lane. Now finally gets to leave the pits, but he's a long way down, about half a lap down on the leaders now. It's almost cost him half a lap. That is a real shame to see here today. But yeah, there we are. Unfortunate to see for him. Here's Ryan Wood, by the way, on the fringes of the top 10, the 169 car. Then we've got Thomas Randall just behind him in 11th. V8 Supercar driver, of course, indeed making. I believe he made his debut or did some Bathurst 1000 drives in co-driver drives, if you know what I mean, in the past as well. But there we are in 11th position here at the moment. At least in the pro category. There's a couple of AMs in front of him, actually. The leading one of those is Connor Kingston, I believe, in the 21st position overall, the 212. Great effort from him so far as we've got Ryan Wood into the pit lane. This is awkward for the GT3s, really. They can do an hour. This is far too far for them to go to the end, but they'll end up doing a splash here. And as we've seen already, splash is not good because it's such a long pit lane. So the strategy not quite worked out for these guys as well as they would have wanted.
They're just going to be hoping that there's another safety car in 20 odd minutes time so they can get to the end on a tank of fuel, because it's awkward. That's the thing with the safety cars, it knocks you out of your rhythm, knocks you out of those ideal strategies. Of course, all the teams have got their sort of on paper ideal sort of moments as we see a pass in the prototypes. This is Mogridge getting himself into the top 8, I believe, something happened, but we saw a change of position. But Andrew Kyle and Ethan Warren still going at it, still separated by only 0.5 of a second. But yeah, the BMW still not able to really make any progress forwards, whether that's intentional, because I think they both at this point are realising, it's not ideal for us in the GT3s in terms of strategy.
Not really. I should have made a note of when we saw that car. Who was it who came in the pit lane a moment ago? But either way, should have made a note of when these guys last came in before their most recent pit stops, because not really been able to get a read on the strategy all day because of the safety cars flying around, and it's still going on really. I was going to say something about safety cars there, but I don't want to jinx anything, so I'll leave that maybe for the end of the race, if indeed it turns out true. But here's Liam Reston, because he's in 3rd position at the moment in the 55 car. This is Summit Sim Sports, just ahead of Ryan Howe and Robert Gibbs in 4th and 5th at the moment. That's you can see all of the top 6 in or the top 5 in all 3 categories just for the moment. GT3 Pro is fairly similar to what we did earlier on, and indeed Connor Kingston is leading in GT3 AM. I mentioned that a few moments ago, but he's got 14 seconds at the moment over. It's Taylor Mitchell in 2nd position. Then we've got Peter Hunter and Hilton Booth rounding out your top 4 at 35th overall. But some of these GT3 AMs really showing themselves to be quite promising. There's always an argument about Pro and AM categories, and especially with the AM category, whether they're too good for that one or not. So as soon as you start doing well, you start to think, or your rivals start to think, well, why don't you put them up to Pro? Because then we might start winning a bit more. But yeah, we'll see how it pans out over a season, really, because of course we do have the 6 races, and indeed, just as a side note, going off on a bit of a tangent here, but we've got the community voted one. AHU will supply some track choices, and then people can decide where round 4 is, which I think is a fantastic addition.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives the sort of the community a say in terms of the calendar. I think last season it was Motegi that we went to for the community voted race, which was a great race in of itself. But yeah, it's nice. We've got a nice variety of circuits, and we still don't know which one we're going to for round 4. So yeah, you've got to see how the GT3s rack up over the course of a season. But for the AMs, it's sort of that when you're in that sort of awkward moment where maybe you're a little bit too quick for AM, a little bit too slow for Pro. Where do you put them? Where do they go? It's just sort of it's just that sort of awkward moment where you've got to be in one or the other, and you can't.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as you start adding more, it becomes a very slippery slope. But the guys at AHU do a fantastic job. By the way, we're not trying to throw anybody under the bus here. By the way, just saying though. At the moment, but yeah, here are the top 2 even still. The gap to Jared Filsell still extending. It's now 7 seconds, very nearly, back to the 194 of Lobs. I've been told recently it is Lobs, by the way, not LOBS. So
easier to say, isn't it?
Well, that is true, and kind of amusing to me, but maybe I'm just a little bit immature. There we are. Lockhart Brownlee is here as a 96 car in the 16th position. A couple of laps down, you can only presume a couple of these guys have had a problem. Oh, he's got a spinner in the background, the curve pull Frere. As I said earlier on, the GT3s are on the limit everywhere around this circuit, not least through the curve pull Frere. So, yeah, we'll see what happened to that car in a moment, but here's Connor Kingston coming into the pit lane. Not sure why the replays picked that one up. Here's Sebastian Flockvogt offline, as you can see. Catches the gravel. And let's hope everybody got around him here, because there's quite a lot of cars in the background. Let's hope he doesn't roll backwards. Oh, he's going to roll backwards. Got to be careful with doing that, because there's so many cars around. As I mentioned, 60 cars took the start today. You've got to be holding the brakes really there through such a fast corner and a blind corner. Dear me, thankfully that looks like everybody turned out all right from that, but that was scary.
Absolutely, for both the spinner and everyone around him, it was pretty sketchy. But I think everyone managed to get through all right. It's just that thing, you make one mistake. These these guys are always on the limit. They have to be to be somewhat competitive. So yeah, it's all about being on the limit, and sometimes you go slightly over. That's the thing with iRacing. It is just so. You make one mistake, you go slightly offline, you clip the grass just a little bit, and it's just such, it just comes up with such dire consequences for you. It could be the smallest of mistakes, and as we saw, it could spin them around, and that's both tyres could be a little bit worn, or just ego a little bit bruised, and even so, if that could have been a lot worse if there was a very fast car coming through that couldn't react in time. Yeah,
absolutely. It's dear, things getting very close for Riley Preston here. He's trying to hold off Thomas Randall, which is no mean feat, and Ross Rizzo as well, actually, for Trans-Tasman Racing. I feel like he's been at Trans-Tasman Racing for forever at this stage. I might be remembering that wrong, but certainly a season's V8 Supercar racer here on iRacing is Rizzo, in the top categories for a very long time now. Well, I don't want to make him feel old or anything, but that is probably true. As we see LMP2 pit stops starting to happen. The 27 car of Ashley Lear into the pits after 59 laps in this race. This is going to be one more stop after this one for those LMP2s. I reckon they can do about 40 minutes if we're running clean and green. If indeed there are safety cars, then obviously they might even be able to go that little bit longer. But for now, 40 minutes I would hazard a guess, and with 1:20 to go, this is pretty much the perfect time to be in if you're a prototype.
Absolutely, it's going to play out to really nicely into their hands. So yeah, hopefully for them it stays green till the end. I mean, we've had a pretty decent portion, touch wood, that of the race so far, where we've had a nice green window. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come. But for them, for Lear, that is going to be, hopefully for them, it's just going to be clean to the end, because that is as clean as you'd like it. Not the same story when you go down to the GT3s though. They are going to be, it's going to be who plays it the best, who maybe comes in that lap before, lap later, and gets to the end. It's certainly going to be sweaty palms moment for them.
Yes, it is, as Ricky Roy is trying to get into second place here. Double Ferrari battle for second in GT3 AM. Going up towards Lecombe. A few damaged cars around, aren't there? Goodness me! You can see the front and right fender of the 250 just damaged, and the rear end of this Magan Turbo Motorsports car is quite damaged as well. We'll get a shot of it here. It crumpled in there, looking a little bit sad, I'm afraid.
That fender's properly crumpled in as well.
It is really.
Battle scars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and what car hasn't been involved in incidents here today really is what you've got to go for, because it has been a chaotic one, as we've said many times already. I'm sure you're sick of us. But yeah, this is the battle for second in GT3 AM. Very big deal for these two teams, and pretty big deal in this race here as well. But for the moment, it doesn't look like this battle is really going to change over the next couple of moments. And you can imagine, I'm not sure if this is entirely cosmetic damage here in this race at the moment, because is that affecting the straight line speed or not? That's really what we've got to figure out. I guess we'll get a better view from on board right now. We'll see as we go through the curve pull for it. Looking at the GT3s, as I said earlier, on the limit through this corner. And yeah, they've made it through on this occasion. Going up towards Blanchimont on this occasion. But yeah, too far apart for anything to really happen in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, he's just got to close that gap. But the thing with Royer is he's got that rear end damage. You know, I would much rather have an understeery car than a very unpredictable, oversteery car. That rear end damage, if it is affecting him, is going to be a little bit awkward because yeah, you press the brakes and around the rear goes. It's very scary, especially in the GT3 car, to have rear end damage, and they're nursing it very well to keep it this consistent and still this close between the two. And hopefully for Royer, he can get onto the back of Hunter and give us a race because yeah. Second and third in GT3 AM, pretty big deal because Mitchell 13 seconds ahead and Burton pretty much 5 seconds behind. So yeah, they're two of the closest, and it's for a pretty decent position like this one in GT3 Pro between Randall and Rizzo for 13th and 14th. You can see that BMW in the rear camera all over the rear end of this Porsche into Les Combes, practically pushing him through. And yeah, Thomas Randall is going to be looking in that little mirror and thinking, well, he's a little bit close.
He is very close, although I have found that rear view camera, and all rear view cameras really on race cars, are quite zoomed in for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they're quite disconcerting on occasion. But there we are. Thomas Rando is still. Oh dear, has we got a car off there? Not one of the GT3 Pro cars. It's an Lamborghini. Looks like it's going to be able to recover itself though, as in get going again. And we're not going to need a safety car on this occasion. Which we are, of course, thankful for. Going back on board with Randall, the Apex Hunters United Esports car, splitting their spreading their wings a little bit this season. I'll talk about that in a moment. But here's Brady Stanley through No Name, long slide, couldn't quite catch it, and fortunately, I don't think anybody hit him in the 2-2-1. Holding the brakes on this occasion, which is what we like to see, and. Fortunately, that only ended up being a one-car incident there. But yeah, Apex Hunters United with cars everywhere, both in LMP2 and GT3, spreading their wings a little bit, but not having much luck so far in this season. Here they are.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. And you can see that BMW all over the rear end of the Porsche coming in towards the bus stop chicane. The Porsche running a little bit wide. Rizzo is able to put some pressure on. Is it close enough for a send into the bus stop? Not quite. But Royer has really closed up onto the back of Hunter as well. That gap now only, I think he was around about 2/10 when we last saw him a couple of moments ago. So yeah, we got two battles going on, one for second and third, one for 13th and 14th. And yeah, Thomas Randall and the AHU, they had pretty good success last season in the prototype classes. AHU, they had two cars in the title fight, and I think one of them did actually come out on top. And yeah, but unfortunately, getting off to the season 13th, it's still a decent position, and getting to the end is always an achievement in of itself. But you always want to aim for that top 10. The top 10 is always the first milestone you sort of go for. But yeah, they find themselves fighting for 13th and 14th, 2/10 between the two, and he is going to the middle of the circuit. The BMW closing at a rate of knots. Which way is he going to go? Inside or outside? The Porsche gives him the inside, and to the right hand side, who's going to be braver on the brakes? It's going to be Rizzo down the inside of Les Combes, but the Porsche going to try his luck on the outside. But yeah, Rizzo just said, "No, you don't. It's my corner, and you can stay behind for the time being."
Yeah, absolutely. Outside the top 10 for both of these guys. You wouldn't expect that, but it just shows the level of the field here in the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by VCO. Ross Rizzo and Thomas Randall both outside the top 10, which is outrageous, really. Both very good drivers. And indeed in the real world, especially in Thomas Randall's case. But there we are. Unfortunately, not really been their day so far. We've got the GT3 Pro. Oh no, sorry, that's an LMP2 making its way in. Benjamin Faulkner is into the pit lane. As I mentioned earlier, this is ideal for those in the LMP2 category. Wayne Bork and Aaron Russell have recently been in as well in the 27 and 89 cars respectively. That's also a good time to be pitting for a prototype team. But yeah, this is turning into a bit of a train here for the GT3 AM category. We've got Jake Burton. I know he's not a GT3 AM car, but he is starting to get onto the back of this train, and we can see a couple of lapped cars. I think that's Brady Stanley actually in this queue. So this is always awkward, and you don't really want to be a prototype getting onto these guys, because first of all, you don't really want to interrupt the battle for second in a category, but also you don't want to stumble on 5 GT3s all at once. But that's exactly what's going to happen to somebody in a few moments' time, you'd imagine.
Yeah, and of course, for these GT3s, it just makes the prototypes more awkward because, who's going to concede? It doesn't want to be Royer, it doesn't want to be Hunter because they're fighting for position. They don't want to lose time at all. So for the prototypes, it's going to be pretty sketchy. And as you say, 5 cars, it's going to be awkward to negotiate. So hopefully they time it right and can get at least a few down the straight for their case. And this is also a very close train in the pro category. I think, no, this isn't the same train, but it's a very long one. You can see it stretches all the way down the Les Combes straight. And yeah, you can just see the prototypes now negotiating their way through a couple in the background as well, as you can see. And Preston, I think, just trying to negotiate his way through this train himself. He's got 1.6 to Brennan for position, and he's got a couple of lap cars in his way.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking side by side, all kind of, goodness me, there's that lime green car in the background of these shots is not about to have a fairly bad time of things, you'd imagine. Look at this, side by side between everybody as the sun is sort of going down at Spa at the moment, the light just fading away ever so slightly towards the end of this one. And yeah, this is not a nice place to be. Coming through Pouhon, Ross Rizzo is in all of that, by the way, and Thomas Randall as well. Trying to get through on Riley Preston, or he was, until he was halted by all of this traffic. Is the white BMW just in the background there for Trans-Tasman Racing, going side by side constantly with the GT3 AM car, which is not helping that LMP2 whatsoever in the background here. Still can't make its way through all of these cars. Now finally making its way through on a couple of them. But yeah, goodness me, not a nice place to be. And even still, it is going on right now. Goodness me, this is absolutely awful. This LMP2 finally with a 3-wide moment briefly. They're going to be able to get through there. The 25 car it was in the end. Where is that car? Troy Maguire, who is already 13th, already had problems and is 1 lap down in this race, nearly 2 laps down actually, so I didn't want to make more problems for itself, but yeah, that was not the place to be, and the Ferrari finding itself in the middle of Ross Rizzo and Thomas Randall here as they go side by side into the bus stop chicane, outside line for the Porsche, and Randall is back through once again.
Randall was through anyway, and Rizzo tried to do a Hakkinen down in towards the bus stop, used the lap car to get the inside line on the Porsche. Nearly worked and gave him a very good run, but just couldn't quite convert. But yeah, very opportunistic, had the inside line, just again couldn't quite convert. And that Ferrari, I think there was a bit of contact. I could have sworn I saw a bit of contact where he just sort of looked to the left, was a bit scared, tried to give him some more space to the right, and realised, oh, there's a BMW there, so I've got to give both of them some space. And that, yeah, very sketchy moment for the Ferrari, and almost a very good moment for Rizzo. I think this is the fight for 6th and 7th. We've got Hunter versus Todd, Porsche versus Lamborghini. They're separated by 3/10. So we've got some good battles going on in the GT3. You look to Hunter, Burton and Royer, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in AM at the moment, and they're having a bit of a fight, but I think Burton's going to clear the both of them very soon. But yeah, we're being treated a little bit. We've got some very close GTs and some smoke. What's this for? We had a spinner through Pouhon, very easy to do, and that is all, thankfully, for Ryan Hunter, who managed to get through. And yeah, as you say, it seems to be multiple cars getting involved in that. Probably one of the fastest part of the circuit. This is Martin Short. A little bit wide. Is it onto the Astro? Or is it the P2? Yeah, P2 tapped him once. Is it? Oh, and then over the curb. Oh.
And then
Jesus Christ.
That's a big incident. I'm afraid the 29 car, I think that it is Sabo. He was leading. He's been into the pit lane recently, and you could say the net race leader. Maybe we're not quite sure how the strategy was going to turn out, but it's certainly not going to turn out very well anymore. Anto Rafael Sabo with no front end on that car at the moment. Dear oh dear, you can see all kinds of internals of that Dallara at the moment. Not what we want to see at all. Bit of a strange one, really. He was trying to go around the outside of the GT3s, but I've been saying it over and over. You've got to remember, that especially through Pouhon, they're so on the limit through there that you've got to give them a bit more space. And a little bit of a clip there has sent them both into the wall. Then the Porsche went over the curb, and then they made bigger contact and even heavier with the wall as well. So not nice to see, especially for Sabo, who was right up there leading this race. And yeah, it's all fallen apart for them, I'm afraid.
Yeah, hopefully for them, they've got their fast repair. We're not quite sure where they stand with that, but even then, it's going to completely ruin their chance to contend in this race. And yeah, they got away with the first bit of contact just about, but it was when the GT went over the curb, bounced over and sort of understeered, that the prototype got a little bit caught out. And this, the Ferrari getting all sorts of wrong into Les Combes. Just one twitch on the rear, over he goes and around he goes. Luckily for the prototype, he saw that coming and said, okay, I'm just going to go this way round. And that seems to be a pretty clear-cut one-car incident he can get going once again. And back to the action. This is Rizzo and Randall still going at it. Rizzo still unable to find a way through.
He did get in front briefly, but not for long. Riley Preston was sort of involved in this battle as well, but we saw that heavy clump of traffic a few laps ago, and well, you can see some of the cars that were involved in the background of this shot here. But it's cost them a heap of time. 7 seconds back to or up to Preston now. Just trying to make a move on the 158 at this point. Only 1 second between them. So yeah, a little bit hard to know where to look at the moment as we look at Tim Altus. Should have driven for Logitech G Altus, to be honest. Got the name for it, but I'm afraid he's been off into the gravel for the 221. Spinning around in that Lamborghini. I don't think that's the first time we've seen the JDR Lamborghini around in this one.
They were the one at no name, I think.
Yeah, it was Brady Stanley though, which has confused me a little bit. But yeah, that car a little bit having a few problems in the last few laps, unfortunately for them. Looks like they were able to keep going though.
Yeah, thankfully, but yeah, it's never ideal. But still, this fight now for 14th and 15th in the pro category for GT3, the BMW versus the Porsche. Again, another time we've had two German manufacturers going at it. Earlier on, it was the BMW versus the Audi, but Ross Rizzo just trying to pick his moments. You can see through Paul Frere, just needs to get the good launch. You can see they're always on the limit, always using that extra bit of curb. Hopefully they're not going to run it too wide to this AstroTurf, because that is lethal if you get it a little bit wrong. In the slipstream it is quite strong, and the Porsche definitely looking in his mirrors through Blanchimont. Is he close enough to go for a move? He had a little look in towards Blanchimont, but that was never ever going to work. Bit of a twitch from the Porsche, could put him on the back foot. Is he going to go semi-defensive into the bus stop? But again, they're just keeping it single file, so I think they're playing the long game, because yeah, not ideal for the GT3s in terms of fuel and tyres at the moment.
Yeah, leader into the pit lane here, Liam Reston of Summit Sim Sports for the 55 car, so it's going to leave Robert Gibbs to take the lead here for Drop Bear Motorsport. One of those that had a great run in the first season of AHU, finishing at third in the GTE and second in GT3, but moving up to LMP2 this time around. And having a good time of things. Gibbs is going to be leading here as we see Benjamin Faulkner going into the bus stop chicane. What's going to happen here? It's late braking from the number one. I think that's Justin Rougier still in the car. And Faulkner coming to an absolute... Ooh. Well, that is... fair play to him there for coming to a complete stop. He was very desperate to get into the pit lane, as you can imagine. Clearly about to run out of fuel. Came to a dead stop there to find a gap in the traffic. That was like trying to find your way off to the motorway services, wasn't it? Just comes to a complete stop. Well, hopefully you don't do that on the motorway, by the way, if you're watching at home. But coming to a complete stop, getting into the pit lane, very nicely done. Could have caused quite a big accident, to be quite honest, but he executed it well.
Yeah, luckily for him. But I think it was Lewis and Cam that were talking a little bit earlier about, you know, your team's in your ears telling you that, you know, you've got to come in soon, your fuel's a little bit low, and when you've got a lot of cars around you, you're not really focusing on the pit entry as much. But luckily for him, he thought ahead a little bit, and just, yeah, it's just one of those things. It's a very tight pit entry, and when you've caught the GTs in some traffic at the wrong time, you've got to be careful, and they're running on such fine margins that they don't have that extra lap to go if they need to. So he just had to slam on the anchors, and thankfully they managed to react to it quite well, because he was quite a way off the racing line. So yeah, thankfully that wasn't because that very easily could have been. It is quite a slow speed part of the circuit, so the worst that would have happened probably is a bit of contact and a spin. But still, you don't really want to see that. But you know, it didn't end that way. So yeah, it's all eyes forward.
We see Andrew Carl and Ethan Warren into the pit lane from the GT3 Pro category lead. They were 1 and 2, of course, and now they are going to be a little bit further down. We'll see if they're still going to be... Well, it looks like they are still going to be in their cars, I would imagine, at this point. Although they've only just come to... It's such a long pit lane, I've forgotten. They've only just come to a stop now, so they're just starting their pit stop. But they have managed to make it to, about 64 minutes to go in this race. I think they'll be all right, even with green flag racing. They might have to do a little bit of fuel saving, but I think they'll be absolutely fine. We normally see that kind of thing out of a GT3 anyway, and so I think they will be okay. Jared Filso, though, who's now in first position, will definitely have a much shorter pit stop here, and so may well be able to take the lead of GT3 Pro when this pit stop cycle shakes itself out, or somebody from absolutely nowhere could come up and come out of nowhere and try and steal this one. We'll wait and see if indeed that happens, because it could well do.
Yeah, certainly, and don't count out Jackson Susan Harlow, because him last season in the GTE, it was the GT3, in the Porsche for Team FA, he didn't lose a race all of last season, so he definitely knows his way around a circuit, and only 10 seconds off Phil Sell at the moment. He's certainly pretty quick, and with the whole strategy thing going on at the moment, can't count anyone out, because relatively speaking, they're quite close. So, a shorter pit stop here, a shorter pit stop there, having the lighter car to the end of the race really is going to go a long way. And you never know, if one team just has that sudden burst of pace, gets the strategy right, that's going to be the big decider in this race. It's almost in a sense that the last 2.5 hours really haven't mattered because of that safety car disrupting things. So yeah, it's just about saving the fuel, timing it right, making sure traffic, because that's you don't think of it over the course of a 4-hour race. You think, oh yeah, we're going to get past this. It's those things, but you've got to negotiate it well at this point, because those 1.5 seconds lost a lap is going to add up.
Yes, it certainly is. Right, Hunter, there's an obvious pun there, so I'll let you draw your own conclusions at home. But yeah, trying to get third position here in this race. Obviously, they're gaining positions all the time because of the pit stop cycle that is going on here. But the Triple One team having a fairly good time of things, all things considered. Jacob Todd is just in front, having gained 28 positions overall during this race, by the way. Starting all the way down in 44th overall. Now all of a sudden inside the top 20, so a very good job from them. As Robert Gibbs, from the very lead of this race, comes into the pit lane for the number 22, just over an hour, so still one more pit stop after this one to go for these guys. And yeah, that's going to make things interesting for everybody at this stage. 8 seconds of a lead he had. He's not going to have that anymore. Liam Reston is going to retake the lead of that one, I think. And given the demise of Sabo, I'm afraid, and the fact that he's still in the pit, or has he made his way out the pit lane in the last few moments? I think that car may well have done. Or he's dropped way down the order. No, either one of the two. But with the demise of that car, this race all of a sudden is very much up for grabs for everybody here, and Liam Reston, I think, is going to be taking Summit Sim Sports to the lead here. We'll see if they can keep it or not.
Yeah, and just heard from Lewis that Sabo has been disqualified. He just let us know, and we completely missed that. Not entirely sure if that's if that's actually happened, but yeah, we didn't quite see what happened there. Maybe, well, it could have been he maxed out his X's or something like that. So not quite sure. But while you were talking about the strategy, Andrew Waite managed to get past on Leach for P8 in the GT3 Pro, so he certainly wasn't waiting around at all. And that Porsche definitely has got some pace in him, and is going to be trying to extend that gap and chase after Stadler for P7 2.5. He's got to do that. But yeah, I'm really curious as to what happened to Sabo. Of course, probably one of the favourites for the race win. Had that contact with the when lap in the GT, and then well, just we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, it's a strange one, really. So we're not sure. Well, obviously we're sure that he's crashed. We saw that, but why is he disqualified? Is the question. There might be something on the sheet here. As we say, oh yeah, he has been disqualified for something. I don't think it is an on-track issue. We'll put it that way. I think it might be something settled not on the tarmac, unfortunately, and I don't mean just in the grass or the gravel either. But anyway, let's move past that. Aaron Russell currently is in 4th position right now, ahead of Scott Zyslowski, another fairly seasoned V8 Supercar driver in the LMP2 category. The 73 car, of course, simrigs.com. And yeah, they were running out in about 10th position on the restart, but made their way up the field now. And yeah, when were they last in? Very recently, last in the pit lane, didn't take tyres, and it might well not be until the end of this race. Really, it's a bit of an awkward one. That I haven't seen many people taking tyres at all in that one. Only the 27 of Aaron Russell and Sam Stride in the 42 took tyres on the last pit stop. So. That's going to make a bit of an awkward final one, really, because these guys might end up doing like about 2 hours on a set of tyres. It seems like too much to me.
Yeah, and Spa isn't exactly the nicest track on tyres. There's a lot of high speed. Those outside tyres are going to be absolutely screaming. So they've got to keep it careful. But yeah, it's only a 4-hour race. When do you take the tyres? How much are they going to benefit you? Because, it's a long enough pit stop as it is. You don't want to elongate that by even more. And there's a bit of smoke there. I think everyone's gotten it through pretty cleanly. But yeah, it's an awkward one. And if you take tyres for your final pit stop, how much of that time are you going to gain back on those fresh tyres? Because everyone around you, presumably, is going to be on very old worn tyres, as you say, doing sort of around 1.5 hours so far. So, you're going to have a massive advantage over them. But can you gain that? I'm sure they're thinking about it and then taking care of the tyres just to have a little bit more life in them towards the end.
Yeah, it's certainly going to have to, because we have run green now for, what is it, nearly an hour. Just the longest of the season so far. I was going to say a little bit earlier on. I know I've jinxed something now, but yeah, it is true. The battle for third in GT3 Pro still going on, as well as we look at this one for fourth in the LMP2 category. And Wayne Bork is really catching Scott Cisłowski here for the one of the top 5 positions. I have noticed this season we're seeing a lot more of the typical kind of very seasoned Australian iRacers that people have been watching for a very long time. I'm talking 5 years and more at this stage, because I'm getting quite old now. But Zach's not, by the way. But
I was 10.
But everyone
I was in nappies, no.
Yeah. Yeah, well, exactly. But yeah, Wayne Bork is catching Scott Cisłowski at this stage for a top 5 position, of course. So that one is going to be fought over quite vigorously between the two. And they're both being caught by Sam Stride at the moment, as you might be able to, or normally they are anyway. A bit of traffic for the 42 on the last time around, because it was a 2:05, a bit away from where you want to be. But he's taken tyres at the last pit stop, gotten into that car, I believe, as well, the 42, and so he's bearing down on everybody at this stage with those new tyres. And I think that those guys are kind of the ones in the best place strategy-wise, really, in this race. It pitched fairly recently, so not taking on a massive amount of fuel at the end of this race, and not doing an outrageously long stint on tyres either. So yeah, looking in a fairly decent place. So is Aaron Russell, I think.
Yeah, and P4 at the moment, even if it finishes like this, it's still a great result inside the top 5. You always look for those milestones. Of course, the big one is the top 10. You always want to finish inside the top 10, probably the most rewarding of the bunch. But then you work up, you think, okay, top 5, that seems reasonable. And then you get onto the podium, you're not really fussed whether it's second or third. Either way, it's a podium unless you're really in the championship fight. And then, of course, you've got the win that everyone wants. But, think more realistically. You set your targets, the top 10, top 5, and the podium. They're sort of the big ones you want to go for. So hopefully for Aaron Russell, he can close that gap and use strategy to his advantage, as we always see in endurance racing, whether it's 4 hours, 6 hour, 12 hour, 24 hour, it doesn't matter. It's always usually won or lost in the pit lane who's managed to early on save the fuel. Go, even a lap later per stint is gonna save you some time, is gonna help you come the final half an hour of the race, because then you've whether it be you've done one pit stop less, or you spent 10 seconds less in the pit stop than someone else, that is going to close Aaron Russell to Welch. So yeah, it's always won or lost in the pit lane. So fingers crossed for him, he can keep it consistent to the end, and hopefully we're going to keep it green to the end.
Well, yeah, let's hope so. And let's not jinx anything either. So we'll move on. This is GT3 Pro, of course. It's been very, very hotly contested, I should say, so far in this race. Guy Leach currently trying to hold off Riley Preston. Maybe a side-by-side moment through Eau Rouge here. Hopefully not, because that would be a little bit dangerous. And so not going to do that, but very much in the window now for GT3s to be making a pit stop at this stage. Going side-by-side through the kink and up the Kemmel straight. Now this should be a fairly easy move for the 162 to get through Riley Preston down the inside. Here, and this nice and late on the brakes. It's like Guy Leach for Injectors Online is going to let him have that one. And so up into 8th position for Preston as they try and chase down Jared Phil. So when is he going to pit, and where is he going to be in relation to the Logitech G-Autos Esports car of Andrew Carl, of course, who's dropped all the way down to 29th overall in this race. And where indeed, even Warren is down to 32nd. So they are in a train, all for 29th overall. At the moment, they're all battling with some GT3 AM cars, all the same. That is going to be holding them up here. Jared feels so kind of, running on his own. He's not even getting pressured by anyone from behind at this stage, and he's going to be setting the fast lap times. Meanwhile, Warren and Carl are battling away with GT3 AM cars, and losing time while also taking a longer pit stop. They were 1 and 2 earlier, but they might well not be after the end of this pit stop cycle.
Absolutely not. And for Jared Filsell, he's got the clean air. He's just on his own, in his own rhythm, doing his thing. But yeah, for everyone else in this fight for the top positions in GT3, it's, you don't want to be caught in traffic. It's going to slow you down, especially with the AM guys. Of course, they're not going to be ridiculously slow. It's not like a P2 getting stuck behind a train of GTs, but it's still going to slow you up. It's not the clean air you want, especially at such a crucial time. As you say, they're going to take a longer pit stop. They're going to be in the pit lane longer, which in of itself is going to be a disadvantage. This is Leach coming in from 9th place for presumably going to be his final pit stop. Yeah, should be pretty plain sailing, 53 minutes, pretty comfortable. So yeah, at least a couple of the GT guys are going to make it comfortably to the end. Anyway, this is Wayne Bork versus Liskowski for the top 5 in the P2. 3/10 between them as they head towards Blanchimont. Again, this is the fight for that top 5, one of those milestones, and I'm sure Wayne Bork's going to want a piece of it. He's tucked up nice in the slipstream. Is he going to pull to the right hand side and send one to the inside? Doesn't look like it, and for the moment just going to tuck behind. So yeah, certainly look like there's a battle brewing between the two.
Yeah, there certainly is. Wayne Bork has been the one applying the pressure here to Cisławski, as Russell has got away from the both of them down the inside. I think this is Thomas Randall, quite possibly. It's certainly, well, there's so many Apex Hunters United cars out there, it might not be, but either way, getting through on that Porsche down into La Source and up through Eau Rouge now. Is he close enough to really grab enough slipstream and get through here through Eau Rouge and Radion now? So we cut back to a battle with Riley Preston and Andrew Waite at this stage. Go picture in picture. LMP2 just disrupting that one very briefly, and Wayne Bork not quite able to gain the slipstream to quite do that one here. So just over 50 minutes to go. We still don't really know where this race is going to go from here. I think when the GT3 pit stops cycle themselves out, it's going to be more obvious, especially in Pro. We've got Taylor Mitchell running away with it in AM at the moment, and in LMP2, in the last 40 minutes, I think it's going to start to unravel itself, really. Aaron Russell and also Wayne Bork are going to be the first to come in after Justin Rougier, who's managed to get himself back onto the lead lap just about. They're in 9th position. They're all going to be in the pit lane quite soon, or in the next 10 minutes or so, and then after all that we'll start to get a handle on this race. But so far, because of all the safety cars, it has been very, very difficult to kind of figure out, and I bet it has been for the teams as well, to decide what to do at each safety car, to know when to pit and if to pit or not under these safety cars.
Yeah, because you never know. It's always easy in hindsight. You look back on the race and think, maybe we could have stayed up for that safety car, because half an hour later there was another one. But you never know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and racing always does seem to throw a curveball with you, especially in the sim world. And there's so many variables the team have to take into account. As I said earlier, they're going to have their textbook. This is the ideal strategy: pit here, pit here, pit here, take tyres, then this much fuel, etc., etc. But that's never how the race pans out, and it's constantly changing. And they're having to react to everything that's going on around them. It's a headache enough for us to try and keep up about it in the commentary booth, let alone for the drivers and the teams that are actually on the track fighting for those positions. It must be such a stressful environment, and you have to give them full credit for what they do. Even if it doesn't quite work out for them, it could just be a small mistake and things like that. But again, and then you have to really praise the teams that do get it right, because they're the ones that have dealt with it the best. And yeah, endurance racing, that's the thing. That's one of the many wonders about it. As good as the drivers are, they need to have arguably an equal or even better team behind them.
That's me. That was a 3-wide moment as the battle for 9th in GT3 continues just in the background there. But I'll tell you what also is very difficult for all of these guys out here this season is the fact that, well, some of them obviously making their season debuts here. As I was mentioned a little bit earlier, a lot of names we didn't see before on the grid here this season, which is of course what we like to see. But it does make things difficult. But also, we're not, apart from the community vote track, which we don't actually know yet, but none of the tracks on the calendar this season were on the calendar last season. So for every single race, nobody has a real reference point in this series. You could say they can practice and whether there's other series that will have been there, but not quite in. This is quite a unique format to me. 4-hour races not massively common. The way the classes are structured this season, not very common at all in iRacing at the moment, and it's going to become more popular as GT3 Pro and Am becomes more of a thing in real life. But for the moment, it's not really a popular thing, and also the fact that we've got the safety cars, which I think makes this series incredibly unique, and obviously we love that about it. that means that there's almost no reference point whatsoever for anybody to really figure out what the hell's going on at any given point during the season, which makes for unpredictable racing, as we're seeing today.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you go into each race on an uncertainty. You know, of course, you can look back on the last round and think, oh, okay, these guys were quick, but then, you know, we've got such a variety of circuits, and of course that one we don't quite know yet on the calendar, so it can top and change, and the order can be all shaken up all over the place. So yeah, AHU a very unique series in a very good way, it must be said as well. The safety cars, you know, we've seen today how well they can work and really bring some good action, because, you know, in a lot of endurance series that perhaps don't run a safety car at this point, it'd be very spaced out, and of course we'd just be waffling for the entire thing. But, you know, we've still got a fight for P5 here in P2 with 48 minutes left to go, and Wayne Bork and Slazowski still going at it, as we've had, you know, for GT3 and GTM all the way through. And yeah, it's a very unique series, and we don't have the reference points, and it's so unpredictable. There's always that uncertainty, you know, in racing in general, but even so in AHU, and I think that is why we've got 60 cars on the grid with you know, even more that want to race but can't, because it's just that attractive.
Yeah, it's a few missed out, unfortunately. I can't actually tell you how many cars that got cut from this one. So we have 15 LMP2s running here. 3 of them got cut, unfortunately. A couple of them missing out by 2-3 tenths of a second in that one. In GT Pro, we saw 6 cars get cut to make a 25 car order, and then 18 cars in GT 2 of them getting cut from that one. So yeah, we saw in the end more than 10 cars being cut, 71 cars pre-qualified for this race. It will happen all again when we visit the Sebring 4 hour, of course, in a few weeks' time. But yeah, it's very, very brutal indeed for all of these guys. Wayne Bork, though, we're still watching this battle. Not much has changed really for this one, and I do feel like the 89 car of Synergy Sim Racing just waiting at this stage, really. Scott Cisławski does look like he's under pressure at some stages, but then Wayne Bork just kind of lifts out and saves that little bit of fuel. So, yeah, who knows where this battle is going to go, as we've got trouble at the bus stop chicane. Multiple cars off, loads of GT3 cars in here, Jared Filsell included, which is going to change the face of this race. And this has gone out from a long way out. Andrew Waite somehow managed to get himself involved here. Oh, sorry, he was just picking his way through there. So, yeah, not sure quite what happened. But yeah, it's another incident at the bus stop, I'm afraid. More LMP2 and GT3 interaction, it looks like.
Yeah, it just seems to be the site for incident for sure. But yeah, whether... Oh, wait, that was a bit of a lock-up. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it just seems like this is the time for all the GTs to start coming in, and of course for that pit stop. And when you've got cars coming in, you're not really sure if they're coming in, which again just throws the uncertainty. And of course the prototypes coming through. It is very easy to make a mistake, and you know, if you're a car behind, you don't really have much time to react, and you know, you're already on the brakes. If you press a little bit harder and try and turn, you're going to go around yourself, and yeah, it's just that negative feedback loop of one spin, then another, and yada 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 all the way down. And thankfully that wasn't as big as it probably could have been, but yeah, certainly a less than ideal situation for a few people. This is you know, Wayne Bork and Slazowski still getting their way through the GT traffic, working together very nicely. Bork is just saying, okay, you can just, you know, I'll use the gap that you made, I'll stick behind you for now, and just wait. And I think he's just waiting for that moment, that opportunity to find a way through, because there's no need to force anything. He's in 6th at the moment. Of course he wants that top 5, but you know, he's 3 hours 16 into this race. He doesn't want to throw it all away with one rash move, and he's just got to pick his moments well, obviously in the slipstream. And we've seen numerous times he's just lifted off to save some fuel, so that's going to help him in the long run.
Big moment in GT3 Pro, by the way, as Jared Filsell takes his final pit stop of the race here for Lobsvågen Racing. The 194 car, after starting all the way down in 59th position in this race, all of a sudden is going to be leading GT3 Pro, because it's had a 9 seconds quicker pit stop than Andrew Cole, and also the amount of time lost by Logitech GT Esports in the traffic has really cost them, I'm afraid. So they are down in 3rd position, third for the moment. It's going to be 2nd in a few moments' time, when Jacob Todd completes his pit stop for Blue Flag Racing in the 1:15. But yeah, Jared Filsell taking the lead here in GT3 Pro. A strategic masterclass from those guys. Let's see if Carl and Warren can catch up to them. Logitech AHU Esports GTE reigning champions, of course, trying to get another AHU title next to their name, but doesn't look like it's going to get off to a winning start the way it's going. Jared feels so, and that team playing a very, very nice strategical game indeed.
Yeah, indeed so, and as you say, remarkable feat, and you know, never ever say never in endurance race, and you got 4 hours to do it. Yes, they started 59th, but they picked their way through. They played their strategy absolutely perfect. Still, you know, what is it, 43 minutes left to go, and not over until the checkered flag waves and they cross the line. But they're looking good, and they've put themselves in the best position possible. So yeah, for Lobs and for Phil Sell, definitely getting the season off to a good start and showing their pace as best they can. And for Andrew Carl and Gialtis, could be another opening round where they haven't won. Of course, they've looked good for the entirety of the race, but you look to last season, they didn't win the first round, and then they won everything else after that. So, you know, I don't think they're going to be too disheartened about second place if it does end that way.
Well, yes, of course, it's a long season as we look at Jamie Welch getting closed down on by Robert Gibbs quite dramatically here, as Liam Reston is continuing in the lead of this race, and given the fact his pit stop's going to be very similar in length to that of Welch and Gibbs, it might well be a victory for the 55. Let's wait and see and hold our horses though on that one as we continue to look at this battle for second. Also the battle for fifth still going on here, but I still don't know if Wayne Book really wants to get through or not, as we were looking earlier in this race. Just over 40 minutes to go though, and we're going to be seeing the final pit stops of the race very shortly, these LMP2s, and then they'll be able to go to the end, and we'll see which battles are left and which battles could change over the final half an hour or so of the race. But this one for second just tied up kind of under our noses really. Wasn't expecting Gibbs to be able to catch Welch, but here he is. Wants to get second place. The win may be out of the question, but he'll be grabbing every position that he can get at this stage.
Yeah, you know, points are points at the end of the day, so he's going to be trying his best to get past them. Yeah, he's not that far off Welch at all, and 40 minutes left to go. Anything can happen, as we always say. This is the fight for the podium in GT3 Pro. This is Anderson versus Warren, and back between Bork and Szygalski. These two still going at it. Oh, that was no. Don't do that. into Puan. Had a little look, filling his mirrors, and then he was just slightly offline, and look at how it's killed his momentum. Maybe for the better, because now he's got this backwards momentum going into this train of GTs, where Szygalski has to go around the outside of the Lamborghini. Both of them do, and then to the inside of the BMW, who very wisely just stays to the outside and just sort of waves them both through. But yeah, that is sometimes the best thing to do. Bork saw the train and just thought, okay, I'm going to take a step back here and use that momentum to then drive my way through and hopefully not get bogged down like Scott did in front, but it sort of leveled itself out anyway. Yeah, that's always good, and he's still on the attack, or at least trying to get close enough. But again, with all the GT traffic getting through, you never really know. And now we've got Healy versus Nicholson for 13th and 14th. A lot of battles then up and down the grid, and it is nice to see how close it is.
Yeah, there are plenty of battles. Aaron Russell kicks us off for the LMP2 pit stops. I'm sure Justin Rougier has actually been in here as well. Yes, he has. Earlier on, Wayne Bork following him in as well. Bit of a predicament with tyres for these guys, but I think they're just going to deal with the old ones really. Not enough time to change them. If it was under safety car, then maybe you'd think about changing them, but we're not under safety car, and hopefully we won't be until the end of this race. Joshua Anderson, fourth position for him at the moment, looking at a podium quite possibly. Ethan Warren is just in front of him. Now, it doesn't look like his car, but apparently it is. Just up in front for Trans-Tasman Racing. Going back a little bit further to Simon Nicholson. Not sure he's trying to get through here, and look at that lifting off here. Even in the final stint of the race, where the fuel becoming less and less of a factor with every minute that passes us by, because the pit stops, the final ones being reeled off at an alarming rate at the moment. But still people lifting off going into Le Com at this stage and wanting to stay behind just for the moment.
Yeah, don't really need to send one now, because we've seen time and time again where you get through, and then even though you might seem like you're the quicker car at the moment, you get through, and then as soon as you're in front, you lose all that pace and you can't then make the headway. So it's about getting through at the right moment when perhaps they can't then get you back, and you've just got to put the pressure on, save some fuel as best you can, so then it's not as much of a headache. You can be out of the slipstream and be going full revs, getting through that fuel, and then come to 2 laps and you're on 2.1, and it's sort of that bit that starts to become a little bit shaky. So it's about that security, it's about comfortability more importantly in endurance racing, because if you're on the limit with 1 lap to go, it's going to be heartbreaking if you run out of fuel half a lap to go. So it's better to be on the caution side, better to be safe than sorry when it comes to this, but they're still close, and I'm sure in 10-15 minutes time they're certainly going to open up and get their elbows out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is turning into a 3-car battle here for what is 10th position in the GT3 Pro category, I think, but certainly more points up for grabs here. Indeed, the 9th, the lime, sorry, not the lime car, the kind of the bluey, turquoisey, whatever colour that is in the background car, just distracting me a little bit there. But Howard Stadler, is the one trying to make the moves, trying to get through on Leach and Wait just up in front here in the BMW. Oh, a little bit wide there for the Ferrari. Could be in a bit of trouble. 3 different cars involved in this fight. Of course, we're going to see the straight line speed difference between them, because of course that's what you get with the GT3s, something that's different to the LMP2s. There's strengths and weaknesses of the different cars, but they should about go around all the circuits at roughly the same speed. Bit of slipstream for the BMW here, but it doesn't look like he's anywhere near Leach really to get through. Yeah, he's gaining it just a little bit, but not really, as one of the cars 1 lap down, I think that is, the 122 car, getting through. Jake Burton up the inside as well of Nicholson. Now this is the battle we were seeing earlier on, but Jake Burton is here for Vendoro now, and making moves once again. So he's I'm not quite sure why he's fallen so far back actually in this race, because pretty sure when we came into this broadcast, like, they were right up inside the top 3 or battling for the top 3 positions, but all of a sudden well outside the top 10.
Yeah, that is weird, but it shows this race is very topsy-turvy at the moment. So you might be third, and maybe there's a couple more pit stops to filter out. I can't see that happening though, because a lot of the GTs we saw come in around about that point where we had that big kerfuffle, we should say, at the bus stop, and then we saw everyone coming in at one point. But yeah, a shame for Jake Burton, because him and his teammate, very quick drivers, and they did very well last season as well. But yeah, for the time being, it seems to be probably P13, maybe P11, because they've only got 5 seconds. Then it's a very close between Phoeben and Stadler. So maybe they've got a top 10 on the cards, but we'll have to wait and see. But Gibbs and Welch very close together, 5 tenths, or well, around about 4 tenths, very fluctuating between the two. Second and third, Reston is sort of taken off, and Sisowski and Stride are sort of a little bit further back. So for P2, it seems to be second and third is the fight to watch at the moment.
Oh goodness me, up the inside through Blanchimont for one of the LMP2s. Here is that battle that you're talking about for the top 10. No numbers on that Kyle Leach car for some reason. I don't know why. So clearly something's gone wrong somewhere along the line. But I do believe this is the battle for 10th in GT3. By the way, I think something's gone slightly wrong there. But either way, Leach is pretty comfortable in that place now. Ever since the lap car got involved, the 122. It's been a little bit easier for Leach to defend himself with that car just in between them. Down the inside through Eau Rouge, not a nice place to be. But thankfully we haven't seen too much of that today. You do sometimes see that at Spa, some people diving it down the inside just before Eau Rouge. That downforce of the LMP2 is able to carry them through, but the GT3s really do need to stay on the same line the entire way through, but that's not always the case. Either way, oh dear, down the inside for the 122, 3 wide briefly. And a bit of contact. Kyle Leach all of a sudden has to defend a lot of defending all over again.
Yeah, that was a sketchy moment, a bit of contact very easily, because we've seen cars just bounce off each other and then could end very catastrophically, which I always find to be a mouthful to say, catastrophic and things like that. It's very awkward to get out. But yeah, anyway, for Guy Leach, he's got a couple of cars behind him. He wants to get inside the top 10. He's only 8 tenths off it, and Jake Burton is only a couple of seconds back. The more they fight, the more they're going to close up, and yeah, that could certainly make it spicy. We've got 34 minutes left to go in this race. Certainly now just a sprint to the finish, and they're going to be looking forward to that checkered flag, or maybe some of them not looking forward to the checkered flag as they're catching, but maybe they're just going to run out of time before the end.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see on that one as we look at Michael Healy for Trans Tasman Racing right now. Just got overtaken by Jake Burton. And yeah, Burton is going to fly away very shortly, you'd imagine, in that Porsche here, because he's particularly quick in that one right now, as you can see. But yeah, either way, this is the battle for 13th in the GT3 Pro category. Nicholson just behind, but as we were on board with Nicholson earlier in that Lamborghini, not really willing to go through just for the moment. Trying to look towards the leaders really. The top 6 haven't been into the pit lane for their final stops yet. Wayne Bork and Aaron Russell have been in, and it won't be long until the top 6 are in in kind of quick succession. But yeah, Liam Reston with over 16 seconds of a lead here for Summit Sim Sports. Looking very, very promising for them at the moment. Don't want to jinx anything, but it is looking very, very promising.
Yeah, hopefully the commentators curse isn't a thing. I know Lewis doesn't believe in it at all, but you know it does happen. You know, there's a couple of jinxes coming through, and safety car, Ewan, you've jinxed it. You've jinxed it. There we go. Commentators curse. Here we go. Prime example.
It worked. The Benjamin Faulkner car.
That's a very sketchy place to park it as well.
I think that is a technical problem in terms of with his equipment there. Because he's just stopped, and I could just see his wheels, his front wheels poking out at a strange angle, almost as if suspension had broken, but obviously it hadn't because it's been into contact with anything. I think there was a technical fault there for Benjamin Faulkner, and there is indeed a safety car. So we will be going racing for a very short amount of time at the end of this race to decide who is going to be winning here at Spa. Liam Reston is going to be in. Jamie Welch will follow him. Gibbs, Sislowski, Stride and Wayne will all be in as well. Wayne Bork is going to end up in... could well be staying in 7th. He could well be in the lead though. It's hard to tell. I think it might well be the first option. He might well stay down the order a little bit further than what he would have liked. But this is quite ideal for the top 6 really. I know Liam Reston's big lead has been wiped out, but he's still able to take his final pit stop under safety car, which is going to help.
Certainly is, and well, it brings everyone back into the limelight, doesn't it? Because you know it's pretty much just a reset button on this. They're all clumped together. They're all going to be close for the final. When we go green, maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe, if we get lucky with how things filter out. But yeah, this is certainly going to be something to look forward to for sure. With everyone so close, even in the GTs and everything like that, it's going to be a very close race because it looked like Reston was just going to run away with it. But now he's got Welch and Gibbs on their tail, and I'm sure both of them aren't going to be with 15 minutes to go. They're going to be looking at the rear end of that of P1 and thinking, well, we've got a chance here. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm sure a few are going to. Yeah, late safety car. In this one we saw that at the first round last season at Silverstone, and we had a fantastic finish there. I think that was Lobbs versus Apex Hunters United. I can't remember the drivers. I've got to be honest. It was a long time ago now, but it was a great ending to the 4 hours of Silverstone to kick off our first season in this championship. Now we're into season 2. Another late safety car. Admittedly, this one has been a lot more disrupted than that Silverstone race was last season. Only one safety car in that race, and a whopping 5. I think this is. I'm beginning to lose count here. We're almost running out of fingers, but I think it's the 5th safety car. Also, that Benjamin Faulkner car not parked in a particularly ideal position in terms of pit exit. It's actually made it a bit narrower there. Thankfully, we're not under green anymore, but that would be quite dangerous if we were still under green. But thankfully, not the case anymore.
Yeah, thankfully not, and it would be nice to keep everyone intact for the remaining for the remainder that we've got. So it's just a straight fight to the finish for everyone, and we can get to the end cleanly. And with green flags, we had a nice portion of the race under green flag, pretty much for the entirety of we've been in the booth pretty much and up until now. So yeah, it's going to be a straight fight to the finish. It's going to be a great finish, I'm sure, with a lot of action now. Everyone's clumped up together, and yeah, this is why we like safety cars, because it makes the endings very interesting. Doesn't matter what happened for the last sort of stint. We've all been talking about the strategy and things like that happening and playing a factor, but that all doesn't matter now. That's all been thrown up in the air, and everyone's in, everyone's to the end, so it's all about who's the quickest man on track.
Yeah, it basically is. here. So while we are under a safety car, we are going to be for a little while. Let's run through the top 5 in each category, because I've been trying to do that for a while, and it always goes wrong. So maybe finally now we can have a look at the top 5 in each. First of all, LMP2. Robert Gibbs has had a very short final pit stop here. He took on fuel only, and so managed to jump Liam Reston, who's taken tyres at that pit stop. Scott Zieslawski is third because he didn't take tyres, and Jamie Welch is fourth because he did. Wayne Bork and Aaron Russell, after pitting under green, are fifth and sixth here in this race. Jared Filsell's not also going to be very displeased with this safety car because it's brought all of his rivals back into the fray. He's leading in front of Andrew Carl and Ethan Warren in second and third. Joshua Anderson is in fourth ahead of Jacob Todd. Next, battling it out in the fifth position with Ryan Hunter, who's going to be trying to steal it off him on the restart. Then in GT3 AM, we've got the 237 of Nick Mitchell, 31st overall, but first in that category. The 223 that was leading for a while, Magan Turbo Motorsport, or has always been up there at least. Second position right now, but very, very close. I think it's actually directly behind those guys in the queue, which is helpful in this restart. James Wood is third ahead of Liam Jacobs. Then we've got Daniel O'Donnell in the fifth position here in this race. So yeah, we've got everybody stacked up now, and yeah, we've been able to finally run through the top 5 in each category. So Robert Gibbs leads, having not taken tyres here. Zach, that is an interesting call. These GT3s are going to be pulled out of the gap between himself and Liam Reston, so this race is going to be absolutely on. It's going to be a tall order for him to hold the entire field back, though, in that 22 car.
But it's an interesting strategy, you know. It's sort of the all or nothing thing, that he's now got the track position. All he needs to do is keep it. Yes, it's going to be an absolutely monumental task, but you know, he was third. He was you know, fighting for second, and he saw the opportunity for first, and he thought, well, you know, how long am I going to have to hold them off for? What's that? 15-20 minutes? How much is that? Probably what? 7-8 laps ish. So all he has to do is have good exits and make sure to cover them off, make sure that P2 is as wide as possible for it. But that's the thing, it's a risky strategy. If it works, he's going to look like an absolute hero. If it doesn't, Reston, Sasowski, Welch, Bork, they're probably all going to find a way through at one point. And well, with Gibbs being slightly slower, we're probably going to see a train at least for the top 5 in P2, which I cannot wait for.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be very, very exciting indeed, and we are going to get a grandstand finish to this race. Now the cars are soon going to pull to the left-hand side, or the LMP2s are, so that the GT3s that need to go past are going to, because Andrew Waite is the first one of those in the Porsche who need to go through, and he will be very shortly when everyone gets to the left-hand side here. See everybody out of the way now. Or nearly, anyway, because yeah, basically just to explain this in case you don't know, the wave around's obviously a regular thing in endurance racing, but if you don't watch very much of it, then you'll be very confused as to what's happening. Basically, the slower class cars can sometimes get caught one lap down when the leader has overtaken you, but not your class leader, and your class leader gets to cycle all the way around to the back of the safety car train, and you're still stuck behind the actual leader. You actually lose a lot of time where you shouldn't have, and so that basically alleviates that problem. The advantage with Australian racing with regards to American racing is that in America this would happen now, and then the pits would open, then we'd all pit and have all this palaver, and then we'd have to do this again. So thankfully Australian racing, the pits are always open, and it's also safer in real life for everybody to come down, especially with some very small pit lanes in some Australian circuits, thinking of Phillip Island, which is a bit narrow, to be quite honest. You know, it helps with that, but also it means that we don't have to do 2 wave rounds, which we like, of course. But yeah, as you can see here, Zach, everybody is stacked up together. I know you said that all of the LMP2s are going to be in one line. I did think there was at least going to be one GT3 involved here in the top 10, but there's literally none. It's a proper train here, and no pit stops to the end of the race. It's going to be like this right till the very end.
It really is. It's pretty much going to be like this, that it's just going to be a fight amongst themselves. How much are these guys going to work together? Because obviously they're all thinking, the leader's right there, we're all together, we're all on the same-ish strategy, and it's just a straight fight to the end. It's going to be best man wins, who's got their elbows up the most, who's going to play their cards right, because pack racing is a skill in of itself. You've got to be able to pick your moments, be patient in some places, be more aggressive in others, because, you know, patience can be both a burden and a blessing, because if you're too patient, you're going to lose out. If you're too aggressive, go for that moves too early, you're going to find yourself, again, losing out, whether that be in a similar fashion or not. But yeah, it's going to be whoever plays their cards right. And yeah, for Robert Gibbs, he's got his work cut out for him. But for Drop Bear, they've so far proved to be a pretty good force in this race. Reston, of course, was dominating beforehand. Now he's got the better tyres compared to him. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and we'll just have to find out how it all plays out at the checkered flag.
Yeah, the problem Scott Cisłowski has is the fact that Justin Rougier is still one lap down somehow, and he is stuck in that third position in the train there, in the number 1 car, I believe. So the 73 is going to have to battle round him first before getting through. And speaking of battling, it doesn't look much like a safety car, does it? Because they're racing around at the moment. Jake Burton on the fringes of the top 10. Surely he's going to be able to manage to get into there before the end of this race. He's almost within touching distance of it. Very, very experienced driver. Very, very fast driver as well. Is Jake Burton. I feel a bit wrong for saying he can stick it with the Europeans now, because that's not really the case anymore. Back in the day, I feel like the Australian scene is a lot quicker than it was once upon a time, and it's now less surprising to see people like him doing so well. But yeah, the longevity of his iRacing career has been pretty very, very impressive. So there we are. Robert Gibbs, though, is going to be thinking about how he's going to control this restart. Just over 20 minutes to go, by the way, as the sun is setting, and safety car's not going to be in this lap. By the looks of things, it's still right in front of the field, so we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for the safety cars to come in. So probably one more lap under safety car here, and then we'll be able to go. Yeah, Robert Gibbs is going to have a real fight in his hands. I'll tell you who else is going to have a fight in his hands here, to less of an extent, but still it's going to be a factor, is Jared Filso. You can just see his car in the background there, the 194. A couple of seconds because there's a few cars between himself and Andrew Carl, but that is going to be a pretty big fight for him as well here in this race. Filso is a very good driver in his own right, but Andrew Carl is a very good GT driver. So for Logitech AHU Esports, a very good team, of course. So they're going to have a fight in his hands as well, of course, especially since Filso had a 15-second lead. He's going to be, well, he wasn't very impressed to see the safety car out, put it that way.
No, certainly not, but Robert Gibbs certainly not going to be complaining that the safety car's out for at least another lap, because it just means he's got one less lap to keep everyone behind. And as you say, Jared Filso, Andrew Carl, after last season losing out to a safety car, this season he's going to try and want to start it and gain with the safety car. It's going to definitely help him, and yeah, probably two very evenly matched drivers in terms of GT3. It's going to be a very good battle, I'm sure, and I'm sure, you know, Carl and Phil Sell, they're going to be absolutely at it for the last sort of 20 minutes or so. And yeah, for Gibbs, we've got, and of course don't forget the AM category, we've got Mitchell versus George down there as well, so we're going to have some really good fighting for all three categories, and some very decisive ones that could, you know, maybe set the tone for the rest of the season.
Yeah, here's Nick Mitchell as well in the lead of the GT3 AM category. And by the way, I really, I'll tell you two reasons why I don't like the new BMW GT3. I've just been in iRacing for a while. Obviously, everybody knows about the grille, but the other thing that really does grind my gears is the fact that it has no position light in the top left of the windscreen as we're looking at it. Very helpful on all of the other cars. Literally every other GT3 on iRacing has one, but for some reason this one doesn't, and it's very unhelpful because we've got absolutely no idea where Nick Mitchell is in the overall of GT3. So obviously we can look at timing, but GT3 the other ones, you can just look at them and find out. So yeah, I'm not impressed with BMW for that one, but there we are. It's a thing. it happened. And yeah, I still don't like the BMW M4. People who do, don't at me, please. But yeah, can you stand the grill on this, Zach? I've never pushed my opinion to you about this before. So people are pinging me all over the place now because of this. But yeah, can you stand the grill? Because I certainly can't.
It's not the most aesthetically pleasing thing, but you know, it looks quite mean, I suppose. You don't really fancy that in your mirrors, but yeah, you're not really helping yourself, Ewan. You know, the whole Sebring resurfacing thing, and then saying, "Oh, the Aussies aren't as good as the Europeans." You're not helping your case at all in this race, and you did get a bit of a turn off from our podcast director. It was quite funny, but yeah, no, I can see what you mean in terms of the BMW, but yeah, I don't really have I guess as much of a burning, passionate hatred for it as you do. I personally think the likes of the Ferrari or the Porsche are some of the most aesthetically pleasing cars on iRacing, and the BMW just seems to be a big bulk in a sense. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, I'm getting thrown under a lot of buses today, and I'm throwing myself under some as well. So there we are. Safety car is going to be in this lap. And Lewis has just told me that there's no number board because the BMW was a prototype when it was added to iRacing. So anyway, we can put that one to bed now because there's more important things to think about, especially for Robert Gibbs, who's going to be deciding where he's going to be getting away from Liam Reston here in the start of this race, trying to take a race victory for Drop Bear Motorsport, moving up to LMP2 here for this season. Liam Reston just behind him, going to be trying to get through with those new tyres. Gibbs got in front, of course, by having taken no tyres on the last pit stop cycle, and so he's got a big job to defend here. Just under 17 minutes to do it as well. Quite a few laps that is as well. About 9 laps left in this race. So he's going to have a big job on his hands here, going down towards the bus stop chicane here on lap 85. This is Nick Parker, by the way. Oh my goodness me, the safety car has been for a crash at Blanchimont. That is astonishing. But either way, hopefully some better action in the next few moments to come. Not his finest moment there. But either way, out of the final corner, and we are green flag racing here once again at Spa. Robert Gibbs taking the green flag in front of Liam Reston. Justin Rougier in the number one. And there's contact between the two leaders. Liam Reston far too late on the brakes. He was on new tyres, of course, can brake a lot later, but went straight into the back of Robert Gibbs. This is the perfect situation for him because Scott Cieslawski has got in front of Reston as well as the number one car. So there's a 2-car buffer between himself and the nearest car on new tyres. This is fantastic for Robert Gibbs, but a nightmare start for Liam Reston. He was in control of this race half an hour ago. It's all fallen apart as we're 3 wide up towards Lecombe. This is all over. 4th position. Wayne Bork trying to get through, and everybody here. Aaron Russell steams down the inside. Can't quite get through. Wayne Bork is going to hang on to that place.
Crazy start to this then, and you can see in the GTEs as well, we've got Anderson looking to the inside of Carl, can't quite convert but practically pushing him through, and it's all kicking off in the LMP. You can see a couple of people darting to the inside. There's contact between the two into Ravage as well. Jamie Welch says thank you very much, comes back through, but absolutely not the ideal start for him. Robert Gibbs is not going to be complaining whatsoever. We're looking in 2 places at once. We've got Anderson versus Carl, and then we've got Welch on an absolute charge back through, but yeah, calamity for the restart for a lot of the prototype guys, and that's the thing, they get in desperate these final 15 minutes or so, and they really are pushing. And now we've got a 3-car train. This is Anderson looking to the looking to try and find a way through. Did get past Carl in the end, who asked now to defend, but Staszowski on the back of Gibbs, and then Reston comes Welch, Wayne and Strigel top 6 in the P2. Yeah, this is chaos, and sets the scene for the next 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Wayne Bork and Aaron Russell have been battling for a very long time now, and it's finally come to a head at Bruxelles as we go up towards Blanchimont. Just under 15 minutes for Robert Gibbs to hold on to this one. Scott Cieslawski hasn't got new tyres on either here, by the way, so these two are fairly well matched as Jamie Welch gets through on Liam Reston as well. It's a nightmare for Liam Reston in that 55 car. Summit Sim Sports exchanging places there, the two teammates, as they go towards the bus stop, but 3 seconds up to these guys battling for the race win. Justin Rougier, by the way, is the green car just up in front in the number one. He's just unlapped himself, but he's helping Robert Gibbs here and giving him slipstream all the way up the Kemmel Straight. which is going to help him massively. Up through Eau Rouge and Radion then for the 87th time of asking here today. After 5 safety cars and a very chaotic race, it's all going to come down to this. Zizlowski is chasing Gibbs, who's chasing Rougier. All of this slipstream just battling over it down the Kemmel Straight. They're continuing to pull away from the likes of Jamie Welch down in 3rd position. Look at that, 4 seconds down to those guys on new tyres now.
Stellar stuff for them. They're not going to be complaining one bit at all. And for the guys on newer tyres, this is an absolute nightmare. But Gibbs and Zizlowski, do they work together? Do they realise we're on old tyres here? They can very easily catch up, or are they just going to go elbows out, absolutely going for it? But for Gibbs, he has got Rougier, and you can see just it's like a conga line. They're all following each other. They all want the slipstream, and for Gibbs, he's going to want everything he can in order to keep these guys behind. And you can see Welch now trying to start to sort of make an indent on these guys, and that probably will start to come down pretty quickly, especially if they start battling. But for Wayne, Rest, and Stride, they need to get on with it. They need to start using these tyres to their advantage and making the most of it. But Gibbs and Zizlowski, they're not as slow as perhaps Welch and Wayne would have thought they would have been, and they're not. They don't have that the overall advantage that perhaps they would have hoped for.
Looking at a replay here, that was a very, very small gap for Aaron Russell to be trying to get into, I have to say. Down towards Bruxelles, and Wayne Book goes around along with Russell. Both trying to get out the gravel now as well. See, it's not gravel there in real life anymore, unfortunately, but there we are. Through the final chicane they go once more. Zizlowski on the back of Gibbs. Still not much changing at the front of the field, though. Jamie Welch trying to close on these guys, but really can't, and he's leaving Wayne and Reston behind, trying to do so. He's on new tyres here, Welch, but I think Reston's new tyres really not paying off at all. It seems to have been a bit of a Summit Sim Sports kind of move to go for the tyres for the end of this race, because only those two, well, not only those 2 cars have gone for it, but there were 2 of the very few to have gone for it. As we go up to Joshua Anderson, trying to hold off Andrew Cole here. I thought it was going to be Cole moving forward and trying to make a move on Jared Filsell for the win in this race, but it's not been the case. The Vendaval Sim Racing car now into 2nd place, but not really making any inroads on Filsell. And Ethan Warren dropped outside the top 6 very briefly. He's had a terrible restart, I'm afraid, for Trans-Tasman Racing, but looking to get back into the top 5 now.
On his best, only 3/10 off Hunter in order to do so. But yeah, Phil Sell, perfect restart for him. And now it's between Joshua Anderson and Andrew Kyle just to try and fight for 2nd and 3rd. That's probably the best they can ask for, unless it goes completely wrong for Jared Phil Sell. But you can see here's Anderson having to defend from Carl, who's going to go to the left-hand side. It's the long way round for Lecom, who's going to be latest under brakes. The G Altis on the outside, going to go for the old switcheroo, but Joshua Anderson parks it nicely on the inside, making that Porsche twice as wide as it is in real life. And they've got a bit of a train going on, not all for position, of course. Ethan Warren back inside the top 5, but Andrew Carl and Anderson, you can see Carl wants it, and he is absolutely charging in that Audi.
Yeah, he is really. Logitech G Altis Esports, very seasoned GT team, of course, and in most things really, aren't they? But yeah, very good in the GTs, as we've seen previously. But Vendaval Sim Racing are as well, of course. 2 very big teams at the front of this race. AHU Endurance, just over 10 minutes to go at the 4 hours of Spa. Only a few hours into this season, and it's setting up to be a very, very exciting one. Sun coming down here on this race at Spa. The headlights starting to make a bit more of an impression on the road as the darkness descends just that little bit. We're not going to get into full darkness here tonight, but it's going to get that little bit darker. Going through the curve Paul Frere now, up towards Blanchimont. Just another time of asking. Now, I'm not sure if those gaps at the front of the field are correct. No, there is half a second between Zizlowski and Gibbs. It's still going on at the front of the field, but yeah, it's not anywhere near as close in GT3 Pro. Jared Filso running away with it. 5 seconds lead he's got at the moment.
Yeah, great for him. Perfect restart, as I said. So it's actually still on the back of Gibbs. You can see just pushing him through, saying get on with it. And well, Jamie Welch and everyone just really not with it at the moment. They're just 5.5 at the moment. They haven't made the most of those tyres as much as they'd like to. So Scott and Robert just able to run away with it, similar to Phil Sell in the GT3 Pro category. But who's going to come out on top between the 2? Is it going to be Scott? Is it going to be Robert? Because they were fighting before the safety car. Now they're fighting, for an extra position here for the win. for the win instead of just P3 and 2. But yeah, it's going to be a good fight. But Scott just needs that little bit more, that little bit extra something just to get onto the back of Gibbs, use that slipstream, whether it be a mistake, whether it just be finding a little bit more time, pushing that little bit harder just to close the gap. But at the same time, P2, does he want to throw that away if he goes for a move? But yeah, at the same time, you've got 9 minutes left to go. It's a 4-hour race, and you've just been blessed this opportunity to fight for the race win. You're gonna go for it naturally, and we've got a fight between Burton and Hunter in the GT3 Pro. You can see Burton he's got Preston right behind him in towards Lake Common. Same for Todd. He's actually onto the back of Carl and Anderson. Actually, no, he's not. He's about 6.5 seconds behind, but he's got Ethan Warren for company. Managed to get himself inside the top 5, and now he's chasing after the top 4.
Now then, traffic, is that going to play a role in the final moments of this race? I think towards the very last minutes we are going to see a bit of GT3 traffic. Obviously we've got one here, but I think it's a little bit detached from the rest of them. Now this really could change it. They know that it's a battle for the win here in this race as well, so getting out of the way as quickly as possible really. Down towards Eau Rouge once again, but that first bit of traffic has helped Robert Gibbs just a little bit. And yeah, the tyres really not making much of a difference for Jamie Welch or indeed Liam Reston, who was second place a minute ago, but he's dropped all the way down to 7th now. An absolute disaster. That late safety car changing everything for them really, because they were odds on to win that race by comfortably with half an hour to go, but one safety car and all of a sudden it all changes. Drop Bear Motorsport suddenly rise to the front. Scott Cisławski applying the pressure, of course, but yeah, this is looking good at the moment. A good battle between the two, with I think 4 laps to go at the line, quite possibly still.
Yeah, Spa's such a long lap. We've got, now 7 minutes left of this race. Not long at all, only a few laps left to go and still a lot to be decided. It looked clear cut for Reston, but now it's between Gibbs and Cisławski, and even in GT3 we've got Ethan Warren managed to get inside the top 4, got past Jacob Todd, and now still Carl versus Anderson for 2nd and 3rd because Phil Sell completely running away with it. But that's the thing, you get close, but no one's really making the dent to be right onto the back of someone. It's that awkward stage where, yes, they're sort of so equally matched that they can't get that move done, maybe because they're all in the train, they've got the slipstream from each other, able to defend a little bit easier, but yeah, it's an awkward one. You can see once one goes to the inside, they all go to the inside, and then because they all want the slipstream, and Jacob Todd still unable to find a way through, and Ethan Warren, but is still keeping him honest, and Carl with Anderson as well. Cisławski, again with Gibbs, just can't get close enough to make a move, closes up, and then it's all at the wrong point, then loses that momentum and goes back. It's just, yeah, it's that topsy-turvy onto the back and then falling off a little bit.
Here it is, battle for the lead once more, 6 minutes to go. It's going to be very close whether this is 3 laps or 4, I should say, left in this race, but we definitely say that it's between the 22 and 73 now for this race win. Drop Bear Motorsport versus Scott Cisławski's Simrigs.com DPR car. Now up towards Lecombe. Cisławski with the grass. He's on the grass. A late defence from Gibbs, but it doesn't matter. Cisławski's going to go for it anyway. Crash on the tyres, but it doesn't matter because he's down the inside and into the lead with only 5 minutes to go. Commitment from Cisławski was incredible there, and Robert Gibbs couldn't do anything. He made a late move to try and defend up towards Lecombe, but he couldn't do it in the end. Cisławski through. Will he be seen again by Gibbs? Will he be overtaken again in the final 5 minutes? We'll have to wait and see. But that was commitment from Cisławski, no question about that. Wow.
Yeah, beautiful move. Just kept the foot in and was just like, oh, you can squeeze me. I'm gonna go around on the grass. No worries at all. Late under brakes as well. Managed to keep it despite having the dirty tyres. And now has opened that gap up to 6/10. Has Gibbs got anything to say about that? Has he got anything left in his tyres, in himself, in order to go for that? With 5 minutes to go, that must be gutting for Gibbs. It wasn't really his fault. He just got such a good drive, and now we get to see the fight for the GT3 second place and third place between Anderson and Carl up towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Then they got the long Kemmel Straight as well. They've got really no one to contend them either. 7 seconds back to Ethan Warren through Eau Rouge, up over the crest of Radion, and then they've got the long Kemmel Straight. Carl tucked up in the slipstream, closing and closing and closing, and has pulled to the left-hand side. He's got the drive. Is it the slingshot he needs in order to get into second place? It is. Anderson having to tuck back in. You can see Carl already going defensive. The Porsche bringing it back to the left-hand side. It's the long way round, but Carl covers it off beautifully. But the Porsche is going to look back at him. This is Gibbs on Cesarski in towards Lasource. You can see Cesarski having to go defensive. Gibbs is forced a long way round. He's going to go for the old switcheroo, the old under and over in towards Eau Rouge, and Radion is going to give him the better drive off the corner. Has he got enough? Is it the slingshot? Is he too close in order to utilise this slipstream?
He might, well, let's see. He will go through Eau Rouge and Radion here, but there's traffic up in front as well. 2 or 3 laps remaining in this race, and the way they're battling, it might well only be 2. Going through the kink and up the Kemmel straight now. Gibbs almost pulling out immediately here to the left-hand side to try and get the outside line and get through into Lecom. He strolls out a little bit as he pulls out the slipstream around the outside. He's not going to be able to do it there. He's going to have to do a last lap lunge by the looks of things, or indeed a penultimate lap lunge into the bus stop. Maybe that's another opportunity for him, because we saw him very close through their last lap. But what is this traffic going to do? Because there's a Porsche off there. We just saw through Bruxelles that all of these GT3s are going to have to be negotiated. Who is going to negotiate them better? That might well decide the race.
Certainly will. It's all about timing. It's all about just making sure they can get through. And you can see Gibbs all over the back of him. Doesn't want to give an inch. And you can see all the BMWs. Gibbs looking to the inside of Piff Paff and just hasn't got the drive at the moment. He sees the BMW, wants to bide his time. You can see Slazowski having to go around the outside. Gibbs follows him, tucked up very close behind. Has he got the slipstream down in towards Blanchimont? And we've seen, cars be very close indeed, but not enough in order to go for the move. He's got what? Is it going to be 1 lap at the end of this race? Have they got time to go again? But in the slipstream, he doesn't care. He wants to make every opportunity count, because he doesn't know if he's going to get another one. In the slipstream, tucked up nicely, using every little bit he can, pushing him through Blanchimont. Is it enough to go for a send? This is the race lead for P2 with only a couple of minutes left to go. Slizowski to the inside. Gibbs forced a long way around. Who's latest under brakes? It's Slizowski for the moment, and they're catching more traffic again. But Slizowski, Scott, is using his experience, using what he knows to make sure he stays in the lead for now.
And Gibbs very slow coming out the final corner there. But this is going to be the final lap of the race. Only 2 minutes remaining in this one here. They pull wide. Oh, and there's contact.
Oh.
Gibbs tries to get through as quickly as possible, and it's not going to happen for him because he's made contact with one of the Ferraris. I think it was one of those leading up towards the front of GT Am as well, quite possibly. The gap's moved to over a second. That might well have decided the race right there at turn number 1. Scott Cieslawski has got time now. He's got a bit of traffic, quite a lot of traffic. He's on the grass trying to get through traffic. That's exactly how he took the lead earlier on. He's doing it once more into Lecom. There's 4 GT3s right in front of him. This could bring Robert Gibbs back into contention through GT Amcor. This is a nightmare for Cieslawski in the Simrigs.com DPR 73 car. He's got past them though. He's done quite well there, although Gibbs has done fairly well. They go side by side in front of Gibbs once more, so that's not going to help him at all. He's trying to go through 3 wide, quite possibly up towards No Name. He's just about done it round the outside through there, and he's absolutely using all of the road and a little bit more to try and catch Cieslawski. But it looks like the 73 car might just about have enough to hold off Robert Gibbs in this one for Drop Bear Motorsport. Second place in and third in 2 of the championships last season. It might well be second place in this race for Drop Bear as they move to over a second behind. There's a little bit of traffic though through Stavolo and the curve pull for Scott Cieslawski. Is it enough to halt him, enough to make him lose this race? I don't think it will be as he gets down the inside into the curve pull Frere. He's going to lose a fair bit of time. The gap's now below half a second for the first time in a while. The slipstream up towards Blanchimont is quite a factor here as it moves to 3 tenths. There's traffic in Blanchimont as well. Scott Cieslawski has not got this race won yet. Robert Gibbs is closing into the final corners of the race. Right on the outside, can he do it? He might well try and stick it down the inside for the final corner. There's contact. They're bumping each other, and with 4 hours complete, the Spa 4 hours for AHU Endurance by VCO is going to be won by Scott Cieslawski. We believe, is the checker flag even out yet? They're still racing at the moment. It might well be the next line down towards Eau Rouge. It's still happening here. Cieslawski, is he going to take this one? It's flashing the lights. He sees the checkered flag, and he takes it by only 3 tenths of a second. Robert Gibbs, in the end, didn't quite do enough. The traffic at the end was just about enough, or was it? But they're still racing. 4 hours gone. but they're still racing. So Robert Gibbs is going to have another chance to win this race. Round the outside through Lecombe, but Cislavski's going to try and block him. He can't. Robert Gibbs gets down the inside to Lecombe, and all of a sudden he's into the lead after the 4 hours is complete.
This is crazy. What is going on here? They crossed the checkered flag, but they're still racing. Robert Gibbs trying everything he can. I mean, if it works out in his favour, did we get the extra lap? Are they still unsure themselves? But great racing between the two, and you could not write this stuff at all. Is this the last lap? Is it the checkered flag? Oh well, we're getting told that this is the last lap now, Ewan.
Well, yeah, we are apparently. So there we are. Robert Gibbs is leading once more and diving every which way through traffic, although not going to be able to get through on the Vanderbilt car quite as nicely as he would have liked. Cislavski is going to gain on him a little bit more once again into Stavolo, but he's not going to have a great exit off of here, which might well just about give Robert Gibbs the chance to get away now. Over half a second between the two, and that might well just be enough for Gibbs to take this one. As we see Jared Filso, by the way, still leading by 5 seconds in the GT3 Pro category. It's a little bit of a smaller of a margin in LMP2 as they go down, and somebody may be running out of fuel there in GT3, or just letting the leaders through so that they don't have to do the extra lap. Now the checkered flags are finally flying a little bit later. After 4 hours and 2 minutes on this occasion, it is Robert Gibbs and Drop Bear Motorsport who are going to come across the line and take this one ahead of Simrigs.com and Scott Cislavski. A great fight to the end between those two. In the end, it was Drop Bear Motorsport and Robert Gibbs able to take the victory in a confusing finale, but a very fast and exciting one up towards Lecombe. Robert Gibbs able to overtake Cislavski for the win on the final lap. AHU Endurance delivering once again another fantastic race here at Spa, and a fantastic finish between those two.
Yeah, great, and even Carl and Anderson going at it until the line as well. They haven't quite crossed it just yet. And they're still going at it. Jared Filsell is just completely cruising to the end, but you couldn't write this at all. That was just the most insane finish to an endurance race, especially in AHU, that we've probably ever seen. And thankfully to the late safety car, but a bit of confusion. Maybe, you know, Cislavski isn't going to be enjoying that too much. But yeah, as I said, Andrew Carl and Joshua Anderson still going at it for second and third. You can see down towards Poole, and this is the final lap for the GT3 Pro. Anderson 2/10 back on Carl. They're both going to be giving their absolute everything. There's no traffic, there's no nothing. It's just a straight fight between the two until the end of this race. Jared Filsell seems to be the favourite to win this one, down in towards Piff Paff for the final time. And Anderson pushing as hard as he can, latest on the brakes. His final chance probably is going to be the final corner. And once again, we've got an important podium place decided on the final lap after 4 hours of racing here, Ewan. And that Porsche all over the rear end of that Audi, who's going to be looking in his mirrors all the way through Stavlo and Paul Frere up towards Blanchimont. 3/10. Is it enough? Is he going to be able to go for the send? Is he going to be sensible and just sit behind and take third? Because they've got Ethan Warren 5.5 back. They don't want to spin. And on the final lap, I think Andrew Carl might just have enough in order to hang on.
I think he will do. Don't forget, Joshua Anderson was in second place before a little switch over. While we were watching the battle for the overall lead, there was a bit of a switch over, but 6 seconds in front of both of these guys. Jared Filso is going to take the victory. Anderson gets a little bit out of shape through the final corner, but Jared Filso is going to take the victory in GT3 Pro for the 194 car. Hello, Lobs Falcon Racing going to take that victory ahead of Logitech, GHC Sports and Vanderbilt Sim Racing in 1, 2 and 3 in GT Pro. And by the way, because we didn't see them coming over the line, Carl George is the winner for Magan Turbo Motorsport in the GT3 AM category after 90 laps in that one. So he's taken that one by about 8 seconds. But yeah, what a crazy ending to that race. That was a little bit of a strange ending, I won't lie, but in the end, a pass on the final lap. Robert Gibbs takes the win for Drop Bear Motorsport, and an inspired strategy decision, you have to say, to not take tyres right at the end there.
It just proves the saying, never over until it's over. You know, Cislavski was like, didn't know if it was the last lap or not. He obviously was just driving to the end, and Gibbs was just like, well, it's the last lap, I'm going to go for it anyway. And it paid off, and you can never, ever give up. And that was the most intense ending to a race I think I've ever seen, and probably will see for a while. And that's AHU, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we've got such a big grid, such a consistent grid, and I cannot wait for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to have the race results cycle through on your screen, but we haven't got that much time remaining in our broadcast here. We do have to be off the air today quite swiftly. So we are going to at least interview the overall race winners in this race. That's probably all we're going to have time for. But we'll let the results cycle through on your screen, and we'll talk to well, I don't have the power to move them in, so somebody will have to do that. But we're hopefully going to talk to Cameron Dance and Robert Gibbs about their victory in that one. Apologies to all the people who are indeed who have won races and people we'd normally talk to. Not being able to interview you, but as I mentioned, we haven't got all the time in the world today, so we can't. Yeah, we can't stay here forever, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully somebody with the power to move Cameron Dance and Robert Gibbs into the booth will be able to do so in the next few moments, because I can't for the moment. But yeah, we're struggling to do that right now. So yeah, we'll try and do that soon. What I will do is a bit of housekeeping before we go off the air. There's a few more things to mention about stuff coming up later today, because of course VCO are kind of combining with us at AHU Endurance for this season. It's now AHU Endurance by VCO, as you know, and there's more racing a little bit later on with the VCO Esports Racing World Cup here later today, 6 o'clock UTC. Very best sim racers will be taking to R Factor 2 to try and see who's best, basically, and yeah, we look forward to that on the VCO Esports YouTube and Twitch. And of course, we thank the sponsors at SimLab, Coach Dave Academy, and Grid Engineering for coming on board with us here at AHU this season. Finally, now we can indeed get on with some interviews. Cameron Dance and Robert Gibbs joining us after a very frantic finish to the end of that race at Spa. Firstly, we'll talk to Robert Gibbs, since you managed to take the lead so late on and give us that dramatic finale. Talk us through what was going through your mind in those final few laps. Really, pass for the win on the last lap. It always feels good, doesn't it? So, talk us through your emotions and everything through that final lap.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I won't lie, I was shaking. Like my braking was so bad, but no, I was pretty good. I mean, I knew we were really good on fuel, and once we got out in front of those guys, it was just about sort of getting away. Made a little mistake on the last corner that let the DPR car get by me, and then after that it was trying to keep with them, and I did that pretty decent. And then the lap cars, the gap that they got on me was diminished, and made a bit of a sketchy move onto the straight to get by, but it worked out.
Yeah, it did indeed, and yeah, it was a great move indeed as well. And teammate Cameron Dance also joining us right now. Talking, you managed to get out in front, and with the bit of a strategical call, it has to be said, and then Robert held on from there. But what was it like watching for you? Because it was quite exciting for us, but I can't imagine what it was like being kind of involved in watching that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very stressful watching, obviously, the Summit Sim Sports car, unfortunately, running into the back of us off the restart. We weren't sure what we were going to have as far as a race car and top speed, is because it was a little bit damaged on the back from what I could see, at least. But yeah, it was going to be interesting to see what happened, and obviously Scott Solowski, a very, very good driver in his own right, so props him on the racing, and very, very close and clean. So it was very, very hard racing, but yeah, it was very, very stressful, and just a matter of coaching Robbie and telling him things that he needed to know all the way through the rest of that stint, and did everything that he needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys managed to convert the race victory in the end, so congratulations to you both. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, enjoy the win.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Here we are, Cameron Dance and Robert Gibbs from winning the race in that drop bear motorsport car. We're going to move swiftly to GT3 Pro, because Brody Kostecki and Jared Filso are with us now. Jared, that final safety car came out about half an hour to go. You had a quite comfortable lead before that point. So what were you feeling when you saw that you'd have to kind of rebuild that lead all over again?
Yeah, I felt like there was probably definitely going to be another safety car, given the trending of them throughout the race. But luckily we had a little bit of lap traffic between us, and they might have just been a little bit slow to react to go, which helped me get that little 5-second buffer, and yeah, just kept that whole gap from there to the checkered flag. So that was cool.
Yeah, and Brody Kostecki as well joining us as well. I mean, was it Jared mentioned all the safety cars there. Was it difficult to get into kind of a rhythm today because the race was so kind of disrupted by all the things going on?
Yeah, it actually made the race quite interesting from our point of view, just because it's sort of it wasn't a straightforward race with strategy and whatnot. So we're all able to do a few things to get a bit of fuel time on the other cars as well, and sort of got a bit lucky with one of the first safety cars being able to just keep on pushing on and getting that half lap ahead. So, but yeah, it was a pretty good race from our point of view, and yeah, just stayed out of trouble, and it was good that Jared could bring it home for Team Falcon.
Absolutely, good job from you both. So congratulations, enjoy the victory, and thanks for coming to talk to us after the race as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There we are, Brody Kostecki and Jared Filser, winners in GT3 Pro. Finally, we'll probably only have time to talk to one of the drivers from the winning GT3 AM team. Unfortunately, we'll go with Kyle Joyd from the 223 because since he took the car to the flag. Kyle, how was the ending of that race? The late safety car, the late battles, all of that going on in GT3 AM, and a pretty beat up car by the end of the day as well. How was the ending to the race though?
End of the race, definitely fell on our lap. We were kind of a bit of defeat, probably halfway through the race after being binned by a few guys, or same guys a few times, and is what it is. But basically, yeah, cars disappeared left to right in front of us. We kicked it clean for that last stint, gave the LMPs plenty of space when they went past, and brought it home in first place. Pretty stoked. It was a last minute ask by Bruce and Ricky for me to jump on to give GT3s a go, so I'm pretty stoked to at least give them a win for their first race.
Absolutely, good place to start certainly for you lot. So yeah, congratulations to you all. I'm sorry we weren't able to talk to you all, but congratulations, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you at the second round. But yeah, enjoy the victory. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, boys, and cheers for the smooth stream. I tuned in for a little bit and it looked absolutely mint.
Thanks very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. There we are, the Magan Turbo Motorsports team winners in GT3 AM. Well, there we are then, the Spa 4 hours complete here for AHU Endurance, kicking off Season 2 in style here in Belgium. It's been an absolutely fantastic race, a frantic event with 5 safety cars along the way. I hope you've enjoyed it all at home. Thanks very much to...